Right now, I am taking a break from YouTube, so I will be gone for about a week. But I decided to put together some of your favorite scary stories that you guys have voted on into one long video. Today, this is going to be a video compiling 50 of the craziest, most strange, and downright creepy park ranger stories that I have read over the past 3 years. I hope you enjoyed this video, and let me know which ones were your favorite in the comments down below. I'll see you guys soon.
Being a park ranger is a passion of mine. I love the idea of being with nature as much as I enjoy the idea of helping others connect with such things. I've been doing this job for about 14 years and I am from Texas. I work around the state and I work in many parks. I've been blessed to be able to do what I love since finishing college. In all my years of doing this job, I've seen a lot of things. Some strange, some scary, and many quite the opposite. Many, I'd say, were quite beautiful. I've always been a believer in the strange and paranormal. I've never been much of a skeptic. It's hard to be if you've grown up the way I have. When I was little, my mother would often say that she'd find me talking to my grandmother. My grandmother died 3 years before I was born. That is more for background and not something I'll get into. Instead, I'd like to talk about October of 2007. I was working in Central Texas, and around this time we started having some odd happenings around the park. The first really odd encounter was one of our dogs we had, basically a mascot of sorts, started rushing off and would always wind up in the same area, in an open patch of forest. Once there, it would begin barking for about 5 minutes before it stopped and act normal again. This continued on for a week. It was a Wednesday morning when Sally, our dog, ran to the same spot in the woods. I remember it vividly, as upon arrival there were several other unfamiliar dogs in the area, and they all barked in unison toward the sky. This was strange, but 5 minutes later they stopped. About mid-October, this behavior stops abruptly. There are no strange gatherings of the animal kingdom or anything that seemed out of the ordinary. That was until about the end of my shift when I thought I saw someone out of the corner of my eye. I looked closely around the area, but quite simply could not find anyone. So I headed to the station to clock out. I was the last one out on this day, as my boss at the time was on the vacation. Looking back, I wish I would have been on that as well. What happened next was unnerving, to put it lightly. One of my coworkers came to me the next morning, upon my arrival into work, and complained of a woman who didn't stop staring at her. My first thought was maybe it was a homeless lady, but when I asked for a description of the woman, she sounded straight out of another timeline. She wore a black bonnet, an all-black dress. She looked dressed for church and seemed to carry a Bible. That was strange, but I thought maybe it was a Bible thumper. They exist everywhere, and some of them can be quite judgmental. My coworker seemed genuinely scared, which was strange as she wasn't easily startled. I told her I'd go with her, and we would check on the area where this woman stood. Well, we head up, and to my shock, we find ourselves in the same spot the dogs used to be. In the center of this tree line, there stood a woman, clear as day, matching the description given to me by the coworker. I approached the woman and asked her why she was staring down my coworkers. The woman didn't say a word, and that's when I noticed her eyes. The eyes of this woman were pure black. It was the darkest black I've ever seen, and as I looked into them, I felt the need to cry. I am not sure why or how to explain it, but before I knew it, I was crying and overcome with emotion. I wasn't just crying like a normal cry, I was crying and my legs were like jelly. I was hysterical. I soon fell to my knees and began crying more. I'm not sure how to help you realize how strange this whole situation was. The more I cried, the more the woman stared. At first, her face was stone cold, but after a time, and as I cried more, I saw a smirk grow on her face. All sorts of confused, I tried to stop, but I couldn't. It wasn't long before I noticed some of the dogs we'd previously seen suddenly form up around us. The dogs were growling. I was crying and my coworker was screaming bloody murder. It was a strange feeling, and I'm not sure how to justifiably elicit to you the things going through my mind. I couldn't control my actions. I couldn't think straight. There was just an unending sadness. And then, before I knew it, the dogs were barking and growling at us. At least, I think they were. It was at this point I felt so out of it and things were so dizzy, I began to notice I no longer perceived anything if I was awake or dreaming any longer. At the height of my sorrows, everything went blurry. The next thing I knew, a jogger was waking me up. I awoke with a startle and asked for my coworker, who was still asleep and freaking out. I did my best to wake her up, and after a while, I took her back to the station, after thanking the jogger who seemed to want an explanation, but I was so confused and also worried that I didn't give one, but left after saying thanks. I remember my coworker was quite hot. I felt her forehead, and she was burning up. I called an ambulance and they took her to the hospital, at which point she was kept there for the next few nights. My coworker was eventually released, but she quit immediately. I tried to get her to stay and even tried to get her to come back, but she just wouldn't. She didn't answer any of my calls after that, and last I heard she moved out of state. I don't know how to explain this woman or the things that happened to my coworker and I. I will say there have been quite a few times people have been up in the area and have been found out cold or babbling to themselves. I feel that area is cursed in some way, as that's the only explanation I can truly come up with. I know that barely makes much sense, but then again, what really does anymore? Was this woman a ghost? Some sort of demon? Is there some sort of plausible and sensible explanation for it? I'm not sure of anything anymore. I'm not sure of how to explain the odd behavior of the dogs either. I still work with park services today, but I refuse to work at that park any longer. From what I understand, no one has turned up dead in that area, but, in my honest opinion, something is wrong with that place.
Hello. You can call me E. I've worked with the park rangers for about 10 years before moving out of state and into a different profession. I don't know that my story is necessarily scary, but it is strange. I won't specify where I was working at the time, other than to say that I worked in the Midwest when this all happened. I will say I really enjoyed my years as a park ranger. They were wonderful, and in this case, a bit strange. The oddity began when I was doing my morning patrol and found what looked to be a painted angel on a tree. Now, it was oddly well detailed. If this had been painted on a canvas, not on one of our beautiful trees, I wouldn't have minded. But because it was one of our trees, though, I had to take some photos and write up a report to give to my supervisor. I scoured the area and found no sign of paint or anything. Figuring it was either an artist or some sort of vandalism, I filed my report and went about my day. 5 hours go by when we're approached at the station by someone freaking out. They explained that they found a jogger lying dead next to a tree with an angel. I wasn't freaked out by this, but I did find it strange. I followed the woman to find it was the very same tree. We had the paramedics arrive soon after, and it was later on that I discovered the elderly man had died of a heart attack. Alright, that's weird, but I believe in coincidence, and so I just figured it was one of those odd but unfortunate things that sometimes happens in life. A couple of months go by, and I've forgotten all about the older man and the painted angel. Once again, while wandering our parks, I noticed yet another painted angel. This one was not on a tree, though. It was on a bench. It wasn't large or anything, unlike the first one. This was a smaller angel. I was a little thrown, but my mind being the way it is, decided it was probably some person who was inspired in some weird way by the art and saw the story in the paper. The next day, a young woman was found lying at the bench. We thought she might have been sleeping, but upon attempting to wake her up, she was found to be dead. The reason for this was quite explainable, though. She was shooting up heroin and had come here overnight to do so. The final cause of this woman's passing was an overdose, but they didn't think it was a suicide. I mention this because she was sitting on the angel painted on the bench at the time of her death. The thought was initially the woman painted it, then committed some weird ritualistic suicide of some kind. This was ruled out when the cause of death was reported later on. Police and, well, to be honest, we rangers were completely perplexed as to how this was happening, or why. Who was painting these angels? And why at every place one was painted would someone die? It created a bit of conversation, but as a year passed without any other deaths or incidents, people kind of just let it go, myself included. It was around Christmas of the following year that the strangest one happened. This one didn't actually happen in the park I worked at the time, but at a church in the town that I worked in. Another angel had appeared. It was painted in red as always on the back of the church itself. Knowing how the previous incidents occurred, people grew naturally curious. The angel that was painted was much larger than the others, and above the head and wings were the words, "May they know peace." This was the first time a message had appeared with an angel, and every attempt to remove the angel was futile. No matter what was used, it remained there. Having given up, with nothing happening over a couple of weeks, people pretty much thought this one was a prank, and the others were a coincidence. That was until one Sunday, when the church was having a service and a big lunch that afternoon. During the prayer and worship service, some of the members were prepping the food and the stoves. The stoves were gas, and upon ignition, a leak would cause an explosion that killed everyone inside instantly and burned the church to the ground. After this, we never saw another painted angel, or any other kind of strange symbols around town. This was the final one, and all three had predicted death or deaths of some kind. I'm not sure how to explain that rationally, but it was such a strange sequence of events that I felt the need to share it. Who was painting the angels? Did they know these souls would die? Was it a warning? Or was it simply a strange pre-memorial? Well, I'm sure we'll never know.
In New Jersey, most people will talk of the Jersey Devil, especially when working in the parks department. As a park ranger, though, there are other things I've seen in my brief 5 years that I think are far stranger. Everything from your typical ghost sightings in the area to tales of strange people who watch from the tree line or the edges of the woods. All that aside, what I want to talk about is my encounter with what I believe to be a hellhound or some sort of spiritual animal. My story takes place in October of 2016. We were prepping for a Halloween event, and some tours we like to do from time to time in the area. These tours include walks through the trails that we decorate to be spooky for kids and young teenagers, talks of local hauntings, and all around general spooky fun. Things these tours aren't supposed to include would be sightings of actual ghosts or me running for my life. I'll get to that though. The early parts of this incident mostly include seeing a dog in the distance. I always saw it at night, and during the tours it seemed to follow and watch. I'm not sure the breed, but it was all black and huge. I've never seen one so big. It was my first time seeing this dog. I tried to get its attention, and it just stared at me. If I tried to approach it, the thing would simply turn and run away. It didn't seem to be threatening, so I eventually just let it be. I'd occasionally check to see if it would follow, and I'd see it and I'd think nothing of it. About mid-October, I remember noticing on the tour that night I didn't see the dog that usually follows. We were about midway through the tour when a woman began screaming. Those on the tour were naturally startled as the scream was loud and it sounded like someone was in unbelievable peril. I took one of my coworkers, who we'll call Randy, and we rushed to go after the source of the screaming. It wasn't long before we found a person laying in the ground in pain. We pulled up to a woman bleeding and screaming hysterically about her husband being drug off by a massive black dog, and that it had mauled her but grabbed him. Once we got her to slow down, we were able to make her make sense. It seemed this dog came from nowhere and vanished just as quickly. The woman described something completely unbelievable. She said she saw this thing dragging her husband into the woods, and both it and her husband vanished into thin air. I was quite skeptical about this and figured her mind was playing tricks on her, and maybe the amount of stress was causing her to hallucinate. I fully believed the dog existed, as I was pretty sure it was the one I had been seeing, but I thought maybe her panic had maybe caused some hysteria, and began to remember things or seeing things that might have not happened. I'm not a psych, but that was my initial theory for what happened. At least, this is what I believed until Halloween night, when we had our biggest celebration. I saw that dog again during the tour. It was the first time I had seen it since the woman reported being mauled by it. The thing looked larger than last time, and I felt much more afraid than I had previously. The entire aura around the thing had changed. The best way I can say this is to say that the first time I saw it, it seemed harmless. But on this night, it felt off. It felt like this thing was staring into my soul. I continued the tour, constantly checking behind me. As I did, and eventually, I noticed the dog didn't appear to be around anymore. The rest of the celebration went well, and once all the festivities were over, and most of the cleanup was done, I told my boss I'd stay behind and lock up and clean up what was left. They asked if I was sure, to which I reassured them that I was, and I wasn't tired anyway, so I'd be passing up the time. Everyone went home at this point, and I was the only person left in the park. I spent about an hour cleaning up and was just finishing throwing out the trash and locking up the station when I went toward my vehicle. It was there, in front of my truck. I saw this thing. It was no longer in the distance. It was straight in front of me, and I'm positive it wasn't there a moment before. It was strange how quickly this dog appeared, and even stranger how scarily huge it was up close. I remember feeling a choking feeling as the dog stared at me. I felt like the life was draining from my body. I remember turning and trying to head back for the station, but as I did, I heard a large bark. The bark didn't sound normal at first. It was quite deep and not entirely like a dog bark. I fell to the ground out of fear and loss of feeling in my legs at first. I remember thinking I need to get up or I'm going to die. Scrambling to my feet, I bolted for the station, unlocked it and slammed it shut, locking it behind me. I remember the door shaking as this dog slammed against it. I looked around the office and eventually found a flare gun. I grabbed it and aimed it at the door, waiting any second for this thing to just blow through. Not even a moment later, the door began caving in off its hinges, and this huge, black dog stared at me, growling and walking closer. I panic and fire a flare off that hits this dog and sets it ablaze. I then run for a back entrance and bust out the door, running with all my might for my truck. I'm screaming as I reach my truck and jump in. I lock it, turn the key, and fire up my truck in the time to see this dog on fire rushing from my truck. I hit the gas and run into the dog, which damages the front of my truck. Thankfully, I believe I'm safe once my truck bounces from over the body of this huge thing laying on the ground. It is only a few seconds later before it begins to spaz and soon stand up on all fours. I can hear its bones snapping as it heads back in my direction. I am freaked out and run deeper into the woods. I begin screaming my lungs out for help as I run. I can feel that draining feeling growing within me. My thoughts are clouded and my vision begins to blur as I run and force myself to call out. It isn't long before I'm unsure if sound is coming out as I scream and hear nothing. I'm exhausted, but hightailing it deeper anyway. The only thing crossing my mind at this point is that this thing is chasing me, and if it catches me, I'm dead. There will be no ifs, ands, or chances. I just pray, scream, even though I cannot hear a sound and I keep running. I figure I'll keep going till I collapse or am dragged to God only knows where by that thing. I'm quite sure I'm going to die when I see lights ahead. I think faintly I hear someone asking if everything is alright. I'm waving my arms when I hear a gun go off and feel a bullet go by me. I hear a yelp as I fall to the ground. There's a sheriff, and I'm too exhausted to speak out. I remember feeling sick and throwing up. There was a low growling and then a loud bark before everything went silent again. When things went silent, I felt my vision and hearing return to me. The sheriff took me to a hospital and I checked out shortly after, perfectly fine other than some scrapes from my falls. I don't know what that thing truly was. I suggested a hellhound, but I'm not sure, to be honest. I've refused to work the Halloween event since, and to my knowledge there haven't been any more sightings or deaths from that dog. At any rate, that's my story, and I was wondering if anyone had a clue of what this thing could have been. I'm grateful to have not seen it since, but it also opened my mind to a realization and possibility that things out there exist and we can't simply explain it. I am grateful to be alive today, and I pray to never see that thing again. I've only been with the park rangers in Northern California for just about 3 years now. During that time, though, I have had the most amazing thing happen to me. When I joined the rangers, I was somewhat ill, but I wasn't quite aware of this fact yet. I was also in desperate need of a job and beyond grateful to the park rangers in my town for taking a chance on me. I showed my gratefulness by being as upbeat and enthusiastic as I can about my work. I was a heavy smoker for many years prior to this, and it gave me a bad cough, which I didn't really think much of as I had had this for years. Now, before the events that follow, I was always a very skeptical soul. I'd argue I still am to a degree. All that said, I have no earthly explanation for what happened to me. To start out, about 6 months into my time with the park rangers, I began to notice that my cough was taking a mean turn, and on top of that, there was blood in my phlegm. This startled me the first time I noticed it happening, but being I needed the job, and I didn't want to let my coworkers down, I also loved the job, I tried to brush it off as not being a big deal. Maybe being an allergy thing. So, I continued working until a Friday evening about 3 days later, when I was cleaning up before heading home, and while taking the trash out to the dumpster, I had a brutal coughing fit. All I remember from it was coughing, struggling to breathe, being dizzy, and then waking up in a hospital with my boss and 1 or 2 others I was working with hanging around the hospital room. I'm a guy in my late 40s, so when this happened, I was closer to my mid-40s. I say this to give you an idea of the fact that my body wasn't exactly in prime shape, especially with the smoking since I was like 12. I spent the next day or 2 in the hospital, and as time went on, I was eventually given the harsh truth of life. We all die someday, somehow, and somewhere. I was told I had lung cancer, and it had progressed far enough that my odds of life or lengthy life were pretty much non-existent. I'll admit, at that moment I was upset. I was very angry and pissed off at myself for my stupid life choices. I was angry at whatever higher power there may be because I felt like they were screwing with me. Here, I'd finally found something I absolutely loved doing, and it also paid the bills. Here, I'd finally found balance in my life after searching for so many years. Yet, after all that, here's some sick joke being played on me. And now that I'd found balance, I was being told that I was not going to be around much longer to enjoy that peace of mind. I became dejected, and quite honestly, I just didn't care anymore. I told my work what was going on, and I refused to just sit around and die. I couldn't exactly work in the heat of the day very well, but with supervision, I was allowed to work on a later shift as long as I took it easy. There was another night guy, and night work wasn't really all that hard. We basically patrolled the area, making sure it stayed clear of the homeless from about 5 p.m. to about midnight, and then went home. While on these late night patrols, one of the places we checked was by the lake in our park. This was a pretty awesome area, and even had a path that led with stones to a small island with a tree. While doing my patrol one night, I was quite sure I saw a woman loitering by the tree. She felt different. She wasn't threatening. But I couldn't just let her chill by the tree, unfortunately. The park was closed and it was time to go. So, being the cranky, sick guy I was, I hollered over to this woman. "What in the nine hells are you doing out here, ma'am?" The woman looked up at me and smiled. I remember her vividly, as she had a shorter haircut. Not shaved or anything, but like neck-length hair. It didn't quite reach her shoulders. I remember a warmth coming over my body as she smiled. She looked like she was wearing a white gown, and she was very much here, or so I thought. She wasn't translucent or anything. She looked as real as your hand would to your face. My point being, she seemed like another human, like you or I. I noticed she wasn't really leaving the island, and I reiterated the young lady that it was time to go. About that time I heard Hank, the guy who supervised me, come around the corner and laugh at me, asking me who I was talking to. I felt insulted in a way, and turned back and told him that the woman, "What are you, blind?" Hank just laughed harder now and asked about what woman. I turned back and was about to point her out when I noticed she was gone. I asked Hank to check behind the tree for me, as I didn't have the strength to get across the stone walkway. He did and assured me there was no one around. I looked perplexed and then shook it off before telling him I must need sleep. He told me not to worry about it and we'd better head out. Hank was my ride at the time, as I was told not to drive myself to and from work due to my condition. After dropping me off, he left and I promptly went inside and crashed. As I slept, I found myself back at the lake. The woman I swore I saw earlier was there. I knew I was dreaming, and yet at the same time none of it felt like a dream. She held her hand out silently, and I remember a hesitation and fear. Despite being sure I was dreaming, I felt so weak and was afraid to try to cross to the island. I'd fall somewhere along the way and drown, I was sure of it. That's when I heard her voice. "Come," she said. "Join me." Before I could refuse, a warmth came over my body again. I stepped forward, slowly and shakily. I remember every step I took. I grew shorter of breath. Things felt dizzy and hazy, and yet, through my blurred vision, she simply stood there, gown blowing in the wind, smiling at me. She seemed so assured and confident in the fact that I would make it, and so I continued onward, and before I knew it, I made it to the island and fell to my knees begging for air. I felt like I was dying. Some part of me knew I had to be dying and waking life. I felt a hand place itself on my shoulder and another underneath me. I felt this, honest to God, strange feeling. And then this woman looked at me with a wider smile. It was a comforting smile. I felt in that moment that perhaps she was a personification of death, and this was my time. I felt okay with it. I just wanted to let go. She shook her head no, as though she read my mind, and lowered herself to my level, before leaning in as though she was going to kiss me. She stopped short and blew a visible air into my open mouth. I felt this air go through my lungs, and for a moment I fell to my knees and vomited this black, bile-looking fluid. I continued to vomit, and as I did I felt a hand touch the top of my sweaty head. "It's going to be okay," she said. At that moment I vomited up a huge glob of black fluid and felt a seed fall out of it. And I could breathe again, and felt better than I had my entire life. I looked up in confusion to see her smiling, and when I woke up, I shot out of bed, confused and sweaty. I was shaky and checked my temperature. I had a fever of 102, but took something and went to sleep. I woke up 13 hours later, shocked to find my temperature was normal. I felt hungry, I could breathe clearly, and I just felt all around better. I rehydrated and called into work and took the night off. The next day, I went in for a checkup, In that moment, the doctor looked at me in shock and told me I was cured. I didn't believe it, and asked him to check again, and he laughed, assuring me I was going to be fine. He explained the cancer that had stricken my lungs was non-existent now. It seemingly had just disappeared somehow. He and I both just stood there in stunned shock, and he asked me to come back in a couple of weeks to do some double checks. I did this every 2 weeks for the next 3 months to be safe, and I was fine. I was cancer-free, and I'm still working today, happy and healthy as could be. I still offer to work nights from time to time, and I quite often frequent the tree on the island. I haven't seen the woman from there or in my dreams since. I'm aware of how crazy it all sounds, but this experience has led me to believe in a higher power of some kind and in angels. I honestly have no other explanation for my miraculous recovery. I am thankful for every moment I have on this earth. I no longer take a single moment of any day for granted. The scariest thing I've ever experienced in my entire life was while I was working as a park ranger. I only did it for a year. The reason for this was because of the weird stuff going on where I worked in Canada. We have a lot of forest and a lot of mountains. Where I was working, you'd often hear loud noises in the distant mountains. I was always told it was a Sasquatch. I thought this was said in jest because I've never really believed that sort of thing, and the guys and gals I worked for were known to be jokesters and spin tall tales. One of my supervisors mentioned to me a story about one time when they were working and their truck stalled out in the mountains. They said it was snowing so hard you could barely see in front of you. They then said that they were forced to abandon the truck and head back the way they came on foot. According to my supervisor at the time, he followed the sounds of a Sasquatch until he made his way back, as he couldn't quite tell where he was otherwise, due to the blinding snow. Eventually he made it back to the station and was able to get to another truck to pull his truck out later when the snow died down. I was skeptical of this story, and I let him know it. He would always chuckle and say that I didn't have to believe in anything for it to be real. Anyway, I wanted to share that to explain to you some of the things that were believed in the area I worked in. At least believed by my coworkers. To get back to the point at hand, I will explain to you about how that the day I thought that I'd be a smartass and show up my coworkers, this was also the last day I worked there. It wasn't that I was fired, it was because I quit after my experiences. I was asked to work in the mountains and help clear the trails of some snow in the area. I agreed and made an off remark about how maybe I'd see a Sasquatch while I was up there. My supervisor got the weirdest grin and simply mumbled to himself, saying, perhaps I would. 5 hours into clearing some of the snow with the plow, I heard that sound I typically heard in the distance. Very funny, I thought to myself. That thought didn't last long as I quickly felt something slam hard into my snowplow and flip me off the embankment and down a few feet below. I won't lie, I straight pissed myself at that moment, because it was so sudden and the fall freaked me out as well. I wasn't expecting this and I struggled to get my faculties about me. Mentally, I heard this disturbing sound that I couldn't possibly begin to explain. I'm not sure how to fathom it, but I can say it scared me out of my wits. I began screaming, but the snow had picked up at this point. A very sudden snow, which was not entirely unusual for the mountains, but it wasn't in the forecast. It wasn't expected. It was so random. But I guess that's how blizzards are. They're pretty random. It isn't long before I can hear nothing but heavy footsteps plodding through the snow. I try my radio, but it is to no use in the snow. I'm getting no signal and I'm terrified. I quickly hid near my overturned plow, only to hear heavy breathing. Whatever was out there was huge, much bigger than anything I was aware existing in the area. As I stood motionless, I felt something drip on my coat and face. It was saliva, and as I looked up, I saw a massive set of teeth. I was at a loss and shaking, not just from the cold, but from the terror I felt. I kept thinking, this is it. This is where I die. Closing my eyes and praying, I don't even believe in God, but I prayed anyway. I hoped beyond hope for a miracle. Then, I heard a loud smashing sound and that inhuman and unexplainable noise roaring from behind with such force it shook the overturned snowplow toward me. My best guess is that it was a yellow pain, judging by whatever had hit it. Seeing pieces of ice, I pondered if something hadn't hit this thing with a large block of ice or something. Whatever was in the snow turned its attention away from my direction, and that's when I heard the Sasquatch calls. I didn't believe it was really Sasquatch at first, but as I heard one, there were suddenly others. I wasn't sure what was happening, and I couldn't see very well, but I was quickly grabbed by a large set of hands and placed back up on the embankment where my truck was initially launched. I then followed the calls, and as I did, I could hear fighting in the distance. I didn't wait around and I didn't ask questions. I just continued following the calls until I saw my supervisor close by and shouting for me. I scrambled to him, and I was so cold and terrified out of my mind. I was brought back to the station where I explained everything. He had that same cheeky grin and asked, "Do you believe us now?" I wasn't sure what to believe, but I knew something was out there. I struggled to collect my thoughts and I asked him if he had heard anything else being out there, something massive. He said he hadn't run into anything other than a Sasquatch. He said he'd keep an eye out and asked if I'd be okay as he handed me some cocoa. I shook and told him I was quitting. He seemed taken aback a bit at first, but as he read my face, I think he could see whatever attacked me had bothered me greatly. He didn't fight me and told me to list him as a reference. He said he'd get me somewhere more my style, and he appreciated the work that I'd put in up until that point. I was always a hard worker, but that experience, well, it was the last day I ever wished to be out there. I've never been so terrified in my whole life. If I can tell you for sure two things, I now believe in Sasquatch, and whatever attacked me wasn't a Sasquatch.
You can call me Jimmy, and I'm a park ranger who has been working in this profession for roughly 12 years. Now, I want to share a story about some caves in the area I work in. We've had people go missing in the area for quite some time. Now, I know that's not exactly a strange happening in an area with caves, but there's a bit more to it than that. You see, oftentimes people will say the entrances to some of the caves will, near nightfall, appear to have voices echoing from them. This has likened those of us who work in the area to call these the dead caves. Now, that is just something those in our department use to describe the strange caves and their phenomena. That isn't really something you'll likely hear those in the area use. At least, not to my knowledge. Anyway, it's a pretty spooky thing, as I've obviously looked into this myself on a few occasions. And yes, it does indeed sound like voices come from these caves. That would be strange enough, but the thing that is stranger still is the fact that the voices sound quite real. It's as though someone was standing at the entrance and calling you there. It's eerie. Anyway, this has caused some trouble from time to time, but for the most part, people generally leave the area alone, and before you ask, no. We don't run tours of the caves, so it isn't anything like that. Even if we did, we wouldn't be doing this near nightfall. At any rate, I suppose I should get to the point. This story is very personal to me. I had my nephew go missing in these very caves a few years ago, and this story is about the time I assisted a search and rescue team to try to help find him. I suppose this story could fall under your search and rescue or park ranger stories, as I am a park ranger, but feel free to use it for either. That out of the way, my nephew had been missing for a little over 24 hours when we began our search proper. The last place we knew him to be was the caves in the area. Right out of the gate, something seemed off. His gear had been found at the entrance. This was definitely his gear too, as he always kept a sack with his name stitched into it, so if he lost his gear, or as was the case he went missing, whoever happened upon it would know who to look for, or who to return the lost gear to.
It's important to note, my nephew and I had gone spelunking together on many occasions, and even a few times on our own. He wasn't new to this, and he was plenty capable of making his way through a cave, new or old, alone. So the fact is, his gear was at the entrance, abandoned, was strange. Our initial thought was maybe something happened and he didn't wind up in the actual cave. As such, we had everyone who was certified to do cave search and rescue continue canvassing the area throughout the rest of the park itself. Our team continued deeper into the caves. Caves are generally dark places, and sometimes this can lead people to seeing things. What I'm about to tell you, I assure you, wasn't me seeing things. While searching the caves, we could hear screaming. The screaming sounded a lot like my nephew's voice, but it's a cave and we couldn't be sure. I shouted for my nephew, but when I did, everything fell silent. It was while panning the area I saw something rush out of the corner of my eye. It looked like human feet. I quickly pointed out what I saw, and we proceeded in the direction I saw the feet. When we got to where I had seen things, though, there was no one there. I began to grow worried. The screaming we had heard earlier sounded horrific, the kind of screams you would likely hear if someone was being tortured. This spurred me and the search team to look so quickly. We searched for hours, and when we didn't turn up anything, we were ready to head out for the day as night would be coming soon. Almost as though something or someone was listening, we heard a very distinct voice. It was my nephew's voice, and he seemed to be crying and asking for help. We called out in response to the voice, but all we heard was a continued plea for help. It was like a tape being played over and over, repeating the same broken, "Help!" before eventually stopping altogether. This made us push forward with what only few hours we had left to search somewhat safely. I remember frantically scrambling and internally praying my nephew was okay. As we continued our search, though, things were becoming less hopeful. We found one of his shirts in the cave. It was torn pretty badly and had blood heavily soaked into it. It was at this point I remember reeling in worry and feeling the tears begin to well up. One of the members of the team asked me to fall back, and I tried to fight them on it, but they were right. I needed to take a moment to step back, and part of me was afraid that I might find something that I don't want to see. The search would continue for another few weeks, and no matter how hard they searched, they never found anything outside of, identifying clothing. Nothing that would lead us to my nephew. Some things really bother me about this whole search, outside of the obvious thing, being I hurt for my missing nephew. Why was my nephew's gear at the entrance of the cave? Another thing that bothers me is if his gear was there, how the hell did he get so deep into the cave itself? Finally, where did he go? Caves are vast and massive things, and there's a strong chance he's still in there somewhere, or his remains are. It has become obvious as time goes on that he is no longer with the living. That is a reality I and the family have come to accept, and have had to accept that he is gone. It still hurts typing this out, honestly. I wish I had answers as to who or what brought him that deep into the cave. I still work in the area, and we still don't have any answers. Sometimes, though, I swear I hear his voice when I stand at the entrance to the cave. Whatever happened to you, my nephew, I pray you are in a better place now, and resting peacefully.
My name is Elizabeth. You can call me Liz for short. And I've been working for the Park Rangers service for a little over a year and a half. Because I've been working there for such a short time, and because I'd rather no one knows where I work or the area I live in, I won't be sharing that information. I wish to share an experience I had while working a job I still love today. To get to the point, we have a rather large park ranger department, and so, I'll admit, it was a little overwhelming when I first started there. That said, I quickly became friends with one of my shift partners, who we'll call Martin. We talked, laughed, and always found a way to pass the time, even during more mundane shifts. I felt comfortable talking to him, and I'll admit, I may have had a bit of a crush on him as well. That said, I'm a professional, and I kept our working relationship just that. Professional. It was a Friday, and we were all going home when another one of my coworkers pulled me aside and asked if they could talk to me for a second. I'll call this girl Clary. Thinking everyone was pretty cool so far, I figured I'd chill a moment and chat with Clary. The entire time she talked to me, she was nervous and fidgety. I asked if she was okay, but she just kept nodding. I smiled and told Clary I had to get back, but if there was anything she wanted to say, I could stick around for another minute or two. That was when she asked if I wanted to go to the bar and have a few drinks. She went from super nervous to oddly calm quickly and began talking about how she was rather bored on weekends and didn't know too many people in the area. I just wanted someone to chat with who felt like she might be able to relate to or who could give advice, that sort of thing. I think in actuality, she felt more comfortable talking to another woman. Also, I'm only 5'4", and so I'm probably not that threatening. At least that is my thought process behind what she was thinking. I told her I had no plans, so sure, we can meet up and hang out. So later that night, I was getting ready to head to the bar when I stepped outside for a moment to smoke. Yes, I know, terrible habit, but I love it. So save your judgments for someone who cares enough to quit. Anyway, as I'm lighting up a cigarette, I look down and notice the tires on my Explorer are flat. Looking more closely, I notice all 4 tires are flat, and that they look as though they've been slashed. Now I'm feeling a little unsettled. I'm looking around, but I see and hear no one. Slowly, I step back inside and lock my door before calmly calling the police. I put out my cigarette and explain how I was going to head to the bar, but I find my tires have been slashed. Dispatch says someone is on the way, and so I wait. It takes them a bit to arrive as I'm pretty far out in the middle of nowhere, and it generally isn't a quick trip to me, especially from the sheriff's station. Upon their arrival, it dawns on me how strange things are as a whole, and there doesn't appear to be vehicle tracks or anything leading up to my dirt driveway other than my own. Now, someone could be on foot or very careful about covering their tracks, but again, I live way out in the middle of nowhere. So after the sheriff wraps up their report, I call Clary. I had all my coworkers' numbers in case of a work emergency, and they had mine, and explain the situation. She's bummed, but she then asks where I live and explains she'll pick me up if I still want to go out. I explain that I appreciate it, but I really don't want to go anywhere after everything, and so we both agree to go out another night. It takes me a while to go to bed, but when I finally do, I'm sleeping hard. The next morning, I get up and have some coffee and a cigarette. It is as I'm sitting there that Clary calls and asks if I want to go out next Friday, and even offers to pick me up from work next time until I can get my tires fixed. I thank her and we agree on this. Saturday night rolls around, and I'm about to head to bed when I hear a loud bang. It isn't persistent, but it's like someone hauling up and hitting my front door or something. It's enough to take me by surprise and make me leap 5 feet in the air. I grab my gun and head for the door. I rip it open and aim outside. It is completely silent. No one appears to be around. I notice some minor damage to the door, but nothing that would tell me who or what hit it. I shut the door, keep my gun nearby, and lock up for the night before heading to bed. It isn't long before I pass out. The events up to this point were strange, but I'm not easily scared, so it doesn't take me long to get to sleep, whereas I'm sure a lot of people might be bothered a bit more by it. Also, I have my gun. Anyway, the rest of the weekend goes by with no strange happenings or odd goings-on. Monday morning, I'm up early and ready to head out with Clary to work. I ask if she can come with me when I get my car towed after we get paid. She agrees, and Wednesday evening we get my car fixed. Clary and I are getting along really well by this point, and I'm grateful for her. We started to discuss our Friday plans, and we are mentally ready for the weekend, and we decide we'll hit the bar and see where the night takes us from there. Thursday is here quicker than ever, and I've come up a little early to help with the inspection of the national park. I'm doing my morning routines, and I have Clary and Martin with me. We're all chatting and enjoying our time when we suddenly hear a loud pop and one of our tires blow, causing me to lose control of the truck and make me crash into a tree. I check to be sure everyone's okay, and once I verify that we are, we all get out to look around. It appears the tire that blew had something lodged in it. It was like razor wire, but looked more primitive in its creation. It was a rope with some kind of blades embedded within. This was strange and made us all feel uncomfortable. We tried to radio to the station, but we're the only ones on shift at the moment. Our boss would likely be there within an hour or so we couldn't do much but wait or head back without the truck. Knowing this, Martin, Claire, and I just kind of chilled for a bit and kept an eye out. We began discussing what happened based on what we pieced together. We were beginning to feel a little uneasy, as whoever had placed the trap had done so intentionally. That much was obvious. This made us on edge, and we decided at the moment to try and walk back to the station. It was while walking there that things grew quiet. Too quiet. There wasn't any real sound, and even the wind wasn't moving. We tried shaking it off and continued on. A few minutes later, we heard what sounded like our boss's voice, but our first instinct was to shrug it off and head towards the voice, but we got closer, it sounded more distorted. Something didn't feel right, and we weren't exactly sure what it was. Our boss likely wouldn't have come out to find us so soon, and also, even if he had, something in the voice was really off. It was almost like something mimicking his voice. Weirded out, we continued onwards and tried radioing the station again, just in case our boss got there early. There was no response. I looked at my watch and realized our boss should have gotten in by now. I figured we would give it a few more minutes and we would try again. That's when we noticed the stench of rotting meat. I felt nausea hit me quickly, and that's when I saw something that turned me ghost white. There was a tall, emaciated figure with a skull for a head, staring down at us. At first, I thought it might have been some kind of weird art, but when it turned its head to look at us, I knew we had to run, and fast. We did just that. And as we ran, we heard the thing drop off the hill and come after us. The three of us felt terrified as we pushed forward, and Martin quickly stopped. I stopped, turned and asked him if he was stupid. He gave this forgiving me look and ran in a different direction. The thing that was chasing us quickly followed in his direction. I remember screaming Martin's name, and Claire frantically getting onto her radio and calling the station. We got a response from one of our co-workers asking if we were okay. They sounded just as frantic as we tried to rush back to the station. When we arrived, several sheriff officers were coordinating off the area. Our boss had been attacked by what police said was likely a bear. He was alive, but he looked terrified. I quickly explained to the sheriff that we had been attacked in the woods. I then explained how Martin split from us and lured the thing we were attacked by away. I tried to plead with them that it wasn't a bear, but they thought maybe we were delirious from shock. I remember how angry I was. But, I don't blame them for not believing what we saw. With all that said, they did immediately start a search as they did believe we had been attacked. Sadly, Martin was never found. He still hasn't been seen or heard from in days. I honestly believe he's dead. That sounds grim, and it's really messed up, but what other explanation do you really have? I'm working in a different area now, but Claire and I are still friends today. We miss Martin, and if you take anything from this story, please remember to be safe out there. There are things out in the woods and in this world that we can't explain. I don't wish anyone to ever go through what my boss, Claire, and I have, and I sure as hell wish for no one to ever wind up like Martin.
My name is Erica, and I'm a 32-year-old park ranger who's been in the park rangers in Alaska for 10 years now. I really enjoy the frontier feel of Alaska, and how much it isn't really touched by man or modern man at least. There are a lot of woods and mountains, and it's a great place to live. If you're someone who likes to mind your own and be away from people, there are plenty of places for you that make you seem like you're just in heaven, and I would recommend living right here if that's who you are. My story takes place in December while working on the job.
I was enjoying nature and the cold while killing time near the end of my shift. I had finished everything I needed to do for the day and then some, and didn't have a real excuse to cut out early, so I figured I'd drive around and kill some time while I waited to pass the final hour of my shift. It was while doing this that it began to snow, and I'm talking sudden snowing that wasn't forecasted. It was hard enough and windy enough that I couldn't tell about the direction I was headed in, or if I was still headed straight at all. Because of this, I decided to slow down and stop the truck. I couldn't really step out as it was too cold and windy at the time, and I figured if this snowstorm was so sudden, it was likely it'd be out just as quickly as it had arrived. This extremely optimistic position of mine was slowly ruined as the hour passed and I was supposed to be back at the station and clocking out. I tried to radio back, but the weather was too powerful and all I could get on the truck radio was static. Figuring there wasn't much to do, I hunkered down and just thought about snuggling up next to a warm fire later that night and how nice it would feel once the storm finally passed. About an hour went by and I still couldn't get anywhere. I was beginning to get worried now, as this was a strong and sudden storm, and as such, it was likely snow had begun to accumulate to the point to where I might not be able to get out before long. I decided I'd stay in the truck, however, as going out would be suicide, and this was the warmest place I could be. Another hour goes by and I try to radio again, but I get nothing. I'm beginning to feel the fear welling up on my stomach. I'm not exactly prepared for the weather at hand. I'm dressed warmly as it is Alaska during the winter, but I'm not prepared to be out here for a long period of time, nor was I expecting to be. Part of my mind calms itself down when it sets in that they have to be looking for me. My boss wouldn't leave if I hadn't clocked out. I wasn't outside an area they wouldn't be able to find me, but again, the snow is vicious in its fall at this point, and maybe they're unable to search for me properly. Another hour goes by and I try the door. I can't open it. The snow has begun to bury my truck and now I'm really starting to become fearful for my life. It is getting dark, not that I can tell the difference in the storm itself, and it dawns on me that I might have to spend at least the night out here. I try to radio one more time, but it's all static. The storm is interfering with everything, and I find myself unprepared and without any sign of aid coming. It isn't long before I hear a loud thud against the passenger side door. I jump at first and call out shortly after. I hear nothing in response. I then hear a roar that sounds similar to a bear. I begin to panic, but I stop and remind myself the bear doesn't know I'm in here. For sure, and it isn't likely to get inside. I can hear it jump onto the front of my truck and climb on the top. I hear it sniffing around and then roar one more time before I feel it drop off the back of the truck, and soon after it leaves. The truck shakes as the weight of the bear is relieved from it, and soon everything falls quiet once again. It isn't long before it is 10 at night and I'm beginning to shiver from the cold. I'm still unable to open my door, and I'm quite sure the exhaust pipe in the truck is buried. Because of this, I don't want to turn the truck on for fear of carbon monoxide poisoning. I instead curl up and try to conserve whatever warmth I have while waiting for help to arrive. I'm cold, unprepared, and hungry. I'm afraid I may die out here, as it is extremely cold and I'm not sure if I could stay warm enough to even survive the night. Eventually, I drift off to a half sleep. I still remember the dream because I was dreaming I was warm, next to a nice fire, and I couldn't have been further from my actual situation, mentally. I'm awoken at about 3 or 4 in the morning, and it dawns on me that I feel like a popsicle at this point. I can't feel my toes or anything else, for that matter, and there's the sound of something mechanical going on outside. I can hear voices, and when my brain finally catches up, I feel myself filled with relief, as one of the voices is my boss. They found my truck. The storm had subsided and they were digging me out. I wound up being rushed to the hospital where I was treated for several things, one of which included losing my pinky and ring finger on my right hand due to frostbite. I made a full recovery otherwise, but I did spend a little while in the hospital and on paid leave while recovering. I'm alive and grateful for that, every day.
I'm going to keep this brief. A few years ago, while I was working, I was a park ranger around Louisiana, 20 years retired now. I saw something I don't know how to explain in the woods. thing I saw was roughly 12 feet tall, and it was extremely hairy. It moved quickly, too. I know this because it chased me out of the woods one fall morning in October a few years back. I was patrolling the area, looking for anyone that might be causing trouble or anything that might need doing, when I came across this creature. I didn't quite believe my own sight at the time, but it was very much real. I'm not going to claim it was Bigfoot or anything, as I'm a pretty skeptical person, but it was big enough to be something like that. It was super aggressive, though. I showed up, saw it, and as though it could sense me, it turned and looked at me. It immediately let out this strange call, and that's when I see one of its buddies coming walking from further in the woods. Again, my eyes are just seeing things, I think, but I'm just thinking I have to be hallucinating. Suddenly, the both of them let out an angry call, and the one I initially saw starts running right for me. Now, I'm a country boy born and raised, and I've seen some things, so I don't spook easily, but this, well, it had me turning and running in terror. I didn't hesitate either, as this thing let out a call. I call it a call as I can't even truly describe the sound that came from this thing, and it shook me where I ran. I was convinced at this moment I was going to die from something no one likely knows or even has proof that it exists. I'm older now, and I don't run the fastest, and I was convinced I'd be dead soon, but as I reached the tree line, this thing stopped. I took a break to breathe and looked back, and it stared, and it let out another call. I was convinced by this point it might still come after me, but then it turned and walked off slowly into the forest. Now, you gotta understand, the thing likely could have caught up to me if it wanted, probably killed me. So, while aggressive, I'm not convinced it was out to kill me, per se. I think it was just likely saying, hey, this is my territory, or home even. It just wanted me to get the heck out of Dodge. I don't rightly have a better explanation, honestly, as again, it could have easily killed me. At any rate, I thought I'd share this story with y'all, and hopefully it's used. I hope y'all know I never went back to those woods the rest of my career. I stayed right at the station, which is where I should have stayed to begin with. I'm retired now, though, and I'm quite happy. Thank you for letting me share my story.
I've been working as a park ranger for roughly 17 years. In all that time, I've had a few experiences I would deem strange, and one I would even deem scary. The one I'm going to share with you is a little bit of both. Mostly was terrifying for me. You can call me Trent, by the way. I believe it was 2009, and my team and I were working to clean the area and get it ready for the summer camping season here in Colorado. Now, it's a national park, so there's not a ton we have to do. We like to go around and do cleanup in our area, as you do. As obviously, people don't really bother and quite honestly really care about cleaning up after themselves. It's one of those things that gets on my nerves. It isn't hard to clean up your trash, but anyway, that's, another topic. It was getting later and I volunteered to stay later that evening to make sure as much cleanup was in order as possible. The idea, for me at least, was to get as much done as I could while we still had light. It being summer soon, we had plenty of light in comparison to the fall and winter, when it gets dark stupid early. It wasn't long before everyone was clocking out, and I told them all bye and I'd see them on Monday. None of my crew I worked with on my shift worked weekends, though we did have a few within the department itself who did. An hour goes by, and then two, and before I know it, I'm so wrapped up in my tasks that I look up and realize I'm losing daylight. Thinking little of this, I put myself in another gear and try to get more done. In my mind, I figure it'll just be better prepared and leave less to do on Monday. Also, I take great pride in my work, so I tend to do anything I can no matter how large or small the task. It's a large part of what has led up to the promotions I've been given and is something I still do to this very day.
It isn't long before I realize the sun is about to set completely. I stop my work, pull out my flashlight, and prepare to haul my last garbage bag back to the station and drop it in the dumpster. It is as I'm wrapping things up I hear a large growling sound. I immediately grab my bear spray as I recognize the sound I'm hearing. Turning around, slowly, I see something that leaves me in shock and dread. It looks to be a black bear, but the problem is, it is much, much larger than any black bear I have ever seen or ever known to exist. This thing was a large bear. This thing had a large scar across the left eye and was staring at me, baring its teeth. Now, normally, I do something to make the bear think I'm bigger than it is, but no. I was terrified, and no amount of posturing is going to save me from something this size. It didn't seem possible. On all fours, this thing looked to be 12 to 13 feet tall. I didn't believe my eyes at first, but there was no denying it. The thing stood in the air, and I about peed myself in fear. I wanted to run. I knew running would only encourage it to give chase. I didn't exactly feel safe standing here, though. So, I continued to keep my eyes on this thing as it slowly backed away. The thing was, I'd found my way far off the trails and was quite a ways from the station itself. Normally this isn't an issue, but, of course, being me, trying to be an overachiever, I got screwed. I'm sitting there thinking about what my next move might be, while I'm very slowly backing away. I know it isn't wise to stare this thing down, but there was also no way I was going to turn my back to this bear either. I have my hand on my mace and the other hand is holding the garbage. After what feels like an eternity, I am finally out of sight of the bear. It appears to have just stared at me, but now I'm worried the reason it was attracted to me was it was looking for the food in the garbage I was carrying. While what I'm carrying is nothing that I'd eat, it did have some old food in it. I'm sure it's nothing a bear would think twice about if it was hungry enough. And if I was the size of this thing, I'd be hungry all the time. After several minutes of watching the horizon and seeing nothing, I turn and start hauling my butt as fast as I can toward the station. It is still quite a ways off, but I figure I could probably get there if I keep hauling butt. I'll get there in no time. It is while running that I suddenly hear a large stomping sound behind me. Looking back, the bear is coming in fast. I freak out and throw the bag of trash I have off at a different direction. My hope is that it would just want the food, and I could come back another day and clean up what was left. But unfortunately ignored it entirely and kept coming for me. I am now forced to turn and stand my ground as there is no way. I'm going to outrun this thing, there's just no way. I stop and pull the bear mace off my belt and prep to spray the thing. It stops and eyes me, and then the mace, and then me again. It's only a few feet from me now, and to my shock, it seems very aware of what I'm ready to do. The look of this bear made it seem like it was calculating its next move. I've seen a lot of bears and usually they'll scare off without too much trouble or even just mind their own business entirely. This one though, the look on its face just said it was hunting, and I was on the menu. It seemed disturbingly intelligent, and as it stepped forward, I reacted in shock and sprayed it in the face with my mace. The bear reeled back. I ran for my garbage bag, though looking back I'm not sure why I did that, and I continued my sprint toward the direction of the station. I heard the most terrifying roar I've ever heard in my entire life, and this was followed by a large, now all too familiar stomping sound. I'm feeling my legs begin to give away from fear, but I tell myself if you give out now you're dead. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So, I gain the mental fortitude to keep pushing through and keep steady as I run. It is as I'm getting closer to the cabin I feel the thing running up on me from behind. I freak out and spin to see where it's at, tripping as I do and falling on my butt. The thing had taken a swipe and left a deep claw mark in the tree where my head was only seconds before. It thrashes about blindly, and during the thrashing and my struggle to get up, it hits my can of spray and dislodges it from my grip. It does this with enough force for my hand to fly back and hit the tree. I see blood and feel pain as my hand smack the tree. Unsure if I had broken my right hand, I use my left hand to stand up again. For reasons I'll never be sure of, perhaps shock and some semblance of normalcy, I grab the trash bag with my left hand and turn and continue sprinting. The bear is roaring behind me, but it doesn't appear to be giving pursuit. It isn't long before I reach one of the main trails and can see the cabin in the distance. Terrified, I keep running. Soon enough, there is a roar so loud I am not ashamed to admit I'd peed myself a bit, followed by the familiar stomping of this bear. I freaked out and just keep telling myself, don't look back, don't look back, do not look back. I run with all the power and speed I can muster. I make it to the station. I open the door and slam it shut, locking it behind me. As I do, I feel the door's foundation shake as this bear seems to be slamming against it. I barricade the door with some tables and what I can find immediately. I also use the phone to call 911. The dispatcher answers and I'm doing my best to explain where I am in my situation. I know how crazy it sounds, and the dispatcher reassures me help is on the way. It doesn't take the police more than 5 minutes to arrive. To me at least, it felt like 5 hours. By the time they came knocking, I feel myself leap up in shock and terror at the sound. It is then I remove the tables and slowly open the door. I am shaking as I try to explain the entire situation, and I feel tears involuntarily begin to stream down my face as I try to explain the impossible situation to the cops. Eventually, an officer sits with me, and so does the sheriff, and they try to take time to calm me down. They ask if I need medical attention, and I tell them no. They insist anyway, as I seem to be in shock. I don't remember much of that part. That's what they tell me when I went to the hospital. As I was leaving the station, I remember looking back at the door and seeing a large claw mark on our door. Now, I haven't seen this bear since that day. It hasn't turned up, and as far as I know, no one has been attacked by it. All that said, this is a situation that will stay with me for the rest of my lifetime. I'm going to get right into it and say when we found a body in the park. It wasn't what we expected to find. Now and again, you're prone to find a body dumped in a park. I'm not saying it's the most common thing in the world, but when you're working around the state, particularly in bigger parks, these things do tend to happen. The body wasn't the strangest part of any of this, though. It was the fact that there appeared to be no reason for it. Now, allow me to elaborate. When the body was found, there were no marks on it whatsoever. There appeared to be no puncture wounds that would denote a drug overdose. No marks that indicated a fight. No bites from animals. Nothing. The most disturbing part of all of this, the smile. The woman's body we found wore a large smile. It almost seemed unnatural. That certainly isn't normal, and after some time, an autopsy was done and the cause of death was found to be unknown. That's right, they couldn't find a reason, not even by natural causes. It's as though the woman just laid down and passed away, leaving a messed up smile on her face as she did. That's impossible though, right? No one can simply will themselves to death, right? Things get stranger from here though. A few weeks after the first body, a second body was found. The circumstances were seemingly similar. A body, a smile, and no seeming cause. Fast forward a bit and it comes out that this seemingly young, healthy man had the organs of someone nearing their hundreds. If you can't wrap your head around that, no worries. I'm still unable to make any sense of this strange happening myself. How does one have a seemingly healthy body, but their internal organs show that they are well beyond the age they appear? Curious, we started looking deeper into the area. Everything seemed fine. We'd had these parks open with no problem for decades. When we had seen no other deaths for a few months, we had become a bit more comfortable. Park goers were at ease, and we were confident that we'd seen the worst of things. It was sometime around mid-February when we would be proven wrong. One of our very own complained of being sick. They were having breathing problems, feeling dizzy, and were having some significant trouble hearing, among other symptoms. We took the employee to the hospital, and they ran several tests which seemed to indicate their organs were perfectly fine. They weren't sure why they were feeling how they were, but they recommended they rest for the next few days. A couple of days went by, and the same worker we'd given a couple of days off now came into work with their hair completely gray. I'm not talking dyed gray. I'm talking almost completely white, as if they were ancient. Needless to say, she was more than a little freaked out, as were we. I sat her down and asked her about it. She explained she woke up one morning and it was like this. That said, nothing else seemed off and she was feeling better, so she wanted to continue work. We allowed it, but we watched her for a time, just to be safe. It was about May when things got truly strange. On a more personal level, there had been no more reported deaths and no strange sickness of any kind around the park. The whole thing was strange, yes, but we were grateful for some quiet. I had to work late, but I sent most everyone else home. I wasn't going to be doing anything crazy, just had some paperwork to take care of. So long story short, everyone went home while I stayed in the office and did some filing and finished some paperwork I'd been putting off, as I hate paperwork. I was the only person in the station at the time this happened. I was working on my paperwork when suddenly the lights in the entire place began acting up. At first, it was a small flicker. That was followed by a sudden large surge of power and the lights going off and on. Eventually, they seemed to shut off completely. It was probably about 7 or 8, so there was still light coming in from the window, but it was waning quickly. I went ahead and checked the fuse box. Everything had been tripped. I checked to make sure nothing was wrong before flipping everything back on, and just like that, I had lights again. Sitting back down, I continued my paperwork for a couple of hours before the lights went out again. I was about to get up and check things when I heard a call for help. I will admit it was a little strange, but I figured I'd call out to see if I could determine where it was coming from, as I thought it was rather a faint sound. I called out, and then I heard screaming. Now, to describe the screaming would be to say it was pained. Though whoever was screaming were doing so from a semi-soundproof room or even the underwater. We don't have a lake anywhere near us, so that's really weird. I know it wasn't anyone in a lake. Still, I was perplexed and slightly unnerved, and as such, I tried to find the source of the screaming. I was eventually led to the front door of the station. I walked slowly toward the door and put my ear to it. It almost sounded as though the sound was coming from the other side of the door. As I looked out the windows though, I saw no one at the door, still putting my ear back to the door itself. I found that the screaming was indeed there, albeit muffled. I wasn't afraid at this point, or at least downright terrified or anything, but I did feel an unsettling feeling in my stomach. The kind you get when you're on the verge of being slightly nauseous. Almost like you know something isn't right with your body, but you haven't gotten completely sick or miserable enough as of yet to determine what the problem will ultimately be. Figuring there was only one way to determine the source of the mysterious sound, I decided to put my ear to the door again and listen. It was definitely still there despite the fact that my eyes told me different, just moments before. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Upon opening it, I felt an unusually warm wind. It was May, yes, but this was more like a midsummer heat, and stepping outside everything seemed to almost slow down. As I stared around the station, I remember seeing what looked to be pollen floating through the air. I could still hear the screams, but they were becoming more drowned out by a strange, almost underwater sound. I clearly wasn't in the water, but the sound was distorted in such a way that everything seemed to be coming through in the same sound as if you were underwater. I walked forward, and that's when I noticed my movements were slower. It seemed as though time and also myself were barely moving. It wasn't long after that I began to feel extremely hot. I could hear faintly, see the outlines and silhouettes of people, but I couldn't make out who they were. Things became very bright. Bright enough that I had to close my eyes, but even then, it was bright. Too bright. I heard a voice calling my name, and then suddenly I was awake, feverish, and laying in a hospital bed. There were doctors and nurses standing around me who looked very concerned. I was confused and asked what was going on. They explained I had a 104 fever and had flatlined not too long prior. They weren't sure what had happened, but they had found me lying on the ground at the park by a jogger. They got me an ambulance, and long story short, I had been in the hospital for 2 weeks. I had been there for 2 weeks and had been unconscious until very recently. I was in shock. I could have sworn I had just been at the station, and it took me quite a while to even believe I'd been in the hospital at all, much less for 2 weeks. I thought I was dreaming, and I kept waiting to wake up, but I never did. In the time I'd been in the hospital, I'd had every test known to man done on me. Ultimately, they weren't sure what was wrong with me. The thing is I had been sick, but no test showed any signs of actual sickness, even when I was in a comatose. The doctors had no real explanation for any of it, and I even had fewer answers. I spent another month fully recovering from my supposed sickness, and I eventually went back to work. Since that day, I've never had another problem, and we've never had another problem at the park itself, with deaths or sickness under such strange and mysterious circumstances. I didn't appear to have any major aging signs, but something strange did happen out there. I'm not sure how to explain that strange thing or why it happened. I'm even less inclined to understand why all the strange occurrences stopped 10+ years ago. I only know there are things out there for which we will never be able to explain.
I work with the Washington State Park Rangers. I'm a male and about 40 now, but I was 25 when these strange happenings occurred. What happenings, you might ask? Well, it started pretty simply. I and a few of my coworkers had been told there were sightings of strange things going on in the woods of our parks. Sometimes it was tales of people believing that they saw a Bigfoot or something. Other times people swore it was aliens or ghosts. It was the usual tales, and these tales have been passed on for generations. There was always something strange going on out there according to the locals. Now, I'm not one to demean people with such stories. I don't intend to with my story. I simply state the things I state with some sarcasm, as, at the time of this story and leading up to it, I was a major skeptic. If you told me about it, I'd come up with all sorts of theories and natural explanations as to why this story was not true. Usually, I could completely explain away just about any occurrence you could throw at me. Strange flickering lights, well, you clearly have an electrical issue. Seeing ghosts, what'd you put in those brownies you were eating there, son? Aliens, probably just the military doing some sort of experimental flight test. Zombies, bath salts more likely. Anyway, you get my point. I wasn't exactly a believer in much of anything supernatural or out of the ordinary. I've always found our world has fascinating and unexplained mysteries, sure, but they all have an explanation, and even if they haven't been found yet, with logic, you can solve almost anything, eventually. So being the stubborn skeptic I was, my colleagues got together one October and thought it would be a great idea to have a little wager of sorts. We'd all get together and investigate the parks at night. We'd look for any and all manner of things unexplained or supernatural, and attempt to prove or disprove it. Now, in order to do this, we had to note any of the strange happenings around from our lovely locals. On top of that, we had to make a point to collect any strange experiences that had occurred to them, be it day or night when it happened. We took down all manner of things that sounded absolutely insane, but we kept professional and took it seriously. We had all kinds of strange occurrences. Ghosts supposedly roamed our parks. Bigfoot was definitely out there and he kept taunting our local herb man. Herb man, or men, when speaking of many, was what we jokingly called those we knew were very pro-weed and did quite a bit of it. The list went on for quite a bit,
and was every bit as amusing as it was creepy. Now, all that aside, what happened during the month is something even my skeptical butt can't explain to this day. Our first night of investigation wasn't all that interesting or entertaining. I think some of us, yes, more than just myself, were taking this as a fun activity that would lead to nothing. The first night, it was just that. The second night, though, was a bit weirder. On the second night, while looking for proof of Bigfoot, we caught strange crying on our recording. Now, normally I'd have dismissed this as some kind of animal or audio interference in the woods, but this was also something a few of the other rangers reported hearing while out and about. We searched the area as the crying was happening. It sounded like what you would hear from a baby. Obviously, we didn't want some baby out there, abandoned or otherwise, crying without knowing the cause or being able to help. So we spent much of the night searching for the source. We never found it. This was compounded by the fact that as we searched for it, more than a few times it would get louder, and after rushing to find the source, it'd vanish and begin to get farther away. While everyone was perplexed, I still wasn't entirely convinced there wasn't someone out there messing with me and my team. I mean, it definitely wasn't some crying, super fast or teleporting baby, so that made the most sense. The third night we made a point of making sure the area was well equipped, monitored, and even blocked off to the best of our ability, as we wanted no pranksters to mess with us during our investigation. We went as far as to set up cameras in some of the trees or under certain rocks to monitor the area and catch anything we couldn't. It was late in the night. I'm sorry I don't remember exactly what time it was, as it's been quite a while since these experiences, when we heard that same crying again. It was the sound of a baby, and it was clear and distinct. Concerned something may actually be wrong, also irked someone might still be trying to mess with us, we decided to attack the sound from multiple directions. It was during this time that we all came upon the source from multiple directions. The problem was when we got there, everything was quiet. There was no crying, no sounds outside of nature, and no one could have been messing with us at this point. We searched high and low for a device of some kind, a mic or anything, but we never turned up anything of significance. The next day we checked out all of the footage. It was a Friday, and we turned up the sound, but nothing. The thing is, the sound would move. It would appear to jump from place to place, but no one could hear anything from the sound. Nothing was physically seen, and nothing was caught on the cameras. Figuring the weekend was coming up and intrigued by this mystery, we decided to spend the weekend camping in the park. We kept the area we had been searching cordoned off, but it was also an area people weren't really using for camping anyway. Most of those areas were further out, and the noises we had been hearing seemed to be coming from the general area we had been searching anyway. Friday night, nothing happened. Saturday night, all was quiet. Sunday, we all decided to go home, get some rest, but keep everything running overnight, just in case. Monday morning when we came in, we found the crying to be happening again. The sound on several occasions would appear in one area before going silent, and seconds later, the crying would pick up in a completely different area on the other side of the park from the first crying noise. I will admit, at this point I was intrigued and also at a loss for an explanation of any of this. Now Halloween was approaching, and as such we would soon need to get the park ready for a celebration we were going to be having. So, we really only had another night or two to be able to set up properly and research what was happening. Deciding we couldn't do these things Monday because of schedules outside of work being fairly busy, we all decided to meet up the next day for a final push at figuring out what was going on in the park. Tuesday morning we come in to find the same noise again. Even stranger, this noise was heard in our own station at one point. No one has ever seen anything on camera, but the noise was definitely there. We kept our station monitored at all times, and we do have sound to our security feed. Anyway, we were all excited for the night to come. I'll admit, I was even more excited than I should have been. and probably the most excited I've been in quite a while over anything strange or mysterious. I still believe there would be some kind of logical explanation, but I hoped we would discover it and be able to ease our curiosity and solve the mystery. Tuesday night came, and with it came the sound of a crying baby. We spent most of the night searching the area, but I had stayed behind in the station as we heard the strange phenomena there as well. The sound kept disappearing until I heard it in a room with me. It was very clear, very distinct, and I felt something in the room. I remember how cold things got, and I remember turning around slowly as my hairs were standing on end. The sound was so distinct it was as though I could hear it right from behind me. I felt a cold sort of breath, and I heard a woman's voice. "Help us," she said. I turned, and to my shock, there was a woman dressed in a black dress that didn't appear to be anything from this time period. It looked like something straight out of the 1920s. She had a baby swaddled in her arms, and she looked just like you or me. She didn't seem to be translucent. I remember stuttering and stammering. I wanted to ask her how I could help, but all I could get out was the stammering. I couldn't get words out. She asked if I knew of any way to quiet her baby. She seemed desperate and began to cry herself. She kept holding and rocking the baby, but it wouldn't stop crying. Then, just like that, the woman and baby vanished before my eyes. I didn't know how to react, and I remember sitting down, perplexed for what seemed like hours before I heard a knocking at the door that shot me off my seat. It was then I heard one of my coworkers asking to be let in. I had forgotten I had locked the door. I let them in and tried to explain to all of them what I witnessed. I remember their hesitation to believe me, but at first, they felt like I was messing with them. Then we reviewed the footage, and to my shock, the voice of the woman and crying were there, but they weren't visibly seen on camera. The entire crew looked around perplexed at one another before deciding to call it a night. Since this incident, we've done some research looking for this woman, but we found nothing. I'm not sure how to explain this moment, or the series of odd events that we experienced over that month. For once in my life, though, I have no logical explanation, and since these experiences, I've become less of a skeptic. I do believe in ghosts, but I'm still skeptical of most of the stories, as many can be explained by natural causes and occurrences. That night, however, that night still can't be explained at all. My story is rather short, but still unsettling for me. I worked for the park rangers for about 5 years before having to quit. The reason I felt like quitting was because of the strange occurrences happening around my workplace. There were odd lights at night and strange bodies found. I won't say where I was working, as I'm scared if I do, something may happen to me. I know that sounds super conspiratorial and paranoid, but that's how I feel after everything. The first time anything weird or out of normal happened was in May of my first year on the job. A strange light was reported from the sky at night around 11-ish. What was stranger was the next day we found a body in the same exact spot as the lights. The body was charred to a crisp, but nothing else around the body was burned at all. We're talking in the middle of the woods where a fire would have broken out easily. Strange as it was, things settled down for like 3 more years after that, before another incident happened. This one was on the anniversary of the first, and again, strange lights had been seen. Then, a burned corpse was left behind. I was weirded out, but still wasn't feeling threatened per se. It wasn't until my final year of working that I felt like I needed to leave the entire situation. I was working late to help out some of my coworkers, and for some overtime. If you've ever worked government work, you'd know, for someone newer and in general, overtime is rare, and you should jump at that chance when you get it. Anyway, I was meandering the parks and helping clean up when I saw something terrifying. It wouldn't have been terrifying under normal circumstances, but considering the strange happenings of the previous years, this freaked me out. It was a light, a very bright light, and it seemed to beam down just over the hill ahead of me. I could see nothing else in the sky, just this beam. I ran toward the top of the hill, and when I crested over it, I looked down to see someone screaming. They were on fire and screaming, but, stranger still, there was no sound. I could clearly see them writhing in pain and screaming, but I couldn't hear a single word from them. I wanted to help this person and ran down the hill as fast as I could. The light vanished and the person's body fully ignited in flames. I'm talking huge flames. The thing is, though, nothing around this person was even slightly burned. It was now. I could hear the screams clearly, and I attempted to put the person out. I radioed to the station for backup and attempted to put this person out. Nothing stopped the flames. No matter what we threw on it or sprayed on it, the flame wouldn't recede. Eventually, it died out on its own after what I would assume was probably a good half hour. During that time period, this person writhed and screamed, but eventually they lay still, the fire continuing to burn until it stopped. The person was dead, obviously, but I remember being so shaken by what I had witnessed that I quit that night. My department liked me and tried to keep me on, but I refused. I wasn't about to work in that area any longer, much less that job. Soon after this happened, there were reports of men in suits investigating the matter. I got a knock on the door and was asked about what I saw. Outside of that, nothing ever came of it. I told them I had no desire to go back to my job and I was done talking about what I had seen. The guys seemed like normal guys. They showed FBI badges and I have no reason to believe they weren't FBI. Sometimes you hear about men in black and their supposedly strange air, but these guys seemed completely normal. Well, at least they did till the night my house was lit up by a bright light. I wasn't home. Actually, I was pulling into my driveway when it happened. It was the same light I saw burn that person alive. I immediately left the area and I have since moved far, far away. I don't plan on ever going back to where I lived previously. Why would I, since my house burned to the ground? I feel that the guys who visited me were probably FBI, but whatever burnt those things, the beam of light, I feel it was some sort of government weapon they were testing. You can call me crazy, you can call me paranoid, you can call me whatever, but I'm telling you, I know what I saw, and I'm damn sure I don't trust the government after that. I'm a man and I'm in my 60s. I work in Nevada with the state park rangers. Back in the 90s, we had a rush of unexplainable disappearances around our parks. These are things that were kept rather hush, but for which I'd like to share my experiences with you now. The first one was on the outskirts of our park. There was a man driving through the area around 10-ish. A camper reported seeing him and watching his truck stop near the entrance. Thinking nothing of it, he went back about his business. The next day, the truck was still there with no sign of the driver at all. There was no sign of struggle, no sign of anything really. The truck was there and remained abandoned until it was eventually towed away a few weeks later. The driver was never seen or heard from again. No one tried to claim the truck, nothing. A year later, in '91, a woman came to report her son missing. He had been camping in our park and was supposed to be home a few days ago. She knew where he liked to camp, and when he did camp, he took us straight to his site. We found a tent, some extra food, some shoes, the man's clothes, and everything looked relatively mundane, aside from not finding the man, of course. We searched for weeks and never found the man. 6 months later, we had another missing camper. This one was supposedly seen jogging and screaming while naked before not being seen again. The next missing camper didn't occur until '94. This was a group of campers though. It was a church that had summer camping trips. They had made them every year. Most everyone returned home, but it was noticed and reported that 2 of the counselors never made it back to the church. They had left with them, but had been following the church bus back in their own vehicle. Somewhere along the way, they lost them, but just figured they'd stop for gas or something and catch up. When they never came back, they were reported to the police, who strangely found their vehicles in our parks, parked and with no sign of the drivers.
This was stranger because the churchgoers knew for a fact that they had left with them. It was speculated they went back for something they forgot, but we never had anyone come in looking for anything missing during that time frame, and certainly no one matching the description of said counselors. The last missing person attached to the parks around our area. It happened in 1998. This was a female college student that kept very close contact with her family, who on the last day of her campout didn't report in with her family. This naturally concerned the family, and while they tried to remain calm and rational about things, it didn't take them very long to contact the local authorities and our parks to report their daughter missing. The young woman's car was found parked in the same spot it had been when she started her camping trip. The area was searched and eventually her belongings and her tent were found abandoned. There was no explanation as to what happened to the woman, or any sign of struggle having been made. Much like the others who went missing during that decade, there seemed to be no sign of anything having gone wrong. It was as though they simply vanished into thin air. Now, normally, with these sorts of things, you'd get some conspiracy going crazy about aliens or something, but there were never any strange objects reported in the area, or bright lights, or any of that during this time frame. At least, nowhere in the area where these people went missing. I'm a matter-of-fact guy, and I like to have hard facts before presenting any real theories. No bodies have been found in regard to the missing, and there's no evidence to suggest anything went wrong. As such, I can't even begin to speculate what happened to these people, and my heart goes out to their families, as they have no answers either. I find these missing person cases rather strange, and while I have no way of knowing if they are linked or what is going on for sure, I hope the families can find closure one day. No matter what happened, no family should ever be without answers when something happens to a loved one. I've seen firsthand how agonizing that is for a family, and I pray for answers to come someday soon. I know there really isn't a lot to go with these missing peoples, but I know there isn't a lot of information to go on with these missing persons, but if you have any thoughts about what might have happened, feel free to speculate. But I ask you to do so respectfully with the thought in mind of how you would feel if you were one of the family members. Anyways, thank you for listening to my story. My name is Jonna, and I've been with the park rangers for some time around 6 years. My experience occurs in the Midwest. I'm not comfortable saying exactly where. About 3 years ago in December. The weather is very cold during the winter, and if you're working out in the wilderness, it can be very dangerous. We have certain people who like to camp despite the cold, and while we don't really recommend it, we still have to search for said people if they disappear. There was a man in his 60s who went missing late November and was reported as such the beginning of December. We had a general idea of where he was going, where he was camping, and we even found his campsite rather quickly. The problem was, things weren't as easy after that. We found wolf tracks and we found blood. We did not, however, find a body or any other sign of the man. At least initially anyway. The search continued for quite some time until one day, while patrolling, we found a human arm. The arm was being chewed on by a wolf, which then ran off upon being approached. This was rather strange. The testing on the arm did eventually determine that it belonged, unfortunately, to our missing camper. The man had been presumed dead at this point, and the search was already called off. Still feeling horrible for the family, and being the type of person I am, I went off in search of the man's body. I drove back to his campsite and went off in the general direction we had seen the blood originally trailing. I realized this wasn't the wisest move, especially considering that there was quite a bit of snow following and worse weather expected later on. That said, I felt so bad for his family, and I kept thinking, if it were my family member, I'd want closure and potentially the rest of the body to bury, or at least answers. So I continued my trek until I heard something in the distance. I can't describe the sound other than to say it was loud and like nothing I'd ever heard in my life. It wasn't a wolf. If it had been, it would have had to have been the largest wolf ever known to man. The sound was so deep and unnerving, and the wind had begun to pick up. The snow whipping my face,
I debated turning around, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, so I continued forward, looking for any sign or hint of what had happened to this man, or more specifically, where the rest of him was. It was assumed the wolves have eaten his body or something along those lines. I wanted to find confirmation though. I needed to find bones or something more for the family. It killed me inside imagining how they felt. I've always been a caring person, and I've always gone well out of my way to help others. It's part of why I love this job so much. I keep stressing this so I can justify to you why I was doing what I did, as I know there are going to be a lot of people who may hear this story who are going to just think I'm stupid for searching for this man, especially knowing he is likely dead. Anyway, I continued my search until I found a cave. Turning on a flashlight I had brought with me, I searched the cave. His remains, or what was left of them, were sitting in the open in the cave. I knew where his remains were and how to find them, so I was getting ready to head back to get a better crew and maybe remove the remains when I heard what sounded like a loud and horrendous screech. I was startled at first, but I got my wits about me fairly quickly and began to head out of the cave. It was then I saw something I can't properly describe. It was massive. I couldn't even see the entire thing in the snow, but what I saw terrified me stiff. I felt an uncontrollable fear take my body and I went limp, crying and praying. I couldn't get my legs to move out of the shock of what I was seeing. Then I heard that loud sound again. It was then I realized it was coming from this monstrosity. The thing, from what I can tell, has flesh hanging from its bones, and some of it looked human. I wanted to get up, but there was nothing I could do initially. My mind was saying go, but my body wouldn't move. I kept thinking, if I don't move, I'm dead. Then I heard several loud howls and the thing appeared to turn its attention away from me. I snapped back to it and began running with all the might my legs could carry. I ran all the way back toward the direction of my truck. The snow was growing heavier and the wind kept getting stronger. I continued pressing on anyway, and as I did, I thought I could hear the yelping of wolves. It sounded like they were fighting whatever was out there. After what felt like hours, I made it back to my pickup and got in, driving away and back to the station. I explained everything to my supervisor, who understandably chided me before organizing a search crew to head back out and grab the remains. In the end, what was found was several wolves, some of which had been ripped in half, strewn all over the snow. There was a ton of blood in the entrails of many animals as well. There was no sign of the monstrosity I had seen in the wilderness, but I was grateful for that. I felt horrible for the wolves, however, as they were clearly all dead, and if it wasn't for them, I probably would have been dead as well. I've never seen anything so large or terrifying in my life. I mean, I didn't even see the whole fight, but crap, this thing had me shaking in my boots. It was easily the most terrifying and insanely unexplainable thing I've ever witnessed in my life. We were able to recover most of the camper's remains and the family was able to bury him properly. For that at least, I am thankful. I'll never get, nor do I wish to, the answers as to what that monstrosity was. But I can't even imagine the horror that camper must have felt. I feel he more than likely ran into this thing, and not the wolves. Anyway, thank you for using my story. I consider myself a pretty even-keel guy. I don't really get thrown out of whack or find myself shooting off the handle, even under the worst of circumstances. I'm alone now, as several years ago I lost my child and wife in a car accident where a drunk driver swerved into oncoming traffic and hit us dead on. Even during that time, I kept a very level head. I was the only survivor of that crash. Even the driver of the other vehicle died. I will admit I was broken for a time, but I eventually got back to work. In time, that work saved me, in my opinion. I'd grieved and suffered long enough, and while I always hurt over what happened, I did eventually learn to move forward, as best as anyone can in that situation. That isn't what this story is about though, but it is necessary to the story. You see,
I've been working as a park ranger all my adult life. I'm in my late 50s now, and even during the current events and uncertain times, I still find myself handling things fairly well. This all aside, my story takes place about 10 years ago, here in the great state of Texas. Around my area, there are some local legends about a witch who lurks in the wood at night. I've of course never put much stock in legends, but it is always fun to spook out the locals with stories of such things, or, on a rare occasion, someone vacationing in the area. Well, we began having vandalism issues in the park, and while this happens to all parks to some degree, the things being done here were rather peculiar. When we first found a pentagram in the woods, that wasn't so strange to us at first. We would have assumed it was some edgy teenager, but the pentagram was made from dead animal carcasses. Strange and possibly still edgy teens, but it was enough to warrant looking into. We went a few weeks with smaller things happening, such as carved messages of hatred on trees or trash dumped here or there, but nothing quite as extreme as my earlier example. Then, one Friday morning we came upon the strangest thing of all. Claws. Yes, claws. Thousands of them making a flower on the door of our main station. It was hung there like one might hang a cross. Now, the claws were from animals of all kinds, but the majority were from dogs and cats and even bears in some cases. They had been tied together with fur, and the entire design was really strange and clearly took a lot of time and dedication to create. We called the police immediately, but there was no real way to tell who was doing these things. Whoever did it was very careful and left no human DNA behind. We were a bit weirded out, but we still didn't close the park. Technically, unless camping, the park is closed at night anyway, and we were told by the police that they would keep someone in the area on patrol for the foreseeable future in order to avoid any potential harm to people and to hopefully catch our strange vandal in the act. 2 nights go by, and I'm awoken to a call Monday morning from the local police asking if we'd seen an officer they had on patrol that night. I of course said I'd check when I got into work, but I hadn't been in yet. I then asked the obvious question, if they had checked with everyone down at the station. They of course said they had, and no one had seen anything but an empty car. They informed me they were conducting a search, and they would appreciate any help in finding their officer. I grabbed some coffee and I headed out to assist the search. We spent much of my shift combing everywhere we could possibly get to, and we found nothing. The police asked us to close down the park for the night, and they'd have a few volunteers help continue the search overnight as well as patrol the area. I smiled and said we'd be happy to assist as well, so I spent much of the night looking for the officer. I asked one of the night patrols if they knew when the officer last checked in, as I found it a bit strange they wouldn't have sent someone so immediately. They explained they had last heard from them roughly at 4 a.m. Monday morning, and when they checked again at 5 there was no response, then again at 6. They sent officers to check everything out, and that was when they realized their officer was nowhere to be found. The car was still on the premises, however, and they appeared to not have been in it since their last check-in. I remember how cold it was that night. This was strange as it was late May, and we were forecast to have nothing but 100-degree weather the rest of the summer basically. Still, the deeper we searched the colder it felt. At one point I heard a low murmuring. I panned the woods very thoroughly and found a raccoon. I laughed at myself at first, but that was when we heard loud screaming from behind us. I turned and rushed in the direction of the screams, and as I got closer, I saw no one. I could clearly still hear the screaming though. I had the officer I was patrolling with, we were patrolling in teams, follow me closely as we searched. It wasn't long before we found someone. It was the missing officer. They were covered in blood, and on the tree above was a bunch of symbols. None of them were anything I could describe or even understand. The officer, as it turns out, hadn't been harmed. Physically, that is. The blood was from a deer. They had apparently been stripped naked and washed in the same blood used to put the symbols on the trees. This was beyond strange, and we didn't have a clue what to make of these things. The officer was, of course, taken aback, and we took him to the situation. He seemed to be in shock and had no idea what was happening, so I'm not really sure. I was told not to speak about it at the time, and I never saw anything turn up in the papers about this strange incident. I wish I had more answers as to what happened to the officer. But I didn't work for the police, and they never shared what came of the officer. I know I never saw them patrolling our park again, but outside of that, I couldn't tell you if they still worked for the force or anything like that. The strange things happening didn't stop there. A month later, we found 5 cats hanging from trees and a note that simply said, "Blessing." Shortly after this, everything stopped. There were no more dead animals or strange messages. The remainder of summer went by with nothing happening at all. By fall, though, that would change. I was working my shift one morning when an older woman came to me asking if I'd seen her granddaughter. I got a description and explained she would need to take the matter to the local authorities, but we would keep an eye out and put up missing persons posters. The lady seemed distraught, as anyone would be, but she left rather quickly. I wasn't sure if she went to the cops, as she never said a word or gave any reaction. 2 nights later, one of my newer workers, who was working a voluntary night shift we'd started for those who wanted a little extra pay on the side, called me. She said there was a strange old woman calling out for Clara. She had approached the woman and asked if she needed help. The woman had all too eagerly asked her to come with her to search for her granddaughter. I was told that she told the older woman that she needed to stay at the station itself, but she would help her contact the police if she needed it. I asked if the woman was still there, but the G, as I'll call her, informed me that upon looking out the window, she was gone. She could still hear her, though. I told her to stay put. I'd come out, and if we needed to call the police, do so. So I drove up and knocked on the door. I got no answer and knocked harder. Still nothing. It was at this point I unlocked the station with my own key and went inside, locking it behind me to be safe. There was our radio, and it appeared to be coming through with static and some sort of frequency I didn't understand. I called out for G, but I got no response. I was just about to call the police when I heard a loud knock on the door. I just about jumped out of my skin before composing myself and moving toward the door. I asked who was there, to which I heard crying. I opened the door and found G, naked and shaking. I asked her what happened to her, where her clothes went, and no matter what I asked, she just stood there, shaking. I brought her inside and got her a towel, as I didn't really have any clothes on hand. I asked her what had happened once again, and she just looked at me, shaking and afraid, refusing to say a single word. When I persisted, she just cried more and shook her head. I called the police, and as I did, I heard another knocking. This was much louder, though. It was almost like a banging on the door, and the knob was being shaken violently. I told dispatch where we were and asked them to send someone immediately. They did, and then we waited. The knocking finally stopped, and as I looked around, I tried to put on a brave face for G. She just sat there silently, looking catatonic even. I waited for what felt like hours. As I continued to wait, I heard a familiar voice. It was my wife. I knew it couldn't be her, but I heard her voice as clear as you might be hearing me speaking to you right now. "Don't enter the door," she said. This was followed by a loud banging on the door once again. I jumped and listened as I heard someone saying they were a police officer. I started toward the door when I heard my wife's voice again in my head. "Don't answer the door." I paused for a moment, and the person on the other side of the door once again claimed to be the police officer. I called dispatch and asked if anyone had arrived yet. They said no. It was at this point I froze and explained someone kept banging on the door claiming to be the police. The dispatcher told me not to answer the door, and so I didn't. I stayed on the line with the dispatcher this time, who informed me someone was heading to the door right now and it was safe to open it. I heard a knocking and the words, "Open up, it's the police." Having been reassured by the dispatcher, I hung up and answered the door. Sure enough, there was an officer. I explained what I knew of what happened to G, and they eventually took her in for questioning. I never saw her again after that. We tried calling her, but after a few days her mother arrived and informed us she quit. I asked if they knew what happened to her, but they said she wouldn't talk about it. We closed the park for a couple of weeks after that to make sure things had toned down. They did, and after reopening it, we didn't have any other incidents like this again. We stopped having any form of night shift to be safe, and I still work here to this day. I wish I knew what happened to G, or even the officer that was missing for a short while. I never got any real answers, and I can only guess my wife is still up there looking after me. As I hadn't heard her voice, I would have been screwed. I would have answered that door, and whatever happened to the older woman looking for her granddaughter, I don't know. I never saw her again either. I have heard a few of the locals who do speak of seeing an older woman from time to time. We basically let it be known if you see a woman and she asks for help searching for her granddaughter, just to call the police. We've had a few calls from time to time, but by the time anyone arrives, the lady is usually long gone. There are rumors that the woman could be the witch of the forest, trying to lure others away, never to be seen again. I'm not sure that's the case. I will say, however, something strange was definitely up with the woman, and something stranger was going on in the park during that time.
My name is Gary, and I've got a story about my time with the park rangers in Northern California, and what I believe to be a cryptid of some kind. I'll get right to it. It was December of last year when I was wandering the park, and suddenly I hear a meowing. I thought, stray cat, it happens, and continued my rounds thinking nothing else of it. A bit later in the day, I hear it again. At this point, I'm getting ready to clock out, and I'm doing what we at my park refer to as final rounds. This is the same sort of checking for homeless, garbage, cleanup, morning detail stuff, but you do it before the end of your shift as well. At first, I ignored the sound yet again. Then, I heard it once more. I decided I'd check now, and make sure that the cat in question was okay. I figured, at worst, it gets spooked and leaves, and I'll know it's clearly still fine as it's moving. As I came upon the source area of the sound, though, I saw nothing. Figuring it was a stray cat that left at the sound of my footsteps, I proceeded to walk back toward the path I was working and scan for trash for a bit longer to kill the rest of my shift. It was about 10 minutes from quitting time when I heard a meowing again. I ignored it and it happened once more. I continued ignoring it and it happened again. I decided, what the hell, I'll give it one more check. So, I climbed a short slope and looked for the sound. It was then I saw something that shocked me into freezing. Something standing on 2 feet and extremely muscular, covered in fur, stood in a clearing over the hill. It perked its ears and began to turn, at which point I skedaddled down the hill as quickly as possible. Upon doing so, I heard a massive roar. I about pissed myself as I got to the bottom of the slope and onto the trail and began sprinting. I heard another loud roar. It was loud enough that I felt the trees around the trail shake, and I had to clutch my ears to soften the sound. I ran and ran and ran some more, and as I looked up, I could see something huge moving through the trees as well. Its fur was all black, and it shook the trees above the trail. I tried to get a better view when it suddenly turned and vanished into the forest. I was perplexed by this, but thankful as it appeared to no longer be pursuing me. As I'm getting closer to the beginning of the trail, and where our station is, I suddenly hear the massive pounding of the ground, and see the trees shaking again. I'm about to run when this thing leaps from the slopes and lands in front of me. I fall in shock and terror, thinking it's the end of me. This thing has to stand at least 12 to 13 feet tall, and had all black fur. Its eyes were white, and it looked a bit like a wolf. It appeared to sniff the air and look around, but it quickly darted into the woods upon the sound of gunfire. One of my coworkers fired a warning shot off into the air, and this thing simply ran into the woods. I never saw the thing again. I'm not even sure what it was. It didn't appear to see me while it sniffled around. That is to say, I think it may have been blind. I might have thought dogman, but everything I've heard of those they can see. I'm not sure what it was, but it wasn't natural, and it certainly was not human.
I work for the New Jersey Park Ranger Service, and in all my time working there, well over 20 years now, I've always loved the ambience. Am I using the right word? I don't know. The local legends about the Jersey Devil always piqued my interest. I've always been a huge believer in the otherworldly. I should mention I'm a female and you can call me Abby. That's not my real name, obviously, but I wanted to put a name out there rather than a letter, like many use when sharing these sort of experiences. The scariest thing that has ever happened to me in my lifetime was back one October in 2007, when patrolling my park at night. I was volunteering to help out as Halloween was coming up and some of the campers wanted to throw a big celebration. In order to do this, they needed to prep, and so they needed volunteers who were willing to keep an eye on things for both safety reasons and to prevent vandalism. Vandalism happens, but thankfully, we weren't having a ton of it in our area. Anyway, on this particular night, it was a Saturday. I was hanging with some of the event planners and watching over things when we heard a different and strange guttural screaming. It was so weird. I know that probably doesn't make sense, but it's the best way I can describe it, other than to say it definitely wasn't a human sound. This, of course, was strange, but things died down quickly after that, and those setting up dismissed it as either someone trying to pull a prank or at the very least, nothing to worry about. I waited around for a few more minutes before asking if everything was good with those who were setting up. They said they were fine, and so I told them I was going to make some rounds around the park and woods. The lady I was talking to jokingly told me to be safe. I left soon after that and went into the woods. I was very familiar with the woods at this point, and so I wasn't under any worries of getting lost. I kept mace on me for protection, but I didn't expect to find anything too crazy, at least nothing I couldn't handle. I was more curious about the sound we'd heard earlier. In my mind, I thought maybe I'd find some strange animal or maybe I'd find the prankster, but I didn't truly expect to find much of anything. So with that half lackadaisical attitude, I happily waltzed into the woods alone. I know, this was stupid. I wasn't really gonna go for a long walk, you know? It wasn't going into the woods that was part of what I volunteered for. And I knew this place like the back of my hand at this point. It was the fact that I was so calm and carefree about it all. To be fair though, I doubt anyone would have expected to experience what I did that night. So, there I was, happy as can be, enjoying my night and looking around with curiosity when I heard what sounded like screaming or screeching. It sounded like what we heard earlier. So, this time, me being much closer to the sound, I was slightly spooked by the sudden nature. But for the most part, I was still convinced it was an animal or some prankster. So instead of running out of the woods, I kept searching. In time, I found a raccoon digging around in some trash. Slightly annoyed by whoever left this deluge of debris, I had made a note of it that I was going to clean it up when I was coming back. Then I heard the noise again. This time, though, it sounded very close. I couldn't tell where it was coming from exactly. But that quickly changed as I felt something warm drop on me. Moving back and looking up, I saw half a deer hanging out of something's dark maw. I don't even know how to describe what I saw, but I can say, at that moment I screamed bloody murder and some choice expletives and hightailed it in the opposite direction. In my panic, and still fresh with the sight of that deer half-eaten in the mouth of this thing, I sprinted forward with no regard to direction. The only direction that mattered to me was getting the heck out of those woods. I heard a screeching and the thud of something dropping on the ground well behind me. I didn't hesitate to look back. I just kept running. I've never run so fast in my entire life. I was getting closer and closer to a clearing when it dawned on me. I needed to have some semblance of an idea of where I was headed. Rational thought managed to break through long enough for me to remember where I was headed. It's okay, I thought. I just can't stop, and if I'm heading in the direction I'm going, I'll eventually make it to the highway. I broke through a clearing and dove right into the water in front of me. I swam to the other end, and as I did, I felt a large whooshing above me, along with a gust of wind behind me.
This propelled me somewhat toward the other end of the river. I was swimming through. Once I reached the other side, I got up and did my best to pick up speed again, though the waterlogged nature of my clothing did slow me down. I tried to keep my focus ahead of me, but was thrown to the ground when I felt something graze my back. It sliced into me and it hurt, but my immediate reaction was to throw myself to the ground and roll. I did this and was able to make it to the other side of the woods and out of the open. I looked back and kicked behind me while crawling backward until I hit a tree. My heart was racing and I was terrified as some shadowy and massive thing stared at me. It had wings, giant red eyes, and its teeth were massive. It let out that shriek or scream once again. My blood just went cold. I was unable to stop myself from shaking at the sound. This was the thing I'd heard earlier? This? What even is this? All these thoughts were scrambled in my head as I tried to get to my feet and ran with what little power I had left. I heard this thing flying above the trees, and the times I looked up I could see its red eyes piercing into me. I tried to change direction, but it seemed to do so with me. I was being hunted, and I didn't even know what to do. I knew if I was in the woods though, this thing had the trees between me and it. Still, that didn't save that poor deer, so I didn't stay in one place for very long. Out of options, I just prayed and continued running. It was at this point that every second felt like an eternity before I realized I was no longer being pursued. Falling out of the woods and into a ditch, I writhed in pain. I looked at the night sky and thanked God for my safety. Well, that's what I did until I heard an all too familiar screech. That calling meant that this thing was still out there nearby. I tried to get up and crawl toward the road. When I reached the highway, I stood up limping in pain as I realized I had rolled my ankle. I pulled my cell phone out and tried calling 911. I explained my situation and where I was, and eventually a police car did find its way to me. I was so shaken, I couldn't really explain much at first. I did eventually make it to the hospital, where I was questioned after being examined. The officer saw the scratch on my back, and how busted up I was, and asked if I had any family who could take me home. I told them I'd call my boyfriend and get a ride home, and thanked the cop for showing up and getting me somewhere safe. I know he probably thought I was crazy based on what I explained, but I have never been so terrified in my entire life as I was that night. Don't know if that thing was the Jersey Devil or something else, but I can say with certainty that something terrifying lurks the woods at night around my area. I hope to never experience anything like that, ever again. My name is Jared, and I believe there is something living in a lake in Utah. For starters, I'm going to tell you now I've only been a park ranger for a short time, and I'm a fairly young adult male. At the park I work at, during summer, notably, people like to go out and cool down with a nice dip in the lake. This is fine and all, generally, and usually things are chill. That said, we have had quite a few occasions where people simply disappear, or things turn up dead in the water. Now, I'm not going to go into full conspiratorial mode and say there's a demon in the lake or anything. No, I believe it's a creature of some kind, but by no means am I saying it's supernatural. It's definitely not a gator or anything obvious, though. In my short time working at the lake, I've had people talking about their pets going missing, and I've even seen a pet or two vanish before my own eyes. Now, that's just it though. They are swimming or they fall in and they are there for one moment and then the next they're gone. I'm not talking they sink or there's blood in the water or any of that. I'm talking straight up dragged down, never to be seen again. We've conducted searches and looked for all manner of reason for such things, but never to any avail. It would be at least a little less conspicuous even if something mortifying would happen, like blood would appear where an animal disappeared, but nothing. There's never any sign, or reason, or anything at all. I will admit, I believe something is down there, and that's because while patrolling the lake one day, I think I saw something. I'm not sure what it was, but its outline was huge, much bigger than any boat, and a disturbingly visible shadow. The strangest thing about it all, though, I looked down and saw 2 eyes on its head. When going to the rear of the boat, I also noticed 2 more eyes,
and possibly maybe even another head, though I can't be sure due to the outline being a shadow for the most part. I'm not going to regale you with some story about how I tried to fight it or it tried to eat me. That didn't happen. I still remember how unnerved I felt though. I still remember the look on my supervisor's face when I reported what I had seen. It was the look many of you hearing this probably have. It was probably my mind playing tricks on me. I'm not asking you to believe me. I saw what I saw, but do exercise caution when swimming, especially in Utah. We've lost plenty of animals and even a few people in that lake, and I'm positive I saw what I saw. I know this wasn't the longest, scariest, or most entertaining story in the world, but I appreciate you for hearing me out. Thank you. I would like to share a story about the park I work in. It's in Washington, and is fairly peaceful. That said, there are some strange things afoot here. I've been a park ranger for 27 years. In that time, I've had one thing that I find unsettling. You can call me Debbie, as that's what most people call me anyway. I wanted to share a story about strange sounds coming from the park I work at. These sounds happen during the day and at night, and I'm not the only person who has experienced them. There doesn't seem to be any real pattern to the sounds, and it sounds almost like a chanting or even singing sometimes. The reason I find these sounds unsettling is because of what happens shortly after. Something always turns up dead. It's always been animals, although there has been an occasion or two where it was almost people, usually related to health issues, but every time these chants or singing start, something turns up dead eventually. The experience I'm going to discuss involves a Monday morning. I know, Mondays, am I right? And this was the first time I'd heard the chanting for myself. I'd heard stories previously, but I'd never experienced it for myself prior. I was doing my morning rounds when suddenly I heard this cold sort of singing. In some ways it was relaxing, but there was that hint of evil to it. I'm not saying the chanting is evil, but there's just that dread that comes in the air when you hear it. It's all at once, alluring and terrifying at the same time. Anyway, I start hearing this low sound. At first, it is like chanting, and as time goes on it becomes more audible. I notice it sounds almost harmonic. I'm a bit perplexed and begin to look around. No one appears to be in sight, so I continue picking up trash and checking the area, not really thinking too hard on it. The next thing I know it becomes very audible. It's like if you turned on music and were listening on it on your iPod or phone or something like that. So there I am, looking around suspiciously, as no one is about to get the drop on old Debbie, when suddenly I see something sickening. I see a dog laying on the ground. I head over and realize quickly that this thing has been ripped open. The dog isn't alive, and this kill looks rather fresh. It also smelled fresh enough that I had to go elsewhere to relieve myself of the contents of my breakfast that morning. I called my supervisor and informed them what I had found. They asked if I needed anything or any help cleaning it up, and I told them yes, please, right now. It probably didn't take long for someone to get there, but it felt like forever, and I kept my distance during that time. One of the guys I was working with at the time, Kyle, showed up with his little disposal kit and walked right over and checked it out. It didn't faze him, and I began questioning if I really knew him at that moment. He asked if I saw what killed the dog, as it was all over the place. I told him no. I wasn't about to go looking either. Then he cleaned everything up and buried the poor thing. I couldn't even handle the sight of everything, and Kyle, somehow, was just acting like this was a regular Monday morning occurrence. After cleanup, he asked if I heard anything weird prior to it, and I explained to him that yes, there was this strange chanting or singing everyone always goes on about. I elaborated to him. I saw nothing kill the dog, though. Now, that's the only thing that I've ever experienced that keeps me up at night. Kyle and many other workers there have happened upon other deaths, and as I said before, there have been a few times this almost happened to people, but usually that could be chalked up to a heart attack or choking on food. So far, no human has died though. Not really sure if it's supposed to be an omen or whatever is doing this, helping the park, but I don't know. I don't think I'll ever truly know. All that said, I do still work there and the chanting and singing isn't as frequent nowadays. It was a bit unsettling to hear, or even hear of. Has anyone around the Washington area ever heard of anything similar? I'd be very curious to know. I've been a park ranger for many years. For the most part, things have been pretty relaxing. I've never encountered anything supernatural, and the story I'm about to share isn't going to be one of those accounts. No. Instead, I'm going to share a story about one morning that started like any other shift. I was patrolling the parks in one area one summer morning. I live in the state of Washington, by the way. Something caught my eye this morning, though. There was a dark shape in the distance, and it was just far enough away that I couldn't make out what it was. Still, it was close to a trail that is frequented heavily by the public, and so I figured I'd take a look just to be on the safe side. I parked my truck on the side of the trail, locked up, and headed toward the horizon. The area was too dense for me to drive my truck through, and I didn't really want to get stuck there either. So as I got closer to the shape, it began to take a familiar form. As it turned out, there was a black bear roaming the trail. Now, I didn't think much of it, other than I needed to perhaps lure the bear away a bit. After all, I didn't want anyone roaming the trails to come across or aggravate the bear. Anyway, I walked forward thinking, like most animals, it'd notice me and move along before I approached it. But while it did notice me, it seemed to stop and stand its ground. Getting closer, I noticed it seemed to be getting defensive, and so I called in some backup and waited, making sure that no one came by or bothered the animal. As I waited, I observed the bear. It was rather large, even for a bear, and seemed intent on holding the position it had. This wouldn't normally be a problem or a bother at all, but unfortunately, it was too close to the trail and to people. We couldn't have someone wander by and disturb the bears and get mauled. Backup didn't take long to arrive, and we spent the next hour or so trying to get the bear to move. Unfortunately, it wouldn't budge, and anytime we got too close, the bear would begin showing its teeth. Fearing for my team's safety and my own, I told them to back off and we'd call in someone who could help. I got an animal control specialist on the line and explained the situation very thoroughly to them. I was informed they'd send someone shortly, and they'd bring what was needed to handle the situation. Now, at this point, we also called the sheriff's office in case things got out of hand, or there was no way to safely move the bear along. We wanted to be sure, first and foremost, that the public would be safe in the future. We did respect the fact that the bear was living its life and the land was the bear's home, and we had no intention of shooting the bear. We just wanted someone with a weapon around in the event things got out of hand. I had a few of my team step back and give the bear its space, and it wasn't long before both animal control and the sheriffs arrived. We used the sheriffs to help keep people away, and one waited on standby in case we had to deal with the bear. The animal control officer also brought a rifle. It wasn't to kill though. This one was loaded with tranquilizers, so if need be, we would hopefully be able to put the bear to sleep and move it to a safer area. We watched the bear for a bit longer before we made the plan of action. I decided I'd try to move the bear along once more, and as I did that, I'd have animal control come with me, at the ready, in case they had to utilize the tranquilizers. We also had a sheriff ready in the event it came to something grimmer, but we didn't think that'd be necessary. We prefer something like that to be used only in an absolute emergency. The bear would have to be mauling one of us for us to be ready to use deadly force, and I want to stress again, we aren't in the business of harming animals. I slowly approached the bear once again, and with each step I felt the tension and anticipation mounting. I may have had all the cover in the world, but I was still terrified something might go wrong. I tried to outwardly keep myself composed, and I kept my hands out trying to show it's okay. I wasn't going to hurt the bear. The closer we got to the bear, the more entrenched it became.
It gave us what I imagined was a warning roar before baring its teeth and backing closer to a nearby tree. I motioned to the animal control to wait and not to do anything quite yet. I then slowly, very slowly moved forward. The bear took a step backward, toward the tree, and as it did, I caught a glimpse of something dark. I couldn't tell what it was, and I began to feel curiosity mixed in with my initial fear. I looked at the bear more closely, and as I did, I started to get a different feeling from it. I don't know if that's possible, but I definitely felt a different feeling in the air at least. Taking another step forward, I noticed the bear held its ground and showed its teeth once again. I kept my hands up and attempted to let it know that I wasn't there to harm it. I even asked the animal control officer to lower the tranquilizer gun they were using. As I did, I saw the bear look over at the animal control officer and then at me before taking a step back again, toward this tree. This time I didn't take another step forward, but rather I tried to see what the dark thing behind the bear was. Then it happened. The thing came out and let out the cutest roar I had ever heard. I immediately felt my panic and fear change to relief, and I motioned to everyone to back away slowly. As it turned out, the bear was in the area because she was watching over her cub. When we realized what was going on, we backed off, and sure enough, the cub was done roaming the area. It and the mama bear strode off into the woods and left. As the sheriff and animal control left, I regrouped with my team, and we all had a good laugh. To this day, I'm grateful nothing bad happened in that incident. It could have gone a lot worse and turned out really bad. We all handled the situation correctly, though. I always use this as an example when training new rangers of how to properly assess and manage a situation when you aren't fully sure what said situation is like. We originally thought the bear was taking up refuge or even had set up a home in the area. We took the actions we believed necessary to remove the bear, but also to keep the bear and the general populace at large safe. We of course were wrong about our initial thoughts, as the bear wasn't trying to start a home or anything like that. Because we didn't panic though, we were able to figure out the real reason the bear was there, and thus the bear was able to go back to its home safe and sound, and we were able to go back to work like nothing had ever happened. Long story short, always be prepared, but never panic. That can apply to this situation, but I think it applies to life in general as well. We live in a world so quick to panic over every little thing. Next time you think about doing such, reassess your situation and see if it's really as dire as you initially believed it to be. I'm a 26-year-old male, and I've been with the park rangers for 8 years. I grew up in Texas, and that's where I still work today. Now, for the longest time, I wasn't sure how to categorize or even believe the things I'd witnessed. That said, having listened to this channel and having done research since this incident, I feel much more comfortable about everything that happened. In my first year as a park ranger, much of what I did involved keeping the forest clean and the park safe. A lot of it was grunt work. I'd help out with various projects with my supervisors, but at the time, being a rookie, I wasn't required to do anything really involved, so to speak. That meant much of my work was just interacting with people, doing surveys about how they liked the park, if we kept it clean enough, etc. What we could do to improve said parks, and sometimes just sparking conversation to see what's on people's minds. This was of course in conjunction with keeping the area clean and doing the other grunt work involved. It was May when I first encountered what I couldn't explain. We had been having a lot of wolves popping up in the area, and while, for the most part, we were able to move them along, there was one which didn't seem like the rest. We began to call this wolf endearingly by the nickname Trouble. Now, Trouble specialized in getting into just that. She was always rooting through trash or chasing onlookers away, but she never seemed to harm anyone. She just caused a lot of headaches. We'd been dealing with her for a while, but this time, things were a bit weirder. I'd just gotten word that a wolf was in the area that matched her description, and so I headed out to deal with her. Apparently, she was chasing hikers off the trail and rooting through the trash. As I arrived at the scene, Trouble stopped what she was doing and looked right at me. The way she looked at me was strange though. She gave the most innocent look, and was almost a human expression I'd ever seen a wolf give.
I was taken back just a bit, but attempted to run her off. As I got closer, she'd back away. When I gave chase, she bolted in the other direction. I informed my supervisor everything was okay, and also let everyone know if they saw that wolf again, let us know immediately. I explained it was generally more of a nuisance than anything, but they shouldn't take any chances and should come get us if they see her. We hadn't been able to catch her as of yet, but I secretly hoped that I'd be the one to do so someday. We had wanted to do so, to move Trouble to a safer area where we were sure she wouldn't be harmed by anyone and no one would be harmed by her. She was just so fast though, and there was no way we could ever get anyone like an animal control there in time, as she had always fled. We had tried a few times. She'd run off long before they'd ever arrive though. I went about the rest of my day doing my normal duties and everything was fine. It was when I was clocking out and getting ready to leave that things got strange again. I was getting in my car and about to start it up when I noticed a familiar face staring at me from the woods. It was Trouble. My initial thought was to call someone, and so I pulled out my phone. But the moment I did and got ready to dial before I could finish doing so, she was gone. I just sighed and started my car up before driving home. I remember snickering about how we'd catch her one of these days. Honestly, the whole thing made me feel like I was in one of those old cartoons. You know, the ones where you're always trying to get that sneaky little animal. Anyway, I went home, and soon after my evening routine of showering, eating, and watching some TV, I crashed. In the middle of the night, I was shocked awake by the sound of one of my trash cans falling over. I pulled out my gun and grabbed a flashlight before slipping on my shoes and heading out to investigate. I found my trash can and some trash, which I cleaned up, and also some wolf prints in the dirt. I followed the prints for a bit, but eventually they led to a road, at which point I could no longer track them. I went back home and locked up once I was inside. I was glancing out the window when I saw that face again. Trouble. Now, my first thought was maybe I was mistaken, and I was pretty tired, so I ignored it. Looking back though, I'm fairly certain it was her. On the next day of work, I was rather tired. I'm someone who needs uninterrupted sleep to function properly, so it was a rough morning. As I went about my morning duties, I came upon Trouble, rummaging through one of the trash containers. Rather than alert her, I stepped back a bit and radioed my supervisors that she was rummaging through the trash again. I was informed to keep a distance, but watch her, and they'd call animal control, and hopefully we'd be able to put a stop to things soon. It didn't take any time for all of them to arrive from what I could tell. Trouble was mostly eating old food. The plan was to tranquilize her and move her. Nothing too crazy, and at first we thought the plan was going to go off fine. A tranquilizer was fired and hit her. She woozily wobbled off for a second, before shaking her head and darting off into the woods. We gave chase, but we couldn't find her anywhere. So I was tasked with keeping an eye out for her and also continuing the search. If I found her, I was to radio my supervisors and let them know I'd found her. I agreed and began searching the general area. I was able to find some wolf tracks after a bit of searching. I debated radioing my supervisors, but I wanted to be sure it was her before calling it in. Following the tracks, things started to get weird. The wolf's tracks seemed like they were either messed up or changing in some way. They went from wolf tracks to strange dirt formations to human feet. I wasn't sure what to think in that moment, but I continued following the track quite a ways. It was when I finally found where they led. Deep in the woods, there was a woman. She was passed out and was naked. Still in her side, to my shock, was a tranquilizer dart. I'm not sure if she heard me or what happened. She somehow came to. She looked at me, freaked out, and ran off. I tried to give chase, but she bolted over the hill. By the time I reached the top of the hill, there was once again an all too familiar face. It was Trouble, looking a bit tired, but okay overall. She darted into the woods, and we never saw her again. I'm a female park ranger in Washington who has been working for a good 22 years before retiring. Back in 2001, winter to be more specific, I was working cleanup on the trails. Mostly though, I was driving around and making sure things looked fine. I was supposed to be observing the trails as they get rather muddy in the rain, and in Washington we get plenty of rain. I'm not talking in total, but just in the fact it feels like it's raining all the time. The rain is generally lighter rain, but still it's there quite a bit. The day was going to be an easy day if I'm honest. It was supposed to be an easy day anyway. Rainy days for me at the time mostly involved driving and not much else. I'm of course very happy with this fact. So I'm cruising along listening to the radio when I think I hear loud screaming. It's quick and I turn my radio off and listen intently. Then I hear it again. It sounds fairly distant, and I'm not 100% sure where it's coming from. Slowly, I drive the area, speeding up only when I happen to be going uphill. Mostly as a precaution so that I can make sure that I make it through all the mud. That's when I hear a clear scream for help. I have somewhat narrowed down the source of the sound when I hear it once more. This time I can tell it's coming from higher up, and so I floor it. As I'm driving, it doesn't take long before I can see the problem. Hanging from the side of a large drop-off is a woman who looks to be about 19 or 20. She is screaming, understandably, and hanging off a branch dug into the side of a large hill. The poor woman looks terrified, and I contact my supervisors to let them know of the situation. It's raining, muddy, and I'm scared that at any point this woman could lose her grip, or the rain could make the root-looking branch she's hanging from come out of the side of the hill and drop her to her death. The drop is long, and I am informed to monitor the situation and that they would be there shortly with backup and help. I'm looking at this girl and scared for her, and I'm not sure she has enough to wait, so I drive up the trail and get closer to where this girl is hanging from. I have some rope stashed in my truck and it's fairly lengthy, and so I get to work wrapping it around the largest tree I can find. I then drop it over the side and realize it's not quite long enough. The young woman looks so scared, and that's when I notice the branch she is holding on to slips out and drops somewhat before stopping and swaying. So now this girl is screaming her lungs out for help, crying and repeating she doesn't want to die. I look over the edge and see how steep this drop-off is. I'm terrified of heights. I should have mentioned that much sooner. Still, at that moment, watching this woman scream and realizing what's left of what is coming out of the side of the hill isn't going to stay in the side of the hill much longer, I make a choice to stop waiting. It wasn't safe, nor was it what my supervisors, or myself for that matter, would have wanted if it could be avoided, but I couldn't wait any longer. Help wasn't going to arrive before this woman likely fell to her death. She looked about my age, and all I could think of was, if this situation was reversed, wouldn't I want someone to at least try to help me? So I grabbed the rope, and as quickly as possible I scaled down the side of the large drop-off. I didn't have time to be safe about it or properly tie off, so I was terrified. That all said, my adrenaline was flowing, and all I could think was, don't let go and you'll be fine. I quickly made it to the end of the rope and hung off as far as I could. I then reached down with one hand and told the girl to grab my hand. It's important to note that I'm no slouch, and I still to this day work out quite often. So, I was confident the woman who looked much smaller and lighter wasn't going to take us both down. Once she had my hand, I asked her to use the side of the hill to climb up until she could piggyback on me, if that makes sense. Without hesitation, she did, and as we began climbing back up, we heard something fall. I ignored it and kept pushing forward with the limb. Ultimately, we were able to get back up on the hill, and both of us survived and intact, at which point we both laid down and took a moment to calm ourselves. Once it set in we were alive, we hugged one another tightly and just relished in the moment. The young woman's name was Riley, and I remember how grateful she was and that she was crying, which made me cry in happiness. My supervisors arrived and I explained the situation. They understood the situation, and after speaking with them I wasn't punished for my actions. My supervisors felt my actions were justified, and this was cemented when we were coming back down the trail and I noticed that the branch that had been hanging had fallen out from the side of the hill. I thank God every day that He put me where I was that day and allowed me to overcome my fears and save Riley. It should be mentioned that we did keep contact and eventually became best friends, and we still are today. I live in Mississippi, and I'm an 82-year-old, long retired park ranger. I won't waste time, and I'm going to get straight to the point. I believe in intelligent life outside of our own in the large universe that we live in. I've held these beliefs for a long time. The thing that cemented such beliefs, though, were way back when I was a much younger man when I saw something I can't explain under normal circumstances. I witnessed something that took a coyote, if that makes sense anyway. I don't care if you believe me or if you think I'm some kooky old fool. I'm just going to tell you what I saw. I was patrolling the parks when I got a call about a coyote in the area. I had told my superiors that I'd investigate and get rid of the thing. While walking to the area in question, it wasn't very far. Sure enough, there was a coyote. It appeared to have itself a snack though. What animal, I'm not sure. I tried to scare the thing, but it mostly ignored me in favor of its snack. Annoyed, I prepared to handle the situation myself and proceeded to head to the coyote's direction. I was probably only a few feet away when suddenly I hear a strange whirring sound. I look around and I don't see a damn thing. Still, the sound is obvious and clearly actually happening. The next thing I know, the coyote is up and into the air. I don't see a beam of light or anything, it's just the coyote floating up. Then it vanishes. I don't do drugs and I don't drink or any of that. I was terrified at that moment. I had plenty of sleep and I damn sure wasn't hallucinating. This wasn't the only incident though. This was merely the first time. A few weeks later, I'm walking the parks and thinking about what I had witnessed while keeping an eye out for a good spot to take lunch. I never told anyone I worked for about the previous incident because, come on, they'd laugh at me in an instant for sure. So I find a nice clearing and decide I'll sit down, pull out my lunch, and eat in peace. It's at this moment I can see something in the distance. It's tall, thin, and seems to have no real body hair. I can't tell from where I'm at exactly what it is, but it's enough to pique my curiosity. So I get up, and as I do, the thing disappears. It didn't go into the air though. It was like the coyote. It was like 1 second it was there, and then it wasn't. Confused, I keep looking around, but I can't find what I saw. Suddenly, I hear that same whirring sound and then it fades. Soon after, I hear a sonic boom like a jet, but much louder, and I saw the trees swaying and felt the ground shake for a moment. It was only for a moment though, like something had suddenly launched at a high rate of speed, but I never saw anything in the sky. A couple of years later in winter, I'm getting ready to finish my shift. I haven't seen or experienced anything strange since the previous incident, and to be honest, I pretty much let it go as something I'll never truly understand by that point. Anyway, I'm rounding up some trash and doing my final checkups before I clock out, when I hear a familiar whirring. I remember feeling weird and then suddenly looking up as I noticed the hair on my body raising, and then I blacked out. The next thing I know, I'm waking up to my phone ringing. I pick it up and say, "Hello?" On the other end is my very angry boss who wants to know where I went and why I left my truck door open with the keys in the truck and running the previous night. I explained to my boss I wasn't sure why, and I couldn't quite remember. My boss, who normally was a very understanding man, gave me a piece of his mind and several choice words before telling me if it ever happened again, I was going to be fired. I apologized and told him I totally understood. I've never had anything else happen like that since, but I'm not sure how to explain any of this without sounding completely crazy, but I assure you I experienced what I experienced. To this day, I'm at a complete loss as to what actually happened and how I lost the time I lost. I'm also completely confused as to how I wound up sleeping in my bed or even got home. I was able to keep my job ultimately, and I enjoyed a wonderful career the remainder of my time as a park ranger before retiring. Outside of those odd incidents, I can honestly say it's the best job I ever had, and I'm grateful it was my career ultimately. As to those incidents, I am strongly of the belief that I may have been abducted. I don't have a less sane sounding theory or any memory of what happened to me that time I blacked out, but it's the only explanation I could give. At any rate, there are certain things we can't explain going on in the world, and I'd say these things qualify as some of them. Hi there, my name is Jay and I've been with the Park Rangers for 15 years. I work in Montana and I want to share a short story about how lucky I am to still be here today. Now my story isn't long or grandly glorious, but it involves an 80-year-old man named Walt. Walt is a regular goer of the parks I watch over, and I and many of our regular park goers are quite familiar with him. I've changed his name for the purposes of keeping his identity safe, but he's a friendly guy. Many a shift he would tell me tales about local legends or even just of his wife Margie. You never know what he'd talk about, but you could be sure that it would be a great conversation and leaving you feeling happier no matter what kind of day you were having at the time. So one day I found myself sitting at a bench during lunch. The day was nice, cool, and quite relaxing. Up to this point, I'd occasionally head off a little way out of the way for lunch. This was such a beautiful day, I thought, why the hell not? So I headed down the trail and eventually branched off down the beaten path to a little known area on a hill. It was here I sat down, pulled out a sandwich, and chilled. The sun was beautiful, and I couldn't have been happier. Suddenly, I felt what I thought was gas. I breathed through it at first. The more I struggled to do so, the harder it became to breathe. It was only seconds before I found myself keeled over, desperately gasping for air. It was only seconds before I found myself keeled over and desperately gasping for air. It was only seconds, but it felt like hours. In my confusion, I remember thinking, well, at least I'll die in a beautiful place. That was it. That was my last thought before I felt myself passing out. The next moments were a bit of a blur. I heard a voice and it was familiar. It was from Walt. I remember thinking I was dead and not really being sure what was happening. Was I really hearing Walt? I couldn't be too sure. Then suddenly I feel myself breathing slightly better and things begin to come into focus. It's hard to explain the event as I was super out of it and still certain I was dead. I remember being dragged and some calling out. "Over here!" a very familiar voice said. "I think he might make it, but he's looking rough." Suddenly, in what appeared to be a blink of an eye, I imagine it was me passing out and waking up. It was all very fever dreamish. I am awakened in a hospital. I have my girlfriend, some nurses, my parents, and well, Walt standing over me. I remember confusion but also a sudden calm coming over me. I asked if I was dead, but my girlfriend smacked me and quickly realized I wasn't. My parents were crying as she had. Walt, on the other hand, just wore a big ol' smile. "You can't go dying on us, son. You're much too young." The way Walt said that cracked me up, and soon after I asked what happened. Walt explained, and as I came to find out, I had a heart attack. A pretty large one. It wasn't common for someone my age, but it happened sometimes. Thankfully, by sheer luck, Walt had been hiking, and often stopped in that same spot I was eating lunch at the time, to admire the view. When he found me, he called 911, and he also drugged me closer so they could reach me and get me to the ambulance faster. Walt had saved my life. The nurses and doctors even informed me that had he not found me, there was a 90% chance I would not have survived. So yeah, I'm eternally indebted to Walt. Well, my whole family is actually. I eventually married my wife, and we had a little boy. I can't help but be grateful to be alive today, and every time I see Walt, I take all the time I possibly can just to spare to listen to him and his many stories. What happened to me can happen to anyone, regardless of your age. I was blessed that as rare as this was, I survived. I've since gotten into working out within my bounds and just eating healthier. I'm not saying this to tell you to do the same. I'm sharing this story to let you know you should appreciate every moment you have on this earth. Life is short, and we never know when it could be our time. It would have been mine if it had not been for Walt. I can promise you, I'm very grateful for every second I still live today. I've always believed in monsters. They're human. Well, that's what I've always believed. That said, I had a part in a search and rescue mission a while back that changed my beliefs to a degree. You ever just go to work one day and feel like something is off? To get to the point, we had a man go missing in the woods in Mississippi. Now, I know, I'm not being specific. And if you live in Mississippi, you may be thinking, woods, that's like 3/4 of the state. Well, you're right, and it's intentional. I don't right understand what happened during this search, but shortly after this man went missing, we got reports of at least 12 more missing individuals. All seemed unrelated except that they went missing in the same area. The time span was rather short, all went missing within a couple of weeks at most of this man. We'd done a few other searches as well. We found nothing to really go on. I should mention I am a sheriff. As such, when the actual search and rescue was lifted on some of these, I was still working some of the cases. Unofficially, we were still searching, of course, but publicly, we had to let go of the search. In other words, we had to let go of many of the resources used in the early stages of a search. A few more weeks go by and I get a phone call about the missing man. Someone swears they had seen him walking around near their cabin an hour ago. I get the address and head up to the location, figuring it will likely be a dead end or a case of mistaken identity. That said, I'm not going to simply let a lead die though. If it were one of my own family members, I'd hope law enforcement was doing all it could to find what happened to them. I reach the location, a rather remote area in the woods, just on the edge of accessibility. I walk up and knock on the cabin door. An older gentleman greets me and he looks shaken. The man is sweating and shaky. I calm him down and make sure he is okay, but as I'm doing this he asks me if I saw the man. I tell him I just got here and I haven't seen anyone. Once he's a little calmer, I have the guy walk me through what he saw prior to my arrival. The man explains to me that a man that is definite match for my missing persons case came by and asked for help. He explained he looked ragged and like something had tried to eat him alive. The man then shows me a picture he took. The picture is a sure match of the man. I'm shocked and it takes me a second to compose myself before I ask him which way the man went or what happened to him. The older man looked at me dead in the eyes and mentioned that he went to grab his phone and make a call, and when he looked back, the man was just gone. I asked what he meant by that, at which point he simply said, "Gone," as in he just vanished. I wasn't sure what to make of this, so I thanked the man and left his cabin, beginning a search of the area. I searched for the better part of 4 hours before it started to get dark. I informed the man in the cabin that I'd be returning around sunup the next day to continue my search, and I'd bring back things in the process if I needed to, just so he was aware we may be roaming his property. A few minutes later, I get in my truck and start it up. I look up and standing before me was the missing man. I look at my door and open it, and by the time I shut it, the man isn't around anymore. I'm of course thinking that, what in Sam hell is happening? I decide he couldn't go on too far and decided to have a thorough look around the area to make sure that he wasn't there. Just to make sure I wasn't seeing things, because people don't just vanish. As I'm searching, I'm finding no footprints and no real sign of anyone having been around. Considering there was dirt everywhere, you would think something would turn up. I take my flashlight and continue on over a hill, and that's when I see the man again. He looks ragged, pale, and bloody. I tell the man to stay where he is and I'll help him out. I'm about to make a phone call as I'm heading toward the man when he lets out 2 words, "Help me." I look at the man and inform him I'm going to make a call and I'll assist him momentarily. I just need to get an ambulance out here and we'd have a look at him. As I'm about to make the call, the man gives me an empty expression and points toward the horizon. I ask him what he is trying to tell me, and all he says is, "Help me." He is still pointing toward the horizon, so I head that way. Just over the hill, I see something that shakes me to my core. The man is now further down the hill, still repeating the same 2 words. I look behind me and notice he isn't there anymore. I'm confused, but I figure I'll keep following, and as I do, he continues pointing into the distance and asking for help. It is a half hour later when I crest a peak and look far below. There's a man, pointing down at something in the darkness. I shine my light and notice there's a body bleeding and almost motionless on the ground. I rush down, and to my amazement, it's the same man. I look up and there is no one around. Just the man who seems like he is barely holding on. I get a team to help me get the man out of the valley, and the second we got him to the ambulance, he has rushed off. The man has a rough few weeks ahead of him before he is finally coherent and able to speak to us. He explained how he was attacked by something. He never saw what it was. He had a look of terror on his face as he explained it hunted him and eventually incapacitated him. Through tears, he explained how he never saw what attacked him, but he could sense it was there. He also explained, while running from it, he took a spill. He explained how he kept trying to leave the woods, but he'd gotten lost and was a little bit out of it after the first attack. He said he thought he was going to die, and the closer he got to death, the closer he felt this thing was. He couldn't explain how he knew or why, just that it was the worst feeling that he'd ever felt in his life. The man went on to explain that he just remembered praying that he'd get to see his family again, and how he just kept focusing on that thought and praying to God for help. The man is fine today, and I'm no closer to understanding the miracle that led to his survival. About 6 months after we found the man, we found a cave, and in it was something I never forget. There were flesh and body parts scattered all over it from several human remains. I'm not sure what is out there, but something clearly killed these people. The man was found and is lucky to be alive, and I firmly believe some kind of higher power had to be looking out for him. I'm not sure how to explain the man appearing and leading me to the body. Perhaps it was his guardian angel, perhaps there's some other explanation. I'll probably never know for sure. Still, he's alive today because of this, and while I'm perplexed as to the intricacies of how he is alive and what led us to him, I'm grateful he is home with his family. Most searches, specifically ones that go into long searches like this, don't end as happy as this one did. I've been with the Forestry Service in Colorado for a good 27 years now. The story I'm going to share isn't really mysterious. I know a lot of you, like those kind of stories on this channel. Most of the stories on this channel are strange and mysterious stories, but this one just isn't that, I'm sorry. This is more about a search and perhaps the will of humanity to live on. We had a woman go missing in the Rockies in mid-February of '98. Now, we found her relatively quickly, but due to the weather, we were unable to get to her. She was wedged in a hole inside the mountain range. The woman was missing for a day and had no real food and was surviving off a couple of bottles of water and the snow around her. By the time we found her, it felt as though everything could go wrong, went wrong. I'm not saying anything otherworldly was happening. It was simply that the snow and windy weather were extreme and made any attempt to reach the woman almost impossible for a time. The first day I spoke with her and reassured her we could see her and we would get to her as soon as the weather permitted. The woman was grateful, but you could hear the doubt in her voice. I suspect she knew what the weather was doing and that it wasn't going to cooperate and that she would be probably there a good while longer. Day 2, since finding the woman, and the weather only got worse. The snow was intense, and the wind was cold. I continued to speak to the woman, whose voice was now getting raspy from shouting. I informed her, over a bullhorn, to save her voice and hang in there. I told her we'd get her home, but she needed to hang on a little longer. I kept a firm assurance in my voice, but I was starting to get worried internally. Checking the forecast didn't allay any worries either. There was an even bigger system set to roll in later that night, and it'd be even colder. The blizzard-like conditions didn't look like they'd be ending for the foreseeable future. It was around evening that the search team had to go save for myself. I couldn't leave this woman down there to the elements. I went back to my truck, got some gear, and prepared to do the unthinkable. I was going to go down there and try to get this woman out. It was against all rules, but in my mind at least, this woman was likely going to die if we left her down there much longer. The snow was blinding, but I knew the general direction to head in. I attempted to call out to her, but I got no response. The wind was too heavy and the snow was heavier. I didn't think it would be likely that I'd be able to hear her, but I kind of hoped I'd get lucky and get a response. As I put in an anchor and grabbed my rope, I made my way down. As I tried to slowly make my way down into the crevice, I slipped almost immediately and was blown around, hanging on for dear life. The situation was dire, but I tried to focus on the mission at hand and did my best to ignore the danger surrounding me. The cold cut through my gear like a knife and my skin froze the further down I got. I kept thinking about how dangerous what I was doing was, but every time I thought about giving up, I thought of the woman and how she had hung on for this long. Although I had no confirmation that she was okay, but I still felt I had no choice but to continue. The night was harsh, and my descent was harsher. It took me several hours to simply make my way down to this woman, despite the distance not being that long, honestly. When I reached her, I wasn't sure if she was sleeping or dead. Still, I could see her leg was wedged, and I did my best to keep her warm while I devised a method for getting her out. I had some gear, and decided I'd take part of my axe and try to chisel around the area her leg was in, hoping that, with time, I could get her out. I chiseled for most of the night, and by morning, I was exhausted. It was many hours that I chipped away, unsure if the woman was alive. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I felt her leg slip free. I grabbed the woman and strapped her body before beginning my very long and very cold trip back up the mountain. I'm not entirely sure how much longer I spent trying to climb back up, but I had to take several breaks to recover my strength. There were several times I felt as though my body was going to give out completely, but every time I was about to give in, I kept thinking I needed to get this woman out of here. I couldn't give up, not just for her sake, but for my own. It wouldn't do a lot of good for both of us to die down here, hanging off the mountain. I had a family at home to return to, including a 3-year-old son. I knew this woman had a family as well, and I didn't want her family to have to live life without her. A welling determination pushed me forward. It felt as though the higher I got up, the worse the weather got. I grit my teeth and continued climbing. Eventually, we made it to the top, and I slowly pulled myself onto the edge of the mountain. I collapsed and stared up at the sky before I heard the first signs of life from the young woman. She coughed and asked where she was. I explained to her she'd soon be at a hospital. We had just to make it to my truck. I asked her if she could hop on her leg, and she nodded yes. Together, we hobbled and hopped to my truck, where I got her inside and then moved inside the truck myself. I felt like I was dying as I started my truck up and headed down a path down the mountain and toward the nearest hospital. I don't remember much, as when I got there, I collapsed shortly after walking through the doors. The woman lived, and we are still friends today. As for me, I lost a couple of toes to frostbite, but I'm doing well today. I'm getting ready to retire soon, but that is a rescue I'll never forget. I'm grateful that I'm alive today, and I haven't been near as adventurous since that day. If I had to do what I did again, I wouldn't change anything about it. I'm a retired law enforcement officer who spent well over 20 years on the force in Washington. I'm female, and I've had many memorable experiences in my career. None of these experiences were as memorable though as a search and rescue I was involved in midway through my time on the force. I and my team were tasked with a cave rescue. It's a dangerous type of search and rescue, as things are often dark and you usually can't see far in front of you. It leads to easy slips, falls, and other things that can quickly kill you if you're not careful. That isn't even mentioning all the tight spaces involved in such a search. You have to do a lot of training to be certified to do this type of search as well. This was actually my 7th time conducting such a search in my career. Right off, we found evidence of a broken line, and we felt fairly certain we would find someone dead or alive shortly after our entry into the cave. Looking back, I wish it had been that simple.
The further we went into the cave, the less sure we were about ourselves. We had been searching for 2 individuals on this search who had been missing for a couple of days. A few hours into the search, we found a couple of rucksacks full of supplies. Most of the contents were scattered, and much of that had been inside the sacks were either scattered or missing altogether. Pushing forward, we called out, but all we heard were our own echoes. Increasingly concerned, we were looking for bodies instead of living people. We pushed through several narrow passages before coming across another unnerving sight. There was a piece of clothing, soaked in blood, laying on the ground. We followed a dry, bloody trail deeper into the cave. The trail eventually faded and was washed out by some water draining a sliver of an opening in the cave itself. Deciding we would continue in the general direction the trail was headed before it faded, we pushed onward. Calling out, we still received no response from anyone who may have entered the cave. We decided to push forward, and probably an hour later we came across a bloody knife and another trail of blood following it. I announced my team and myself and listened closely for a sound. There was nothing. The search was growing more frustrating as time went on, and we once again hit a loss in the trail. There was a lot of blood, and then there simply wasn't. My team and I regrouped and we debated if we should continue the search. It was agreed we would go for another couple of hours, and if we found no one, we would mark our spot on the way out and come back the next day. We figured, knowing where we were headed, we'd be able to cut our time in half, as we would have a sense of direction. A couple of hours go by and we find no one, so we do as planned, marking our way through the cave and eventually exiting. The next morning, we started as early as possible and made quick headway on returning to where we left off. We'd gotten there in less than half the time it took us the day before. Because of this, we were able to make it much deeper on the second day of the search. The day was coming to a close quickly, and we hadn't seen much sign of anything. I was discussing what our next move was with my team when we heard a very faint, "Help!" I called out and listened closely, and after a good 30 seconds, we heard the faint, "Help!" once again. We moved forward, spurred on by the hope that someone was still alive in the caves. I continued calling out, and as I did that I can hear the faint call for help grow louder. We were getting closer to the spot where the voice was coming from. I remember a huge rush of excitement welling up within me as we got closer to the voice, and it continued to get louder. That excitement lasted up until the point we crawled through the tightest pathway we encountered yet, and came out on the other side. A young woman sat crying her eyes out. She had blood all over her and was chewing on something. And while crying, she was saying, "I had to eat." She seemed out of it, and almost in a trance as she continued repeating, "I had to eat." Those words would never leave my mind again. Never would the sight of that woman's dead husband, who she had been feeding on. Oh, the man was dead, and she had been eating the parts of him to survive. I did my best to comfort the woman, just holding her and assuring her it would be okay now. I remember thinking how stupid that must sound considering the situation. This woman would never be the same again, but I had to reassure her and convince her to come with us. After an hour of holding this woman in my own arms and trying to convince her to come with us, and that we were there to help, the woman voluntarily came with us. It took quite a while, and we didn't rush as we wanted to make sure the woman could keep up with us. Eventually, though, as the sun was setting, we came scrambling out of the caves. We got the woman to a hospital, and I'm not entirely sure what happened to her after that. I've done plenty of search and rescue in my career, and I've seen all sorts of things in my career with law enforcement, but I've never seen anything like this before or since. I've been retired for a few years now, and I'll never forget finding that poor woman and those words she spoke through tearful eyes. I had to eat.
I've been part of mountain search and rescue for 30 years. In that time, I've seen all manner of things, both messed up and miraculous. The search I'm about to discuss had strangeness about it I haven't been a part of through my life since. I live in Alaska, and we have a lot of tough people living out this way. The search wasn't the strange part of this story. No, it's actually what happened after. We were looking for a man who had been missing for 48 hours, and it didn't take much time at all to find him. He was a bit out of the way, but he wasn't in an area that was hard to get to or anything. Upon getting to the man, I asked him if he was able to walk, and he shook his head no. He appeared to be in a lot of pain, and also seemed pretty shaken. At first I thought maybe it was the cold, but it became quickly apparent that that wasn't what was bothering the man. Looking closer at him, he seemed to have claw marks and bites on him. I was concerned and asked him what happened. He told me. It attacked me. I asked him what, but as I did, I was quickly greeted with the sound of loud growling. It sounded more like a roar, and as I looked over there was a large bear staring down. I went for my knife, but before I got to it, the bear already reached my side and bit me, thrashing me about for a moment before throwing me to the side with such force I fell down the side of the hill and didn't stop until I hit a large group of rocks. I remember reeling in absolute agony. I didn't have a lot of time to think about the pain though, as I heard screaming from up the hill. I stood up and rushed up the hill, adrenaline keeping the knife in my hand. The bear was biting into the man's stomach. I'd come to the rescue. I was pissed and in pain. I threw myself on the back of the bear and started stabbing anywhere I could connect. I heard the bear growl again, and it threw me from its back. My knife was still in the bear's hindside as it turned its attention to me. I stood and ran at the bear, but the bear was much bigger than me. As burly and big as a guy as I am, I'm still no match for a bear. It quickly turned and took me to the ground. The thing feasted on and tore at my arm like I was a rag doll. Blood was everywhere. I kicked the thing in the gut as much as possible. Eventually, I got it good as the dizzy blood poured out. The bear dropped on top of me, and I felt part of my bones breaking in my ribs as all this weight on top of me was literally crushing me to death. I reached with my free arm as my mangled arm prevented the thing from taking a chunk of my neck. The bear shook my mangled arm violently, and I felt my bone snap. I cried out in anguish, and I finally felt a grip on my knife. I pulled it out, stabbing a few times before stabbing the bear in the eye. This finally got the bear off of me, and I screamed for help, hoping one of my team members would hear me. The bear was pawing at its eye, trying to get it out, in what sounded like pain grunts. I couldn't move as the bear ran off. I faintly heard the sound of my team members as I passed out from exhaustion and blood loss. When I awoke, I was missing most of my right arm. The doctors had to amputate my arm, and I spent a good month in the hospital. The man I fought to protect sadly died of a heart attack, mostly due to his injuries and the shock he'd endured. I would never forgive myself for being unable to save the guy. He was older, in his late 50s, and I literally gave part of myself to the man. Sadly, things don't always turn out the way we'd like them in life. His family was more forgiving of me than I will ever be of myself. I don't have the words to convey the guilt I still feel even to this day about not being there soon enough and not being able to fend the bear off long enough to save the man. It's a burden I will carry with me for the rest of my life. I know I gave my everything to save the man, but that doesn't make me feel any happier about how, this all ended. I have an interesting story to share about my time in search and rescue in Montana. It was the dead of winter in 1992, and my team and I were on the hunt for several missing persons. You have to understand we had several odd missing persons happen over the course of that year. People were hiking sometimes even on the trail and simply running and never returning. So, we had a bit of a busy year, as we had been called out to search for several people, more than usual for the year.
This time, though, it was different. While we were searching for several missing persons, or at least evidence of their whereabouts, our priority was the latest missing person, a 2-year-old who, while his family was on a hike, went missing. The mother and father of the child claimed they looked away to get some snacks for maybe 3 seconds with their son, and then all of a sudden, he was gone. He was right next to them 1 second, and then gone the next. They asked him if he wanted a snack, and noticed he wasn't giving a response. When they turned to look back at him, he was nowhere to be found. They immediately contacted law enforcement, and we put a team together to look for the child while the police continued to question the family. Search and rescue can be a tough gig, but it's infinitely worse when you're tasked with finding a child. As a father myself, I would be inconsolable if my child went missing with no trace. All I would do is search non-stop for him. So needless to say, finding this child was a priority. The first day was a long one, but we didn't find anyone. The day turned into a week. The week turned into 2 weeks. By this point, the majority of the search and rescue resources were feeling the grim air and the likely nature of the situation. We all knew at 2 weeks a child is definitely not, gonna make it, especially at only 2 years old. That said, we weren't willing to give up and continued to press on with our search. A month into the search and we had to relinquish the majority of our resources. I continued with a small group to look for this kid. We were very well looking for a body at this point. We were just looking for closure for the family. The grim likelihood in mind, we continued our search. We found a pair of clothes that seemed like it would fit a 2-year-old. We showed the family the clothing, and the reaction said it all. The wife was understandably shaken and crying, and we all feared the worst, but we hadn't found a body just yet. After a month had gone by and the search was officially closed, still I couldn't let it go, so I continued looking for the child. The family continued to hold out hope, but you can see in their eyes, they believed it was a false hope. Wanting to bring this family closure and answers, I kept looking. I eventually happened upon a small toy bulldozer. Again, I brought this to the family and they confirmed it was his. I told them I'd continue my search and I wouldn't give up until I found out what happened. This meant I was putting a lot of my off-duty time into searching this. I no longer had a team to assist me. Feeling for this family and wanting to bring them answers, I decided to take a weekend to continue my search at night. It was on a Saturday night when I camped the area and brought all the gear and lighting I could carry with me. I searched through the night to no avail. Deciding to get some sleep at around 2 in the morning, I turned in, feeling defeated and upset that I still had no sign of this kid. At about 4:40 in the morning, I was woken to a bright flash of light. It was only visible for a split second. It was bright enough to make me wake up, but it was gone as quickly as it happened. Stepping out of my tent, tired and groggy as well, I heard out from the woods not far from me. It sounded like crying. The crying was very easy to hear. As I walked forward, I had to rub my eyes a few times to make sure I wasn't seeing things. Standing before me, in a diaper, was a child that looked to be about 2 years old and matched the description of the child who was missing. I couldn't believe my eyes, and part of me thought I was still dreaming. I slapped myself and rubbed my eyes again. Before it was apparent, I was definitely awake and the kid was definitely standing there. I crouched down, arms out, and tried to get the kid to, come to me, reassuring them that it would be okay. After some coaxing, he came with me, and I carried him to my truck where I drove him to a hospital and called the family. The family came down and confirmed it was their son. I'm still in shock to this day that the kid was relatively unscathed and seemed well fed. I don't know how to explain it, and the kid wasn't very forthcoming about where he had been. Still, none of that mattered at that moment. What mattered is that the kid was okay. What mattered is that he was reunited with his family once again. The strange nature of this reappearance will likely never be solved, and I'm not sure what that light was. Maybe someone found the kid and brought him back to the area. Maybe there's another explanation entirely. But I'm just grateful that he is back where he belongs. His family couldn't be happier either.
I join them every Thanksgiving and consider them family. For the purposes of the story I'm going to tell, you can call me Walt. I've been with the park rangers for about 17 years now. This story takes place about 10 years into my career. I want to stress that although this was a pretty scary experience, it has not changed my view on my job. I absolutely love my job in the outdoors. I work in a park in Kentucky. As I'm still working, I'd like to keep my job and identity safe. Mostly though, due to the strange circumstances of my story, I'd rather not have my peers grief me over this or scare anyone away from visiting our beautiful parks up here in Kentucky. Anyway, the park I speak of is a decent size and most of my job is pretty much just normal affairs. There is nothing quite like being out in nature, and there has always been a certain freedom to working in the outdoors with animals roaming. I love my job, and while the events of this story don't take place while on the job, they do take place in a park I work at. We were coming up on the weekend, and being it was gonna be a 3-day weekend for me, I was taking some extra time off to have a little mini vacation, I decided I would spend it camping in the woods around the area. A final important note before I get too much deeper into the story, I've been camping, alone, for most of my life. I know the woods and forests both from camping and from my job. Like the back of my hand, honestly. I don't spook easily and I'm a very level-headed guy. Anyway, I take off Friday through Sunday, so I can come back Monday and take over for another ranger who is going to spend the next week off for a wedding. Fast forward to Friday night, I make my way pretty deep into the forest and prepare to set up my camp for the night. This isn't unusual, as knowing the area quite well, I like to keep as far from civilization as possible. The first night goes off without a hitch. I'm able to relax and slowly drift to sleep. The relaxing sounds of nature, a soothing and natural white noise machine of sorts. It was around 4:30 Saturday morning when I woke up to a strange feeling. I'm not sure how to describe this feeling, but the closest I think I can get to is to say I felt panicked. This wasn't anxiety though, as I have no history of such and it isn't something that runs in my family. No, it was a strange and overwhelming need to move from where I was at. It was almost oppressive. I got up and packed my stuff and moved deeper into the woods. The further I got away from the spot, the closer the sun came to rising, the more I felt relaxed. I spent much of Saturday relaxed and had all but forgotten that morning by the time night rolled around again. This was the night I can't explain at all. It was around 7 in the evening, and I had decided I would park it for the night and just chill till I drifted off. I listened to the sounds of nature once again. This lasted for about an hour when suddenly things fell quiet. The eerie sort. I started to get that feeling again. This time, however, I opened my eyes to see something I can't explain. They were lights. I'm not talking from a campfire or anything like that. I was far enough away from civilization, it wouldn't be a normal light source either. There's no light pollution here. These lights weren't super bright. They were actually luminescent and colorful. Many of them had red and blue hues to them. I watched the lights off in the distance for a time before they faded. One of the strangest things about this is when the strange lights faded, the sounds of nature returned, and the feeling of unease was no more. I couldn't sleep after this, so I kinda just sat up and debated heading back. The problem was, that'd take me quite a while, as I was a great deal away from where I parked before venturing into the forest. It wouldn't be safe to travel too far at night, and so I'd figured I'd just try to relax and enjoy the solidarity of the woods. It was about 11 p.m. when I got that uneasy feeling again. Nature fell silent once more, and I saw these lights appear again. This time, they were much closer, and while they still weren't super bright, I was close enough to see that they seemed to materialize out of nowhere. This threw me, and made me simultaneously more uneasy, and yet somewhat drawn in. What could be making these lights? They were materializing out of thin air, and they weren't coming from the moon or some other source. It seemed as though they didn't have a source, and I was quite perplexed as to their origins, honestly. After 10 to 15 minutes, the lights vanished as quickly as they had appeared, and just like that, I could hear the sounds of nature around me once again. I stayed awake for a time after that, and the last time I looked at my watch was 2 in the morning. This was also the last time I saw the lights. See, the thing is, I'd moved deeper into the forest after the second sighting and settled down again, at about 1 in the morning, and an hour later I saw these lights again. Everything had fallen silent and they appeared in the distance. This was when I looked at my watch and saw that it was 2 in the morning. That was about all the time I had to do anything though, as the lights quickly made their way toward me. I freaked out and I was about to get up and run when they enveloped me. The strangest thing about it is, I don't remember anything after that. I awoke the next morning at about 9 a.m. in my truck. It is very important that you understand I don't drink, I don't do drugs, I have no mental condition to speak of. The strange events of what happened are very real, and to this day I will never forget them. I can't explain how I lost 7 hours or even more, strangely how I wound up miles away from where I had even been. I don't remember passing out, and I have no idea what happened after the light reached me. I have no explanation for the lights. I'm still perplexed to this day. If you have even the slightest idea of what I may have seen, I'm all ears. It was easily the strangest thing I've experienced in my lifetime, and I'm thankful that I'll never experience anything like it again. Hopefully. One final thing to note though, is there didn't appear to be any sort of ship or flying object to these lights, so I don't think it was a UFO in the traditional sense, which I'm guessing is likely to be what most people will think of. Also, I've been camping out in the same area since and I've never seen those lights again. You can call me M. I used to work for the park rangers and I worked in quite a few parks in Montana. They are all very beautiful and quite large. What happened to me isn't common, so please don't be deterred by my story. Montana is a beautiful state with many wonderful parks. During my time as a park ranger, I was blessed with a 20-year career full of great times and beautiful sights. All that said, the scariest moment of my career was hands down what happened to me on a day that seemed like it was going to be like any other day. I was patrolling around Glacier National Park, and things were going like any other day. Things started off nicely with some light cleanup and a fresh cup of coffee. I was feeling chipper as it was almost the weekend and I was going to be off for once. It was as I was out patrolling that things went sideways. I heard what I believed to be a mountain lion. Now, this wasn't too much of a problem except for the fact that I was in an area closer to people. There are many sites around this massive and beautiful park, and plenty of them are areas far away from the general populace. That said, it becomes a problem when some of these wild animals start trekking in areas where people frequent. Thinking I'd best check around, I began my search. We love and respect wildlife, but we also respect the safety of people in and around the parks we patrol. The best case scenario for all is to be able to avoid injury to both wildlife and people. I took pride in my job, obviously, and part of the pride came with keeping the area livable for both nature and humans. Anyway, as I continued my search, I eventually did find mountain lion tracks. It had taken a while, but it was still too close for comfort to the area. I radioed in that there was possibly a mountain lion in the area, and told them where I was at before continuing my search. I kept up my search, checking in from time to time until I was far enough away from people to feel comfortable that the mountain lion wasn't too close anymore. I hadn't found the animal yet, and the tracks had ended, as I got into a more grassy area. Cautious but still comfortable in the fact that the animal was now sufficiently away from people, I radioed in to keep an eye out, but that I believed the animal had wandered farther away. I searched for a bit longer just to be sure before I finally decided I'd searched enough. Lunchtime was approaching fast and I felt very hungry after all my walking. I decided to turn back and head back to the station when out of nowhere I felt something hit me from behind and claw me in the back. I fell over and tried to scramble for my gun. I turned in time to get hit again and lost my weapon before jumping and running. I was going to try to radio in when I realized my radio had broken when I was knocked to the ground.
It was at this point I found myself in panic, but as my senses came back to me again, I remembered that in the case of most mountain lion sightings, you should stand your ground and make yourself seem a threat. I thought to myself, how well and good that concept is, except for when one attacks you out of nowhere. I was standing now and surveying my surroundings. I could tell I was bleeding somewhat, but it seemed as though my injuries weren't deep, from what I could tell from it being on my back. Guessing I had been grazed more than anything, and the brunt of the attack had more from the surprise and also shoved to the ground, I looked around closely. The mountain lion had disappeared, but I couldn't take the feeling that I was being watched. Perhaps it was my paranoia at the time or the shock of the attack, but I couldn't get rid of the thing, or that feeling. I cautiously looked for my sidearm, but I couldn't find it. Being unable to shake the feeling of being watched, I headed as fast as I could toward the main station. At this point, I was quite a ways away, and was terrified that this thing was going to attack me again. I went as fast as I could. Move, my back still burning with pain from the initial attack. As I was starting to think maybe I'd be okay, I heard the distinct sound of a mountain lion crying out from somewhere behind me. I booked it and ran faster, now only glancing back from time to time to see if I was about to be jumped again. I could hear the mountain lion, but I couldn't see it anywhere. I continued running until I could run no longer. I took a breather and my eyes darted around the area as I scanned the area. I still hadn't shaken that feeling that I was being watched. I had to calm myself, however, as panicking was only making me more exhausted and was making it harder to breathe on top of my running all over the place. I had just about gotten my breath back when I saw the mountain lion slowly stalk out. It looked ready to pounce again, and I felt myself starting to panic. I knew I had to keep my wits about me though, and this time, being the mountain lion wasn't blindsiding me, I tried to stand my ground. I gave the deepest glare I could give and puffed myself up before letting out the loudest shout I could muster. The mountain lion seemed like it was mulling its options over, and in the longest probably few seconds that it felt like an eternity, I stared this thing down. Holding my breath and on edge, I watched as the mountain lion let out a short roar before turning and slowly stalking away. The moment the thing was out of sight, I felt myself uncontrollably shaking. I was more scared than I've ever been in my life, and I felt weak from panic. I knew I couldn't stick around, however, and so I turned and tried to go as fast as my shaking legs would take me. I eventually made it back to the station, and it was then I was treated and gave my report about what had happened. As it turned out, I was right about my wounds. They weren't life-threatening or deep. The bulk of the pain came from bruising caused both times I was hit by the mountain lion. The panic and trauma stuck with me for the longest time, and I was given a few weeks off to recollect myself. I'm still wary anytime I hear a mountain lion, but the trauma has lessened a great deal over the years, and I still loved every moment of the remainder of my 20-year career with the park rangers. I shared this story partially to caution people to always be aware of their surroundings, especially when camping or while out in areas of parks you might assume are safe due to high human traffic. Nature was here first, and you should always respect that. That said, I'd also like to state, attacks like mine are not common, and my story should in no way make you avoid the beauty and majesty of the many beautiful parks around our wonderful nation. So, if you take anything from my story, it should be this. Just be aware of your surroundings and be safe, and you'll be just fine. Also, go outside every now and again and enjoy the nature. Too many people nowadays are glued to their phones and are unaware of the beautiful world around them. I'd like to start my story by saying I will not be using my real name. You can call me Tally. I've been working as a park ranger for about 10 years now. My story takes place in an area that has been featured on television quite a few times and is known for certain legends and hauntings. That place is Great Smoky Mountains National Park. One of the legends around here is about a witch called Spearfinger, who would disguise herself as an older woman and snatch up children, eventually cutting out their lives with her obsidian stone finger, hence the name Spearfinger. My story isn't about a witch though, and it isn't a legend. My story begins at the start of a shift one day in August of 2013.
I was doing a trash check and general cleanup run just after clocking in. The air was cool, probably around the mid-60s, and things were fairly relaxed. I could hear the sounds of nature, and off in the distance, I could hear hikers wandering on one of our trails. It was around this time I noticed quite a bit of trash piled up on top of a small hill. I headed up and found what looked like a camp. It was clearly no longer in use, and whoever had been here had left it trashed. It was basically just an old, tattered sleeping bag and a bunch of beer bottles. It looked like it was probably either a very messy camper or a homeless person. The park is a 24/7, 365-day-a-year park, so it isn't unusual to find someone out here who may be homeless from time to time. Anyway, as I'm cleaning up, I catch something out of the corner of my eye. I look up to see a little girl. She is blonde, has blue eyes, and looks as real to me as someone might look standing next to you. Finding it odd that a little girl was out here wandering the park alone, I call out to her, asking her if she's okay. She doesn't say anything, and so I asked her if her parents are nearby. She stares at me for a moment, and then turns and walks away just out of sight. I stop everything and head toward the area I just saw her. It is when I head over there that I see her wandering near a group of trees. The girl seems to be humming and dancing in the middle of the trees. I call out to her again, and she doesn't seem responsive. Confused, I head down to her, but as I get closer, she ran and sprinted deeper into the forest. Beginning to worry, I follow her. As I reached where I believed she would be, I found nothing. I then heard humming and looked up to see this little girl again. Strangely, she was once again on the horizon, so to speak. I didn't want to scare her, and asked her again what she was doing out here all alone. I asked her where her parents were, and she looked at me, but she never answered. I didn't approach the girl any further as I didn't want to scare her away. Instead, I tried to radio the main station. I'd found this little girl and was hoping that somebody could help me out. Strangely though, my radio wasn't working. I asked the little girl if she was alone, but she never said a word. After a minute or two, I tried to follow her again, but she ran away. I followed this little girl off and on for what seemed like hours until I saw her at the edge of a steep drop-off. I approached the girl slowly, informing her I was here to help. I asked her to come closer. She just stared at me. I was about to ask where her parents were once more when I reached her. I held my arms out and looked her in the eye before telling her, "Sweetie, I'm going to help you find your parents. It's okay." She smiled and ran toward me. I was getting ready to hug this literal girl and carry her to safety when I felt the oddest sensation. It felt like a cold chill ran straight through me. It was at this moment I realized this little girl had walked right through me. I turned around in shock and not sure what to say when I saw her smile disappear before my eyes. I want to make it very clear as a park ranger I don't do drugs. I hadn't been drinking and I wasn't sick or delirious. I had followed this little girl deep into the forest, hoping to find her parents and get her to safety, but instead I was left with the oddest experience I had ever had in my life. I didn't bother reporting the little girl, but I did search the area after she disappeared just in case. There didn't seem to be anyone missing, and there was no children missing either. I looked in multiple time frames as well, and I just couldn't find anything. It was just an odd encounter, and one I'll never truly be able to explain. I'm sure there are going to be those who doubt my story, but I know what I saw and I still remember it like it happened yesterday. Seeing what I can only guess was a ghost was odd enough, but seeing one in broad daylight, I didn't think that happened. There is a story around these parts about a man who was murdered while searching for his missing daughter, but I never saw a man, and he is said to appear to hikers as a bright light. I'm also not so sure what his daughter is supposed to look like, and I don't believe the ghost girl I saw has any relation or real connection to the legend itself. Anyway, I appreciate you sharing my story, and anyone who hears this, have you all ever had anything similar happen to you in your life? I'm a park ranger who has been with park services at Rocky Mountain National Park for most of my adult life. It was my first job and I never really looked back after that. We are open all year, and as such I work in other parks from fall through spring every year. This happened during the month of June back in the mid-90s. I haven't shared it with anyone prior to now as being a park ranger. I didn't want people to think less of me for the situation. It also, for these concerns, that I won't be sharing my name. Anyway, I went camping while off duty one late night on Wednesday. I was familiar with a lot of woods, but I wasn't completely comfortable as there were plenty of areas I'd never been on account of the fact that the park is a decent size. Like most campers, I think the idea of camping, especially alone, dictates I get out of the way and away from as many people as possible. It gives you that nice feeling of just you and nature. I knew going into this that there was a chance that it would be raining that night, so I came prepared with a tent. The night was nice and I found myself a spot out of the way of most of the everyday tourist type of campers. I packed light overall and basically had my backpack with a tent, some food, and that's all I needed for the night, as I didn't plan on spending my entire time out there. It was while I was eating dinner. I'm not sure what time it was, as I didn't really pay attention to the time while camping, that I heard a strange cry coming from deeper in the woods. I was a little weirded out, but I didn't feel afraid. There were all sorts of things out here and you never knew what you might find off the beaten path, so to speak. I ignored the sound and continued eating my beans. It wasn't long before it started raining. I put out my fire and went inside my tent thinking it'd be okay and relaxing sound of the rain would be a good way to sleep. It was for a short while. This was until sometime in the night when I heard what I was certain was the sound of a bear looking around my camp. Startled awake by the sudden roar, I watched through my tent as the bear rummaged around, sniffing for food. Freaked out and not wanting to become a meal myself, I stayed as still as possible and grabbed my .44 Magnum I kept on my person and aimed it toward the bear just in case. I waited for what felt like forever for this thing to move on, but after a time, it seemed to sit still and stay in place. Thinking I'm screwed and going to have to kill this bear to get out, I readied my weapon, terrified of the possible consequences of what would happen. If I somehow didn't kill the bear after the first shot, I was readying myself to kill the bear when that loud, odd sound I heard from deeper in the forest before rang out again, but this time much closer. I watched as this bear stood up and seemed to whimper before running off in the opposite direction. I was hit with two feelings at this point. One was elation as the bear was no longer a problem, but very soon after that, I was hit with terror at the thought of that something was out there that had scared a bear away. I heard heavy footsteps, and the ground shook slightly as whatever was out there walked around. It wasn't until it turned away and walked back in the opposite direction of the forest that I got the courage to get up and see what was out there. It was then I began to shake. I saw a creature that was at least 9 to 10 feet tall walking off in the distance. Part of me thought about following this thing, but I thought better of it and decided instead to turn tail and pack my stuff up and get the heck out of Dodge. I eventually made it back to my truck and went home. Later research has me believing now that what I saw that night was a Bigfoot. At least, maybe I got a glimpse of one. I only saw it from the back and didn't dare chase it. I don't know how many things can scare off a bear. This thing seemed to do it effortlessly and immediately. I'm not saying I was ever in danger, but I don't think it would have been wise to try and follow it. If anything, I'm inclined to believe that the thing saved my life potentially. I don't know that I'd be here today if it hadn't shown up. Any number of things could have happened if that bear had attacked me. I could have missed my shot and gotten mauled to death. I could have hit the bear and still gotten mauled to death. My point is, I don't feel my likelihood of survival would have been high had that bear started rummaging in my tent. Needless to say, I'm much more careful now and tend to camp in more populated areas. I never talked to anyone at my job about my experience, as I didn't want to damage my reputation or be labeled as that crazy guy that spins tall tales at work. At any rate, I now believe in things like Bigfoot, but I don't think they mean us harm. In fact, I'm more inclined to believe they might be curious or just wish to be left alone. Regardless of what they may be or their intentions, I'm grateful to the one that showed up that night. I'm likely still here today because of it. A little background information. I'm 35 now, but at the time of my story I was 28 and I was going through a tough time in my life. I was going through a divorce and in a custody battle for my kid. I worked in Saguaro National Park, and when the following events happened, I was almost through my shift and was getting ready to head home when I heard something crying. The crying sounded like a dog, and being the animal lover I am, I didn't have it in me just to ignore the howling. The howling seemed to be coming off in the distance. Out here it gets very hot very quickly, and it is always wise to have plenty of water on hand. Seeing as the crying was coming from off the path and in a more deserted area, I grabbed my water bottle and headed off in that direction. Every time I thought I was about to find the dog, I realized the howling was coming from further away. My first thought was the dog must be moving. It didn't seem too far-fetched, but then I thought if it was moving while hurting, how fast could it really be going? Eventually, I did find the dog. At this point, I had been searching for far longer than I had intended, and while looking around, I realized I had lost my way a bit. Trying to focus on the dog for the moment, I examined it closely. It appeared dehydrated, and it didn't seem well fed. This dog looked to be domesticated, and that's when it hit me that someone must have dumped their dog out here. I was livid at the realization, and as I examined the dog more closely, I noticed it was barely breathing. I tried to give the dog some water, but it didn't seem to even consciously notice I was there. I was getting hot at this point and drank a little water myself, as I had to conserve some, since I had also drank a fair bit while searching for the dog. I decided I would see if I could do anything about getting myself and the dog back to safety. I carefully carried the dog and headed back to the direction I'd come from. I used what was left of the sun to guide myself back the way I came. I walked for what felt like hours and realized after time that I wasn't entirely sure I'd gone back the right way. Alone with a dog likely close to death and running low on water, I decided to push on anyway. My hope was that I was just tired and it was making me walk more slowly and making the trip seem longer. My hope was that I was on the right path. As I continued to carry the dog, I noticed someone had music in the distance. It sounded like drums and chanting. I can't explain why, but at the time something told me that I should head the direction of the music. The music was a bit off in the direction as I was heading, but my thought at the time was that there was music, there was likely civilization, so even if I had somehow gotten turned around, I could at least be sure I was heading towards some sort of safety. After much walking, I heard a whimper from the dog. I wanted to set the poor thing down, but I was running out of water and wasn't sure if the dog would have a chance if I didn't keep going. I ultimately decided to try to give the dog the last of my water. It didn't seem to want to drink, so I tried to spread what I could all over its fur. I was honestly running out of options at this point and wasn't sure of myself or what I should do if I was lost much longer. It was then I noticed the music had become louder. I followed this music further, and as I did, it grew louder and more forceful in its pacing. Eventually, I was sure that I'd find someone over the horizon as the music was getting very loud. I was sure at this point I wasn't just delirious, as I was hearing this music clearly as someone who might be listening to music in a car would. After what seemed an agonizingly unending amount of walking, I reached the horizon and crested over a small hill. It was then the music stopped. Before me lay a path, a familiar path. I was back where I had started, and my cart I had ridden on was right there, unattended. I don't have a music-capable radio on the thing. There was no one inside of me. I set the dog gently in the back of the cart and drove back slowly to the station. When I got there, I explained to my boss, who had waited up because he was worried about me. He wanted to know why I was so late getting back. He said he was close to calling a search, but understood why I did what I did and was quite happy to see I was going to be okay. After asking if I needed medical attention, I explained I just needed some time to rest and some water, and I showed him the dog. We got animal services out there, and with much time, care, and attention, they were able to nurse the dog back to health. The dog is now happy, healthy husky that I named Chance. I have adopted it and it lives with me now. I'm grateful to be alive today and to have Chance. I unfortunately lost my custody battle and am now divorced. That said, that difficult circumstance aside, I'm quite happy today. I've recently begun dating someone for a little over a year now, and I hope someday to start over again. Chance is a super happy dog, and I'm grateful for every day that I get on this earth. The thing is, I wouldn't have been alive, likely, had I continued the path I was initially following. I'm not sure where the music I was hearing came from or why it stopped the moment I found my way back, but I am grateful because of this mysterious sound. I was able to find my way back. Has anyone ever had something like this happen to them? I am seriously curious as I don't know how to explain it and it still is a mystery to me today. Perhaps I got so delusional from the heat and just got lucky. I'm not saying that's not a possibility, but it all sounded so real to me. I have no real explanation for it to this day. Still, I'm quite sure I'm alive because of it. I've been a park ranger for about 5 years. I've worked in Delaware during that time. One of the scariest and most unnerving years of that work came in my 3rd year as a park ranger. It was during that time we started finding animals in less than whole states, to put it kindly. I remember these events just like they happened yesterday. It was a normal October morning when I was reporting in. The morning cleanup was going well enough, but by that afternoon we were called to an area in the woods by a worried hiker. They claimed to have found something horrific while hiking. Their claims were well beyond true. I told my supervisor I'd handle it, and if I had known what I was going to encounter, I probably never would have taken over. I'll be honest, I'm a brave guy, but this sort of thing that I'm about to tell you about is not the sort of thing any human should have to come across. When I arrived on the scene, I saw a 20-something-year-old woman crying and just absolutely mortified. I scanned the area and quickly realized why she was acting like this. All over the off-beaten trail she'd been hiking, there were bits and pieces of some sort of animal. At first we couldn't tell what it was, as the remains were spread everywhere. I remember my shock at the smell and just the repulsive nature of the scene. I comforted the woman and reassured her we'd handle it from here. I thanked her and radioed my supervisor. I told her she needed to come down and check out the scene. I also noted that I suspected some kind of animal had mauled another. When my supervisor arrived, the shock was clear in her face. She explained what she wanted us to do, and we began to clean up. I remember her walking off and making a phone call while I had some others clean the area. I could overhear the distress in her voice, but I thought nothing of it as I was pretty shaken by the sheer violence of the scene myself. The rest of the day was pretty normal, and before I knew it, it was time to head home. I slept unusually easily that night considering what I dealt with that day. In what seemed like no time at all, I awoke and it was morning already. I love my job, but I remember feeling like I hadn't slept and cursing out the sun as I got up. Let's face it, even if you love your job, you will have mornings where you're just like, man, already? It's time to go back? Anyway, I made some breakfast, got up and headed to work. I was in high spirits and hadn't thought much about yesterday's events until I arrived at work that morning. It was then I found an opened deer hanging from the entrance sign to our park. I could see its entrails laying around, the blood smeared all over the sign. My boss was already on the scene and just finishing a phone call. She gave me a somewhat sickened smile before telling me to clock in and come back out this way to help work and clean on the scene. I did just that, and upon arriving again at the scene, I couldn't help but ask my supervisor what she thought was going on. She explained she imagined some sort of animal was responsible just by the bodies, but she also mentioned she had never seen an animal do something this vicious before, let alone in Delaware. I remember cleaning and thinking to myself, is this going to be a remainder of my career? Should I start a business in animal cleanup? As though she could read my mind, my boss approached and put a hand on my shoulder before in a somewhat morbid way, laughing and telling me,
Relax. We might just have a new career if we keep finding these scenes. I think she saw my shock when she just smiled and said, "Stop worrying, it was just a joke." I let out a half-hearted laugh and went back to work. The rest of that day and week, nothing weird or violent seemed to be happening. I remember clocking out on Friday and mostly having forgotten the earlier events of the week. My boss mentioned that they were thinking of having a night patrol of sorts if things kept up. She wanted to know if I would volunteer if they did. She even offered to pay me for nights and would allow me to switch shifts. I told her if that's what she needed from me, I'd need a couple of nights to switch up my sleeping schedule, but I'd be more than happy to help out in any way I could. She told me that she'd be able to do that if the need came and told me to enjoy my weekend. I was off and the next weekend went well. Monday morning though, that all changed. I was due to come in that morning, and looking back now, I wish I wasn't. We have a weekend shift for newer rangers, and upon arriving Monday morning, it was quickly evident something was wrong. I found our main station wrecked. Most of the windows were busted. There was blood all over the building, and a disgusting trail, wound of red, seemed to lead from the broken down station door. Inside I found one of our rangers. She was no longer with us. I called the cops and explained the fact that I just entered the station when I found the scene at hand, unfortunately. The main station area is a little bit out of the way. It's far enough tourists and hikers aren't likely to run upon it unless they seek it out, but close enough we can respond to any emergencies or park needs. Sadly, it seems Rosalina, one of the weekend rangers, was due to close at some point. While closing, she was ambushed. The scene was something straight out of a horror movie. Sadly, it was all too real. Her stomach was completely torn open, and one of her legs as well, as some internal organs were found in the back of the station. It seemed whatever attacked her had eaten through her stomach, and then just violently ripped her remains to pieces. It looked calculated. Rosalina was alive as this thing tore into her. She was screaming, but we don't get a lot of visitors on Sundays, and I'm guessing by closing, there wasn't anyone around that would hear or be able to help her. I remember my shock and anguish over the scene and everything that had happened. We were all at a loss, and it was quickly determined from this point forward, regardless of our shift, we'd be working in pairs from this point forward. The next couple of weeks were tense. There was a dark air about the park, and the police did all they could to work the case. It was determined ultimately that Rosalina had been mauled by some sort of animal, but what animal it might be was mostly up to speculation. I began working night shifts soon after this, and was paired with my boss. The nights were long at first. They were also unusually quiet. My boss and I kept together, and when we weren't together, we kept in radio contact if one of us patrolled while the other manned the station. It was around the 1st of November when I came upon a very odd sight. It appeared to be a shrine of sorts. There were dead animals and strange symbols, but what disturbed me the most wasn't the ritualistic staging of the area, but the picture I found. Painted in some of the animal blood, it showed a beast that looked like it could have been a wolf. The thing was huge, though, and as I gazed at the picture, I remember the unnerved feelings I felt. It was as though the eyes were upon me as I stared at the picture. There was nothing else about it, just this disturbing feeling of being watched. I remember I was about to radio my boss when I heard her voice behind me. I nearly jumped out of my skin because I was so focused on the scene and that picture that I didn't hear her approaching me. She asked what had happened after apologizing for scaring me. I explained to her I found this weird shrine, and that's about all I knew. I remember her watching the area closely before saying we should look for who may have set this up. She volunteered to look if I would volunteer to start the cleanup. I asked her if it was such a good idea as I believed we shouldn't search alone. She nodded and told me to keep close to my radio and we'd split up. I agreed to this, but asked that we didn't stray too far away in case that one of us needed backup. She agreed and we went our separate ways. About an hour later I hear the most disturbing and pained screaming I've ever heard in my lifetime. I remember radioing my boss only to hear more screams and some sort of growling. I rushed over to where the screams were, which took me roughly 10 minutes. Once I arrived, I remember being overwhelmed by the horrid smell. My boss sat there, catatonic, as before her was the body of what looked to be a homeless man. The man's body parts were everywhere. This was the worst scene we'd happened upon yet. I came over to my boss and tried to bring her back. I remember she was shaking, and her eyes were wide open with terror. She had tears streaming down her face and she was shaking. I tried talking to her, but she didn't seem capable of speaking and she was in complete shock. I called the police and they came out. After questioning me and my boss, the paramedics checked my boss out and took her away. The scene itself was beyond disturbing. I never knew a person had so much blood inside them until I saw the homeless man's blood everywhere. My boss called me a little later and explained she'd been out for a couple of weeks and she'd need to relax and get some rest. About a week later, while I was watching the park with Harold, one of our newer recruits, we heard a loud howling and animal screams. I didn't want to take a chance and split up this time, so I asked Harold to stick with me and we'd investigate the scene together. We did just that, and eventually, we happened upon a stray cat that was laying on its side, bleeding out. I remember immediately being worried about this cat, but then being overtaken by this overwhelming sense of dread. It was kind of like when you do something and realize you've made a horrible, horrible mistake, but it's too late to correct it. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind did I hear a loud roar, and in the blink of an eye, Harold was tackled to the ground and screaming. It all happened so fast. Harold was being mauled and it took me a second to process it all. When I did, I remember running up and trying to punch this behemoth of a monster in the side. It paid me no mind as it buried its teeth into Harold's stomach and began tearing him open. I fell back in shock. I didn't believe what I was seeing, and I felt I was beginning to spiral into a state of denial. I remember the mace I had on me and ran up and sprayed this thing in the eyes. It quickly backhanded me and I hit a tree. I remember my head smacking with a hard thud, and things were a bit blurry after that. The next thing I remember, I'm awakened in the hospital. I shot up, freaked out only to realize where I was. A nurse rushed in and called for the doctors, telling them I was awake. I was asked a series of questions and told I had a light concussion and I had some bad bruising, but otherwise I would be fine. It was then I remembered Harold and I began frantically saying his name as it was the only thing I could get out. They told me not to worry about him and to explain what I remembered about the situation. Some officers came in and we talked for a bit about what I remembered, and soon after that they left. They weren't sure what to make of my description of this black-furred giant wolf, but they didn't mock me either. I spent a few more days in the hospital while they monitored me. It was during that time I eventually found out that Harold had passed away. They didn't go into many details about that, but I could imagine it wasn't a pretty scene. I sat for much of my time in the hospital feeling depressed and blaming myself for Harold's death. It wasn't until my last day where my boss visited that I finally got my head in a halfway normal pace again. My boss told me she was sorry about what happened and that we were going to end the night shift for the other rangers' safety. We still work in pairs while out there in the day though. I was given a couple weeks off in addition to time off during the holidays. When I finally returned in January, everything was quiet. The holidays had gone mostly news-free. The park had returned to some semblance of normalcy. The month of January proved to be rather tame, and I had finally gotten back into the groove of the daily routine of the job. It wasn't until the first week of February that things came to a head. I volunteered to close up while my boss left early and handled some errands she had. All assigned rangers that day had gone home. I had gone ahead and sent Mark, the ranger that was supposed to close with me, home. He wanted to stay, but I foolishly told him things had been quiet and it'd be fine. I told him to go home to his wife and enjoy his weekend. Anyway, I was doing my final rounds and it was getting close to dark when I heard a scream. The scream had sent panicked thoughts racing through my mind and my adrenaline spiked again. In my time off, I'd gotten very familiar with firearms and I now carried one quietly on my person. I clocked out and decided to head toward the direction of the screaming. I thought about calling the police, but I wanted to see what was going on before involving them. This was a mistake, I know. As I got closer to the screams, I saw a broken cell phone. I immediately drew my weapon and cautiously walked forward. I arrived in a clearing to find a young woman, her legs separated from her body, white as a ghost and trying to speak. I looked around as I approached her, and that's when I was hit by something that felt like a truck and was suddenly on my back. My gun had slid away, and looking me in the eyes was that damned wolf that had mauled Harold to death. I remember my knife and ripped it from the holster before stabbing this beast in the left eye. I did it almost like an instantaneous reaction to my situation. I didn't think about it. I instinctively attacked. I don't know if I was pissed about Harold or the other rangers, or I was more concerned with my own survival. But, whatever the case, this creature yelped and leaped back for a moment. I took my opportunity and scrambled to my gun before standing up and staring this creature in its cold, black, lifeless eyes. I remember it taking its paws and using them to remove the knife from its own eye before growling a hatred I had never encountered before. The thing howled and ran from me, at which point I emptied the bullets in my magnum into this thing. The creature stopped in its tracks and fell back a bit, staggered. I reloaded my weapon. The creature began coming toward me slowly this time, bleeding from the bullet wounds and its eye. It fell over, coughing up blood, and glared before howling one last time and rushing into the woods. I remember seeing this girl's fail-paced look as she clung to life. I did all I could to help slow the bleeding while I dialed 911. It took no time at all to arrive, at which point the young woman was carried off and I was questioned. Ultimately, I took over duties as the head of the rangers at our park. The woman who I had found with her legs ripped off survived. The most unnerving and unexplainable part of this entire series of encounters was that of my boss. The day she went running errands, also the same day I fought the beast, she went missing. She never returned and was never found. What was found, though, was her husband. She and her husband had issues from time to time, and there were rumors that they were going to be divorcing in the future. She'd even talked to me about it briefly one night while we worked the night shift. That's what is so strange and unexplainable about her disappearance, though. Her husband, well, he was found ripped to pieces in their bed a week or so after the events of that day. He had died the same day I'd been attacked. I don't know how to explain it, but I believe whatever that beast was, well, I think it was my boss. My name is Daniel, and I was with the park rangers in Texas for roughly 13 years. I've seen all manners of crazy things in my time. I've seen murders, weird unexplained phenomena, possible UFO sightings, and even had a run-in or two with the odd crazed homeless person. Something that isn't often talked about in regards to park ranger work is that while most days things are perfectly normal, a few, if any, rangers get through a career without witnessing or experiencing some sort of strange happening in their time. It feels like the longer I've been a ranger, the more strange stuff I've seen. Well, probably 4 years ago, I want to say, we started having some really odd occurrences around many of our parks. The first time I encountered something like this, it was April of 2015. I was supervising and filling reports out at the main station of the park. Suddenly, as I was doing this, I heard my radio go off. I responded and asked what was wrong when one of the guys informed me that they kept hearing crying in the woods. I was a bit busy, so I gruffly told them, "So go investigate it then, and report back when you find out what is going on." That's when they explained to me they had been investigating, but they hadn't found anyone, and every time they were sure they had found the source of the crying, it sounded like it would get farther away all of a sudden. I told them to search the area again, as we weren't in a huge park, and then if they found nothing, call me and I'd go look myself while they clocked out and headed home. About a half hour later, they radioed back and they had found no one, but the crying had stopped. I told them, "Thank you. Come back to the station and clock out, and I'd check again to be safe." They arrived and we talked briefly before the ranger left. I finished my paperwork, a little late, clocked out, and took my flashlight and headed over towards the woods. It was while I was out there and scanning the place twice over, I heard nothing and found nothing weird or suspicious. Because of this, I went ahead and just went back to the station. It should be noted, I was the only one left at the park of staff at this time. I reached the station and got in my truck. I was beginning to pull away when my radio was taken by static, and there was crying over it. I stopped the truck and listened closely. It sounded like it could have been a child crying, and it wasn't long before the station returned to normal and I decided to shake off the odd happening and head home. Saturday morning, I was awoken to a phone call from the local sheriff. They said there was a body hanging in the woods. It was a little girl, and it appeared she had hung herself. I thanked the sheriff for the info and came up to the station. One of the weekend staffers had found the body while doing their morning rounds and was justifiably shocked by the entire situation. I'll admit I was taken a bit aback and considering what I'd heard the night previously, but I was absolutely certain there was no sound when I left the park that night. A few months went by and I was working at a much larger park at this point when I got a call from one of the rangers that took me by surprise. It was another call about crying in the woods. I asked them where they were hearing it, and their response made me a little uneasy. They said they were hearing it from everywhere. I asked the ranger to elaborate, and they explained something eerily similar to the previous report at the park a few months back. They said they'd followed the sound of crying, and every time they thought they'd found the source, the crying would sound as though it was from way farther away. I told them to wait for me as I headed up that way. I arrived to something truly strange. The crying was indeed still happening, and try as we might, we could not find the source anywhere. I told the ranger to head home, and I called the sheriff's office and asked if they could spare someone to keep watch over the area overnight. After a lot of discussions, they said they'd see if they could get someone off duty to watch the place overnight. I informed them of my concerns, and they agreed it was worth watching over the place, just in case. I went home that night and crashed rather quickly, comfortable in the idea that someone was watching the park. It was about midnight when I awoke to a phone call from the sheriff's office. They explained how one of their off-duty deputies began to hear the crying I mentioned. They said they followed the source until eventually they found a body, hanging from a tree. I headed up to the park and talked to the off-duty deputy. They seemed shocked. It wasn't just the body of a teenage girl that left them in shock. It was the fact that upon finding the body, of which there had been no trace of during their previous patrols, they were still hearing the crying. They said the crying only stopped when the sheriff arrived. I thought this was odd, and I was beginning to feel unnerved about it all. 2 separate parks, 2 separate incidents, 2 different suicides. It was more than a little odd. It was about to get odder, though. A month later, I was assigned to work in my hometown again. I was more than a little relieved by this, and I was pretty excited to finally be back home. I'd been home for about a month when I began hearing the all-too-familiar sound. It was the crying. The thing was, it wasn't at the park this time. No, it was in the woods on my property. Need to understand right off the bat I live alone and in the middle of nowhere. I shouldn't be hearing crying of any kind. I took my flashlight and shotgun and headed out of my home. I checked my watch and it was about 10:30 at night. I canvassed my property the entire night. As the sun was coming up, the crying had stopped. I took that opportunity to go back to bed as it was Sunday and I didn't have to work. I awoke at about 5 in the evening to the sound of distant crying once again. I called up the sheriff's office and told them I'd wait up for them before searching the property. The sheriff arrived at 6 and we began canvassing my property together. By 9 p.m. we were about to call the search off when we heard the unnerving laughter. The sheriff and I walked in the direction of the sound, and upon cresting the hill, we found the single most disturbing sight that I've ever seen in my entire lifetime. It was a circle with a pentagram inside of it. The thing was, though, the circle and pentagram were made of the naked bodies of women. The most disturbing part is that they all had smiles on their faces. I didn't sleep very well the rest of that night, and after the investigation was complete, it appeared the woman had committed suicide. It seemed they had poisoned themselves before holding hands and forming this symbol in the spot of their death. I can tell you right now, I've never felt so unnerved in my life. It wasn't just the strange nature of the deaths, but the fact these suicides kept following me. I wasn't sure where this would end or how, but I was beginning to feel very unsafe. This was further reinforced by the fact that this one had happened on my own property. The next couple of weeks I didn't get much sleep. I kept having horrific nightmares of the dead bodies on my property. I couldn't get it out of my head. Sometimes I'd awake in a panic thinking I heard crying again, but ultimately it turned out it was all in my dreams. I remember pondering what the hell was happening and why it had happened. It wasn't much longer before I was assigned to go out of town again. I took this opportunity happily. I'd barely gotten any rest and I wasn't feeling the safest at home anymore. This was strengthened my final night at home when I woke up to the sound of 3 loud knocks at my door at 2 a.m. I checked the door with my gun, of course, but all I found was a picture in red ink of the pentagram with the bodies. I burned the thing and went to bed. Now that I was out of town, I hoped things would settle for a bit. Sadly, they didn't. My first day of work, we began hearing cries in the wood. We had local law enforcement monitoring the park that night, with who they could spare and myself as well. The cries began around sunset. It was almost as though they had been planned. We searched the place high and low and found nothing. I remained there the whole night, eventually sleeping in the station. I was awoken that morning to screaming. I scrambled to my feet and opened the door to find one of the rangers staring in shock. I nearly slipped, and after regaining my balance, I looked down to see blood. Pinned to the door was a woman's decapitated head. She still wore a smile. Law enforcement was called immediately, and I was grilled about it if I was connected to all of this. I vehemently denied any involvement, and found myself disturbed by what had happened. On the door, it read a message. I give myself to you. The victim had been identified, but whoever had decapitated her hadn't. The handwriting of the note was that of the victims. None of this made any sense, and I was more than freaked out at this point. I took some time off of work, and while I wasn't allowed to leave the state as I was technically considered a person of interest, I was allowed to go home. Every night I was awoken to 3 knocks at random points each night. I was usually left a gift of some kind by who I didn't know. Sometimes it was dead animals, other time it was weird poetry, and more times than not, odd symbols. I had local law enforcement around my place 24/7, and no one ever saw who left these gifts. Eventually, these strange noises stopped. I was having trouble sleeping, and I was spooked enough that I went ahead and resigned from my position. I'm not sure what was up with the suicides or the strange sacrifices. I still do not know to this day. That said, some nights, even now, I'm awoken to knocks. The only difference being, no one is there and now nothing is left behind. I could still hear the crying though, every time. I'm a 30-year-old female park ranger who works out of New Jersey. My story takes place in 2012 and involves a strange occurrence around my park. Before we get started, no, it wasn't the Jersey Devil. I won't list where I work as I still work there and I don't wish to have my colleagues think ill of me. Anyway, it was around the holidays and we were having a nighttime event to celebrate. A few rangers, myself included, volunteered to watch over the event for some extra pay despite the fact we were normally on vacation. All we were to do during this event was watch over it, patrol the woods to make sure there was nothing weird going on, and help clean up at the end to make sure the park was in order. Being I didn't really want to be around the party itself, I volunteered to patrol the woods. I've always been a bit of a recluse and I've always found the woods relaxing, day or night. On this night, however, that would change. It was about 9 p.m. and there were fireworks being set off. We'd gotten approval to do this prior, and from the cheering in the distance, it seemed everyone was having a great time. Shortly after the fireworks rang out, I heard an inhuman scream. It was almost like a screech more than a scream, and the initial sound of it made me jump. I quickly looked toward the sky, as that's where I heard the noise. It was then I noticed something in the trees. It looked like a shadow. It had clear, red eyes. There were no wings that I could see, and this figure seemed to curl on a branch and leer at me. I slowly moved from my radio, but this figure seemed to emit a high-pitched signal that made me drop my radio and grip my ears. When the noise stopped, I realized my radio was no longer functioning, and I looked up to see the odd shadow had vanished. I'm not one to give up easily, and I also have a really morbid curiosity. This is probably to my detriment, and I'm quite sure it'll get me killed someday. That said, being the morbidly curious soul I am, I went searching for this odd shadow creature. I searched for roughly 2 hours. When I heard fireworks and the same screeching again, whatever this thing was didn't like the sound of fireworks, and as I closed in on the sound, I noticed the shadowy figure once again lurking in the trees. I walked slowly toward it, at which point it seemed to turn its head backward like an owl and stared at me. That was pretty off-putting, but what was more unnerving was the meat. Now, inside the mouth of this thing, it was now that I could easily see the large, extremely sharp teeth that seemed to gleam in the moonlight. The blood from its prey freshly dripping from the thing's shadowy lips. It was at that moment I decided it was far better to back away slowly and leave the woods. As soon as I turned around, I heard movement and a high-pitched screeching erupted in the air again. I remember a ringing, piercing my ears as I fell to my knees, cupping my ears with my hands once again. When the screeching stopped, I was having trouble hearing and could see blood coming from my ears. I remember being frozen in fear and thinking to myself that I was an idiot. I thought I was about to die here, a victim to something that no one knew existed. I waited, a bit dizzy and unable to really move as I felt a cold breathing right across my neck. I closed my eyes and shook in terror as I felt the thing slowly study me. I soon broke down crying, assuring this thing I meant no harm and begging it not to kill me. I had a thought cross my mind about how silly I was, as I was appealing to something that was clearly a carnivorous predator of some sort. I heard a strange cooing. That's the best way I can describe it. And soon after I felt a strong wind. Then all was silent. There wasn't the sound of animals or anything. Granted, things were sort of muted as my ears were still ringing at the time. It was another half an hour before my ears began to dull and I was no longer afraid to move. I slowly got to my feet and scanned the area. There was nothing there. Deciding to no longer seek this creature out or test my luck again, I went ahead and began heading back. As I walked, I remember feeling something watching me. In fact, I'm quite sure this thing was stalking me now as I slowly walked out. I was too afraid to look behind me, instead opted to continue walking and promising myself as I was not going to stop for any reason. Eventually, I did reach the tree line and head out of the woods. My colleagues asked where I was and I explained my radio died and may have malfunctioned, not saying why it was. Before joining them for the cleanup, the rest of the night went fine and I eventually went to the hospital to get checked out. They said I had permanent hearing loss, but there didn't seem to be any other negative effects. They did several scans and nothing of note was found. I never explained what had happened or why I lost part of my hearing, but to this day, I'll never forget what happened out there in the woods. Now, even when working, I'm a bit skittish, even when I'm not in the woods. This is usually more in the winter when it gets darker, earlier. I've never seen this mysterious and shadowy creature since, and I found no research that would allude to what it could have been. I'm positive it isn't the Jersey Devil though. That said, whatever it is, it's still out there. So, if you're ever out in the woods of New Jersey at night, know, there is more to be wary of than just the Jersey Devil. My story takes place in my first year as a park ranger. The staff around the park had shared with me stories of weird goings-on around the park when I was first hired. It was enough of a topic of talk that it was actually brought up right after I had been told I was going to be hired. I work in North Dakota, and I'd say my 5 years as a ranger have actually been relatively tame, the exception being while hanging around the station. Nothing violent has ever come of these happenings, but I have been more than a little unnerved in my time while working here. What is it that is so unnerving to me, you ask? Well, things have a tendency to move on their own. I'm not just talking someone messing with us. I'm talking full on-camera footage of things moving. The first time I experienced this was in my first year. It was caught on camera, but I was also there. I was making some coffee and went to grab some sugar packets. When I was reaching out for the packets, the container carrying them slid further to my left. I looked around to make sure no one was around when I remembered checking the cameras after. It definitely happened. Still, this wasn't as strange as something that happened while patrolling the park one evening before closing. I was out on my own and picking up trash and checking on the status of things before I left for the weekend. My supervisor was at the station waiting for me to wrap things up. While patrolling and getting ready to head back to the station, my radio went off. It was my supervisor telling me to come back to the station now. I quickly ran back without even responding. When I got back, my supervisor asked why I was back so quickly. I explained he had just yelled for me to rush back over the radio, at which point he looked at me like I was stupid. I sat in silence for a moment before explaining my situation again. He shook his head and swore to me that he didn't call for me at all. I shrugged it off and just told him I didn't see anything off and everything seemed fine otherwise, and then I headed home. Somewhat embarrassed but also suspicious of my boss. Monday rolled around and we all arrived to a not-so-fun surprise. The main station had been vandalized. The thing is though, when we checked the footage, things were flying around, but there was seemingly no one throwing them. Odd as it was, we all just decided to start the morning cleaning up and then hit our morning patrol right after. At this point, I'd begun to grow accustomed to the strange happenings around the park and station. So, when an odd thing would move or a strange sound would occur, I'd basically grown to ignore it. The main point of my story, however, the thing is, I will explain now, was not something I could simply ignore away. I was driving in a cart along the hiking trail when I suddenly saw a disheveled woman coming out of the tree line. She was bleeding profusely. I immediately stopped the cart and came to her aid. The woman began vomiting blood inside my arms, and I was about to radio the main station when just as quickly as I blinked, there was no woman and there was no blood. I stood there in shock for a moment before regaining my senses. Searching the area thoroughly, I found no trail of blood, no woman, nothing. Even as I speak about this now, I'm in shock. I was late for my morning patrol. My supervisor wanted to know what was up. I didn't know what to say, but because he could clearly see shock on my face, he persisted with questioning me. I eventually broke down and explained everything I had seen. That was when he got some water and told me to come to his office. My supervisor explained how he realized I was newer to the area, and that while I seemed very real and understood my shock, he assured me it was okay. I looked at my boss dumbfounded at how he could think it was okay. He could clearly see my thoughts all over my face, and he immediately explained some of the history behind the park and area. He said it was likely the ghost of a woman murdered in the park several years prior. I asked how he was so nonchalant about the situation, but he explained everyone at the park has seen the woman's ghost at one point or another and had the same reaction. He described the woman to me and I confirmed that was who I saw to the tiniest detail. I didn't find this situation funny, but my boss had a smile and told me congrats, you are now officially one of the team. Looking back and having gotten to know the man better, I realized my boss wasn't making light of the murder, but more of the reaction of me seeing this ghost. He and all the staff had experienced this woman in the same area at different periods through their time at the park. I'm now a lot more relaxed about the whole thing, and I guess I shouldn't be shocked, considering the other weird things that had happened here previously. Still, if you'd have been there, if you'd have seen how real it was, I imagined you'd have a similar reaction. I still work at the park now, and strange things still happen, but I've never encountered anything as strange as that since. Anyway, thank you for sharing my story, and I apologize if it was a bit brief. I'm not even sure how to begin this story. I have been, and still am, working for the park rangers in Washington. I love my job, and despite the events of the story, I still love my job to this day. I've been doing this for about 25 years and am getting to retire at the end of this year, actually. What I'm about to explain will make a little sense, but I'll do my best to explain it anyway. The first thing you need to understand is that the origins of these incidents are still up for debate, as these have not been solved, nor were any of them covered by the news or given to public knowledge. I've always been a believer in odd things. I've been this way since I was a kid. I used to see ghosts. I stopped talking about such things when I realized people thought I was strange. I know it's going to seem silly after hearing this, but I assure you I am of sound mind and very logical in my thoughts overall. I'm not crazy, and this story has nothing to do with ghosts. This story has to do with disappearances of missing people. This story has to do with disappearances and missing persons. 10 years into my job was when the first disappearance happened. We have a lot of woods up here in Washington. It also rains a fair amount around here. While working a seemingly normal day, one evening it began to rain. The rain was heavy and there was a thick fog because of the conditions. That said, I thought nothing of it. A few days later, we had someone come into the main station and report a missing family member. They mentioned they had been missing for a few days at this point, and the last place they were known was to be hiking in our park. I took down their information and the information of the missing family member and assured them we'd do all we could do to aid law enforcement in their search for the missing family member. We spent the next few days searching high and low for the missing family member. Eventually, we found something. What we found was more than a little odd, though. It was shoes. The shoes were taken in for DNA testing and were found to match that of the missing family member. Law enforcement informed the family members of the missing person about our findings, and we also assured them we'd keep searching. Sadly, we never found further evidence of this missing soul. There are few feelings as horrible as a family member who keeps coming in or calling for information on their missing loved one, only for you to have to tell them, sorry, you have no further information on their whereabouts. It cuts you as deep as something possibly can emotionally, and I don't look forward to doing this. A year went by and we never found the missing person. Things would get stranger in October when another seemingly normal day would be plagued by sudden rain. We get rain, and often it is easy to forecast, but this rain seemed sudden, and I'm positive there was no forecast of rain. Still, a forecast is just that, a forecast. It's not 100% accurate, and Mother Nature will do whatever she wishes to do, ultimately. Looking back, I get a sense of déjà vu about this day. I didn't pick up on it at the time, but the conditions were the same as the day of the first missing person. A sudden rain, a heavy fog, and then a few days later, a man came in reporting his daughter missing. The only real difference is this time it was a man reporting a daughter missing, whereas the previous was a woman's brother. Still, a missing person is sad all the same. When the second missing person was reported, we followed procedure and started to search immediately. Before the day was over, we had found something that did strike us all odd at the time. We found a pair of shoes once again. There was no gear, no clothing, just the shoes. There were no signs of any further movement, and no sort of forensic evidence that might lead to where this woman had gone. Much like the missing man, she had seemingly come to a random spot in the woods and simply vanished, leaving only her shoes behind. We searched high and low and never found any sort of evidence as to where the latest missing person or the previous one had gone. A few months went by, and this time I was fully aware how strange the circumstances were. It was a Friday morning, and there was 0% chance of rain. I'm absolutely certain of this. Still, about 3 in the afternoon, a heavy rain set in out of nowhere and a heavy fog accompanying it. The sense of déjà vu hit me immediately this time, as opposed to in hindsight. It hit me so strongly, in fact, that I decided to go out and canvass the area on my own, immediately. I spent the better part of the afternoon and evening in search. When the rain finally let up, I found a couple of pairs of shoes, called the police that second. They came and took the evidence. I was asked about why I'd begun a search without a missing person investigation opened, and I explained that after the previous 2 times, that I had an off feeling and wanted to search the grounds. This naturally made me a person of interest, but I was quickly cleared and able to return to work within a few days. The people that went missing were a young couple in their 20s, who were actually vacationing and on their honeymoon. We searched high and low for them as well, and the others, but we only found the same things, their shoes. There were always shoes left behind, nothing else. It was as though they would vanish into thin air. I feel an endless amount of guilt for the missing, and the circumstances are just odd. 5 years later, it happened once more. We had been in a week of sunshine, and it was a Sunday that seemed as though it would be no different. There was no rain forecast at all for the next 10 days at the least. I was actually off when this one happened. Heavy rain set in out of the blue, and even heavier fog set in with it. I remember shaking out of worry about the circumstances, and the sense of deja vu I got was jarring. I called the police, and they explained that they had already had a few units at the park, searching the area. It was about 6 that evening when I got a call saying a family of 6 had gone missing. Their shoes were all that remained. I wasn't sure what to say or how to react anymore. I couldn't begin to explain what was happening to the missing. I still work as a park ranger, and we've never had another missing case like these ones around the park since. No similar weather pattern that wasn't forecasted, none of that. I'm retiring at the end of the year, however. My disdain for being unable to solve these disappearances or get these families of the missing closure will haunt me for the remainder of my days. Growing up as a kid, I always knew I wanted to help people. It was just something that stuck with me through my life as an adult. Most kids growing up want to be a firefighter, policeman, or some familiar line of work. As we grew older and learned of the realities of the world and some jobs as well as life, our interests change. In my case, my interests never really did. I knew from an early age I wanted to be a police officer, and that never changed. More specifically, I worked with the sheriff's department. I live in Northern California, and as I'm sure you've heard before, it is quite different up here from SoCal. There are still cities and college towns, but there are also quite a bit of woods. As someone who wished to help others as much as possible, I also trained and volunteered for our local search and rescue. Police work is a rewarding thing, and at times a grim thing. The same could be said for those who volunteer for search and rescue. It isn't needed or used all the time, but when it is needed, there is always that thought in the back of your mind that this could go either really well or really bad. Anyway, in the winter of 1992, we got called out to a search for a missing person. The person was a 7-year-old girl who had been missing for quite a few days recently from a camping site that the family frequented on vacations throughout the year. The couple usually rented a cabin during the winter, but one morning, when they went to get their little girl up for breakfast, they realized she was missing. At first, they thought she might have just went outside for a walk with their dog, but when they found the dog still inside and their daughter nowhere to be found, like any parent, they grew worried about their child. The first day of the search, we brought out some dogs and had them search for the girl by scent as we followed. We had several volunteers and we spread out hoping that we'd be finding this girl fast. Most successful search and rescue efforts are completed within the first 24 hours. If it goes beyond 24 hours, that usually means the person missing is in a hard to find or hard to reach area, or in some sad instances, dead. A few hours into the search, we found a hopeful sign. It was the little girl's shoes. This was hopeful as that meant we were on the right path, and being as she was a little girl, she couldn't have traveled very far, especially without shoes. The search continued and we pushed harder to find this girl. It was about an hour after finding the shoes that it began to rain heavily, and the wind picked up. As the rain fell, you could begin to see somewhat worried looks on the search team faces. The rain could be good or bad depending. Right now, currently, on hand, the dogs could track a scent through the rain, more often when it was light rain, but during a heavier rain in a storm like this, it would be harder as often the scent is blown away or simply obscured by the winds. It was when it was clear our dogs had lost the scent that we decided to push forward without them. We continued in the general direction the dogs were initially following, and spread out the search from there. It was a couple of hours later that we found a teddy bear lying on the ground. After verifying with the family that it was their little girl's based not only on the description but a name we found on the bottom of the left foot of the bear, we knew it was increasingly more likely this girl had been kidnapped. Kidnapping isn't necessarily a common occurrence in search and rescue situations, as often the person missing is simply lost or trapped somewhere. It isn't something we jump to as a possibility without sufficient evidence to back that up. We called him back up and began treating the search differently now. The fact that there was a good chance this girl had been abducted meant this changed the way we should search and where we would search. We had to treat it more as a missing person case now. We needed to be ready for a fight if need be, should we catch up to whoever had the girl. The fact was, there was no way this little girl had moved as fast as she was. There's no way. We continued our search, but we also notified other law enforcement to keep an eye on the roads in case the possible kidnapper had gotten out of the woods and was trying to leave the area. Considering the way we were headed, we didn't think this was the case just yet, but we wanted to contain any possible escape. 1 hour turned into 2, which turned into 4, and I remember feeling that fear begin to creep up in my stomach. It was about 5 hours after finding the bear we came upon a clearing and found a toy ring. The rain had stopped by this point, and we had our dogs on the search again. It was upon finding this ring that the dogs began barking wildly and running. As we followed it, it began to become apparent that we were getting close. Now came one of the scariest parts. Would we find the little girl or would we find a body? It was only 5 minutes later we would get an answer to that question. Our weapons drawn, we moved in as our dogs gave chase. We could hear movement and it was fast. It wasn't long before we found the girl. She seemed unharmed physically, and outside of being hungry, she seemed happy to see us. I can't tell you the relief we felt when we found her alive. She told us about a man who came up to her window in the night and asked for help looking for his dog. She explained she had been told not to talk to strangers, but the idea that someone's dog might be missing kind of overrode that logic. She left and went with the man, afraid of an innocent animal being in danger. We were lucky we found this girl alive and unharmed. Parents, I cannot stress enough that you keep a close eye on your children when camping, even if you are in a cabin. In this case, there wasn't much the parents could have done short of staying in the same room with their child, but it's always important to keep a watchful eye on your children regardless. I would add, if you stress stranger danger to your children, which all parents should, you should always go over several scenarios and occasionally go over these scenarios again, even testing your children from time to time to make sure it's ingrained in them. That all said, the child was safe in this case, and I'm grateful we were able to find her in time. As for the kidnapper, we did catch up to him and arrest him. He had thankfully given up on continuing his kidnapping of the little girl around the time he heard us closing in. Finding the girl alive filled me with an immense relief and pride. It was a good reminder of why I'm grateful every day to be involved in law enforcement. Also, before you go judging the parents or child too harshly, keep in mind this was back in the early 90s, and as silly as it's going to sound to most kids today, the world was a very different place. Anyway, I have plenty of other stories I could share. I shared this one to remind everyone to keep a very close eye on your kids, especially nowadays. This time things turned out alright, but that isn't always the case. I've been doing search and rescue for quite a while now. More specifically, I specialize in what is known as mountain rescue. I've worked all over, but I'm going to share my story about a rescue effort in Montana in the summer of 2002. Glacier National Park has many wonderful places to hike and many mountains to hike through. It's usually safe as long as you aren't too off the beaten path, but sometimes things don't go as planned. Search and rescue isn't something I ever thought I'd be in. Growing up, I was much more interested in football. That said, that all changed after spending time in the armed forces, and eventually, after getting out, landing a job with the park rangers. Anyway, I remember this search like it happened yesterday. It will stick with me for the remainder of my life. We got a call on a Saturday morning to search for a man in his 30s who had gone hiking while on vacation earlier in the week, but who hadn't returned home when he was supposed to. Apparently, he was supposed to meet with his folks for a family barbecue. At any rate, he'd been missing and they couldn't reach him, and being he had been hiking and climbing around the Glacier National Park, we started out there. It was fairly easy to find this gentleman's Jeep, still parked near the hiking trail, so we used that to get his scent, and it wasn't long before we were off. Search dogs running ahead, in search of this man. The search started off pretty hopeful as we tracked his progress on the hiking trail and eventually to the mountains. The dogs were quick at their work, and I remember thinking very quickly we'd probably find this guy fine, having stayed an extra day out in the mountains or on the trails, enjoying nature. It wouldn't have been unusual. The area is beautiful, and we've had cases of missing persons who were supposed to meet up with friends and family after a hike who simply forgot while being captured by the majestic beauty that was out there. I figured this was going to be another case like that, until our search dogs began going off the beaten path. The mountains around the park are great places to hike if you stay on the trail, but if you go off, it is very easy to find yourself lost, or potentially in a bad situation like falling and dying, or getting trapped out there. We usually recommend people who aren't experienced to stay on the trail. It had become very clear this man for one reason or another had gone off the trail. While not necessarily common, the thought that he may have run into a cougar or some larger animal had crossed my mind. According to his family, the man had only been hiking 2 times prior, so he wasn't likely to be very experienced. That said, sometimes less experienced hikers get in their head that they want more of an adventure, and so there was also a strong chance this young soul had wandered off the path in search of a thrill. Speculation aside, we started searching off the beaten path. It took a good few hours on foot to safely navigate even a mile through the area. We even called in a search chopper overhead to look through the area and see if they could spot anyone. After 24 hours went by, there was nothing. This worried everyone searching, myself included, greatly. After the first 24 hours, the likelihood of searching for a dead body becomes a much more possible reality. Still, I tried to put this out of my mind and did as the rest of the search team was and continued in our shifts. 24 turned to 48 and 48 turned to 72 hours. At this point, the family had been calling and constantly checked in with the worry, which they should rightfully have been doing. There are a few things as rough about search and rescue, or really any job where a person may be missing. It's hard to try to reassure with a brave face that you'll find someone's loved one when internally you realize the worst case scenario is likely what happened. It was 7 days into the search when we found a canteen and what looked like to be some sort of drop-off. It took us a while to work our way down, but we eventually found the missing man. I'm going to share this part to stress why it is important you stay on the trails if you aren't experienced. This young man had slipped while climbing a particularly treacherous area that he shouldn't have been in at all. He fell several feet, lost his canteen and landed, breaking his legs and arm on the way down, in an open area on the mountain. The man spent the remainder of his days starving and thirsty till his body gave out from shock and the lack of food and water, coupled with the injuries he sustained from the fall. Just imagine how horrific that would be, and how helpless this guy must have felt in his last moments. I was there when the unfortunate news was given to the family. It will always stick with me. The look of disbelief on the father's face and the pure agony on the mother's face as she screamed and cried over her now-deceased son. That will stay with me for the rest of my years. The saddest part of all this is this bright, happy young man could still be alive today if it were not for the choice to go off the trail. I'm not saying you never can or should, but you should never do something like that on a whim, and you should come well prepared. The young man in question wasn't prepared and didn't have the gear to wander off to where he went. Unfortunately, that cost him his life. My heart will forever be with his family, and this search will stick with me for the rest of my life. My name is Matt, and I've been doing search and rescue for 25 years. My specialization is in cave rescue. We aren't used all the time, but like any hobby or career, spelunkers go missing from time to time, and that's where we come in. Cave rescue is a lot different from other types of search and rescue. It's very dangerous and requires specialized training. We often search in very dark areas, and even with the help of lighting, it is quite easy to get lost, trapped, or, depending on the cave, even fall off a sudden drop. My story begins with a missing spelunker in the deserts of southern New Mexico. The man had been missing for a little over 24 hours when we got the call. Upon entering the cave, it didn't take long to notice something was off about this search. We found a flashlight neatly set out and just laying there. That was odd enough, but as we continued deeper into the cave, some of the search team began to get odd headaches, and a few even began to claim they were seeing or hearing things. Later, many of them will report seeing someone just out of their sight. They said they thought this person was female, but they could never tell for sure as everything was just on the edge of visibility and blurry. If that wasn't strange enough, we found a shirt just laying, once again, as though it had been neatly set out for us to find by someone who had, for whatever reason, decided they didn't need it anymore. The deeper we got, the weirder things got. Sometimes, the whole search team, myself included, would hear this music. It was one of the most pleasant sounds, and was accompanied by a woman humming. About 10 hours into our search, a few of our team members began to show signs of nausea. We are very careful and thorough about where we search and what might be in the cave or air. That was nothing to indicate that we should be getting sick. It got so bad at one point that we had to send a few people back out and have a few people stay back to join up with them when they finally made it back in. This took time, obviously, but as I was one of the leads, I pushed deeper, along with a few others. There are a few things as beautiful and also potentially frightening as caves. In a lot of ways, it really is like its own little world. I always like to think of different caves like planets in our solar system. They're all different, and many are deep enough that they could be thought of as their own dark worlds. It's a bit of a strange analogy, but that's just how I've always thought of them. Deeper we pushed ahead until we eventually found a trail of broken up, and in some cases, half-eaten food. It was as if whoever had been eating the food was only half into it or couldn't find something, so they just kept mashing it up and discarding the food. It was a very odd sight. It didn't seem very logical, and this had us worried. If our missing spelunker was down here, and if they had begun acting irrationally for any reason, what could they be like when we found them? Would they be safe to deal with? Would they be a danger to themselves? These are all questions we had to consider, as it was important to the team to stay safe as well as the missing person. Eventually the trail of food stopped, and we found some climbing rope and gear. I pulled on the rope, which was attached to the anchor buried into the cave side. Pulling on it, the thing had some weight to it, but as I pulled further, I jumped back in horror at the sight of a bat. Its head was missing, tight to the opposite end of what appeared to be a cut rope. This was obviously a bad sign, and a sign of someone behaving completely erratically. I notified some of the guys to be careful and asked for a couple of them to come with me into the pit. The pit was another matter altogether. As we prepared our anchors and climbing gear, I looked down. If you didn't know any better, with as dark as it was, you'd swear you were staring into a bottomless pit. Things got stranger as we began our descent. The lower we got, the louder the sound of music became. We could hear a woman humming once again. As we got deeper, it sounded like many voices joined in like a choir. Along with this woman's voice, all of the voices were humming along with the woman, and the sound was so distinct. If you heard it, you wouldn't be able to deny for even a second that this was something you were actually hearing. We were all certain we heard it. After what seemed like forever, we reached the bottom of the pit. The second our feet touched the ground and we detached from the end of our lines, the air in the place grew more sinister. There was an almost suffocating dread that you actively had to mentally fight, that just hung in the air. It didn't seem at first like there was a reason for there to be outside of being in a dark pit. Still, this wasn't something new to us, so the fear that was trying to overtake the mind was unusual. It was almost like an entity all its own, aggressive in nature. The humming and music were louder than ever, until we entered the only available open path ahead of us. That was when everything fell silent. I glanced at the other two following me and proceeded down a spiral, almost like a staircase. It wasn't a staircase, mind you, but a formation of rock that spiraled downward in a circle, much like a staircase might. There was an echo that grew louder between what sounded like bites, followed by something unintelligible. This repeated until we reached the bottom and noticed a trail of blood. Slowly, we pressed ahead. I remember shaking at the thought that we were down here with something or someone that was eating someone or something. All the horror movies I'd seen were starting to come to mind, but I tried to shake that and the oppressive fear before moving forward. Following the fresh blood trail, we eventually came upon some shorts and then a man hunched over, muttering gibberish to himself as he bit into something. Closer examination revealed the man was eating a once-living bat, head first. The man turned towards us and stood, blood still dripping from his teeth, smiling as he stared. I will never get this picture out of my head for the rest of my life, and at times I still have nightmares about this moment of finding the man. We tried to get some positive ID, but the man just stood there, motionless in his underwear, bat in hand, smiling and giggling to himself. We searched through the man's shorts and found a wallet that positively ID'd him as the missing man we were searching for. I made sure we had a set of eyes on him at all times. The man came with us without a fight. He kept muttering about how he needed the bats to keep her and the voices at bay. When the humming and music started again, on the way up, the man grew quiet and afraid, like a child who is afraid of the dark, but too afraid to turn on the light or move in fear that something that might just come for him. This guy seemingly imagined a monster might come out and kill him or steal him away, never to be seen again. When we reached the surface, the man shrieked in fear. It was though realization hit him and almost seemed like a totally different person. We took him to a hospital where he was checked out and kept for a few days to be on monitor. From what I hear, he was eventually let out, but he was told to follow up with a therapist. I feel they thought the man had some kind of mental breakdown, but I'm not sure what they said about him in all truth and honesty. The thing is though, we heard the voices, the humming. Many had strange headaches and I still have nightmares about the search. If this man was believed to have a form of psychosis or mental illness of some kind, why did we, a well-trained and veteran search team, have problems ourselves? I'm positive I heard the humming in the music. I'm positive something strange happened in that cave. I can't explain what or why, but I'm positive there is something in those caves. I've been a search and rescue person for over 20 years. I'm a sheriff, and my story isn't going to be some kind of terror-filled fuel ride. No, mine is about the devastating aftermath of an F5 tornado in Oklahoma in 1999. Some of you may remember it, but I'm also sure some of you are too young. An F5 tornado swept through Oklahoma in a particularly active summer. The damage was astronomical, especially by the standards of that time. The total destruction came to about $1 billion worth of damage. This tornado also had the greatest wind speeds ever recorded from a tornado at about 302 miles per hour. Just imagine what that is like for a second. Imagine the sheer terror of a behemoth that size coming your way. To further give you an idea of the sheer power and also strange nature of the storm, most tornadoes on average last no more than 10 minutes on the ground before disappearing entirely. This tornado lasted an hour and 25 minutes. The cost of damage was one thing, but the cost in lives was much worse. We lost 36 people that day and another 5 indirectly. There were also another 583 people injured by this anomaly of nature. Just about anything in the path of this monster was gone. I've never seen a thing like that to this day. That is saying a lot, as we get tornadoes all the time in Oklahoma. In the aftermath of the storm, we pulled bodies from the wreckage and destruction. We found injured and sick. I pulled a family screaming for help for hours from the wreckage of theirs and other homes, which buried them alive. They screamed, and when we finally got to them, it took well over a day to get them out from under the debris. I wish I could impress upon anyone listening just how bad this storm was. You expect destruction from a tornado, but for one this size to form and to last this long, it's unheard of. This thing literally blew towns off the map. If you need an idea of the sheer destruction, you can Google or even go to YouTube and look up 1999 F5 tornado Oklahoma or something similar. The kind of damage by this storm was something you might expect from a hurricane or some other natural disaster. I remember pulling a dog from the wreckage. We found many animals, some alive and some dead. In all my years doing this job, I've never been so deeply impacted and left in shock by the sheer amount of destruction one event can have. It's like one day your life is fine, and then a few hours later, you've lost everything. I apologize for rambling, but I guess why I wanted to share this story was to give you more of an idea of how badly things can get, and how, for those of us who do search and rescue, there are events that even leave us in shock. I also wanted to instill upon you that you should treat life preciously. You never know when something might happen that could change your life, or even take your life away. I remember there was one older woman who'd survived who kept looking at her cat Bootsy. I believe she called him. She said adamantly that Bootsy was still alive out there somewhere. She was sure of it. We were checking her out in an ambulance, and I remember trying to think of ways to break the news that Bootsy probably didn't make it. When suddenly, from the wreckage, this fat calico cat just comes trundling across the street, not a care in the world, and up to no good really, and runs right up to the lady. She was so elated, and I remember that being the first time we laughed since the storm. It was a lighter moment, but it kind of stuck with me as a result of how different it was to the insanity that had just happened around us. Surprisingly, most people had a very resilient spirit about the event. Many I talked to said they would rebuild and continue their lives from there. A lot has changed since 20 years ago, but we will never forget that tornado. I'll personally never forget the lives, both alive and dead, I assisted in pulling from the wreckage. It isn't discussed a lot, but search and rescue is a hard job. The disasters we see and lives lost take a toll on us. I know this wasn't one direct story, but I hope it gives a glimpse into the destruction caused by this tornado, and also just a brief look into some of the things search and rescue teams deal with or see. My heart will always go out to the families who lost loved ones in this disaster or any like it. If you take one thing from what I'm telling you, let it be that life is precious and everything can change in an instant. My name is Jack, and I've been with a civilian search and rescue unit for roughly 10 years. We mostly work in international waters and we see a lot of things, but the story that sticks out for me the most was the rescue of several workers from an oil rig. You might be asking how that sticks out to me, as we probably deal with that sort of thing fairly regularly, right? Well, the reason it sticks out to me is that I almost died while doing this. We received word at around 10 a.m. that morning that one of the oil rigs we are contracted through had an accident and the rig was on fire. We responded immediately and headed for the distressed. Upon arriving there, many of the workers were already on rafts and trying to distance themselves from the rig. I remember being in shock at how quickly the oil rig had been engulfed in flames. It was such a sight to see. It's crazy to see how fast fire can really spread, even on open water. I remember being in shock, and don't get me wrong, I realized oil was highly flammable, but the sheer size of this fire was something else. Anyway, we get there, and we start transferring people onto our boats and moving them safely. This rig is super close by us, and so we are moving back and forth, and all is going well thus far. We bring some of these men to safety, have medical workers checking them out, and head back to get more. Before you know it, we have the next batch and are transporting them again. I'm starting to think to myself this is going to be alright. The third time around we heard screaming. It's the head foreman, screaming from the top of his lungs and waving his arms, still on top of the oil rig. I'm thinking this can't get any worse, right? When the guy starts climbing down the side of one of the legs. We are telling him not to do it, and once he's ignoring us completely. About halfway down, I'm not sure if he lost his grip or just decided he was low enough, and jumped in the water. It seems like he purposely dived, judging by the way he braced himself for the impact. I immediately head out that direction and go looking for this guy. I get him, and he's miraculously okay, no injuries or anything. Anyway, we get back to the boat, and I'm like, good, I got this guy and he is safe, it's going to be okay. As my bad luck would have it, there's another explosion on the rig above us. Next thing I know, I feel a stabbing pain. This isn't a funny situation, but I remember laughing at myself, partially in shock, saying to my guys, I think I got stabbed. Apparently I had said that a couple of more times with a smile on my face before collapsing. I think I was only smiling, as I was in shock and probably at a bit of disbelief. Also, it wasn't until I woke up later that I realized that a piece of shrapnel from the rig had actually passed through my gut. It had happened so fast I only felt a slight stabbing pain when in actuality it had gone straight through my body. I was bleeding out and they rushed me out of there and took care of me as best as they could. In the meantime, they were rounding up the remainder of the survivors. The good news is everyone lived. There were no casualties and very few injuries. The job was a complete success short of the whole being impaled by debris thing. I talk a bit lightly about this now, but it's because looking back, I couldn't help but laugh. I have a morbid sense of humor, and just how bad the day had been hadn't really hit me until I woke up in the hospital. I thought the job seemed routine. It turned out to be anything but. I thought we were about to leave and everything would be just fine, and it wasn't. I thought I'd merely been stabbed when it was much worse. I find that sort of irony a bit funny, but thankfully after a few surgeries I was okay. Nothing vital was impacted, and I spent a bit of the next few weeks in the hospital, but could now look back on this and share it with you all. I've had some crazy rescues that didn't involve me getting injured, but none were quite like this. I was told later that an inch in any direction, I would have been a dead man. Looking back, it still doesn't feel real. I mean, I know what happened, and I remember most everything until collapsing, but it's just kind of crazy to me. In all my years as a park ranger, I've always found it to be a very rewarding experience. There is no better job in the world in my opinion. That said, there's a darkness to this job too. Sometimes, people will use our lovely national parks as their last stop. There are a few things as mortifying as finding someone's loved one lifeless. It's a sad reality of life, and we try to let people know where they can find help, if need be, for thoughts and feelings that lead them to want to take their own lives. I've worked all around our wonderful nation, but the following story takes place in the forests of Washington. We'd recently had someone take their life, and after holding several community events, I volunteered to do some work off the clock. It wasn't required, but I decided I'd patrol the parks at night and keep a lookout. I felt it a bit of a personal watch to have as I'd lost one of my own family members to suicide. Well, the first night of my patrol, everything was quiet and calm and relaxing. I could hear the beauty of nature out and about. The air was nice and cool. Now, I'd do these watches where and when I could, and I usually had one or two other rangers who would swap out with me. Everything was calm until the third watch. It was then that things took an odd turn. I was patrolling, radio on me, as you can never be too safe when it was starting to go haywire. At first, I thought it was some sort of interference, as it was giving out a loud static sound. Then, I heard someone on the other end. They were crying, and so I tried to radio back, asking them who they were, where they were, and if they were okay. The sound of crying continued, and was soon followed by noises I couldn't explain, before my radio suddenly died. This was strange, as I keep my radio charged, and I had only just left the station with my fully charged radio before this happened. A bad battery perhaps, I thought to myself, as I headed back to the station and plugged the battery into the charger, before swapping it with another one. I was about to head out, when something came over the main radio. The truly strange part was the radio adjusted its own frequency and channel. That's when I heard from the main radio the same crying. As I was about to respond, a strange, warped tone came through the channel. That's when I heard from the main radio that something unintelligible was coming over it. At the same time, the same unintelligible speaking came on my portable radio. I hadn't even turned it on yet. This was quickly followed by a high-pitched sound, and then everything went dead. The battery on my radio wasn't working, and all the others were showing drained and recharging. I checked the main radio and was getting nothing. I thought we'd lost power, and so I went to check the fuse box. Everything suddenly came back too, and there was a loud screaming from the main radio. It sounded like a woman in distress. I tried to radio back, but nothing happened. There was then a disturbing humming. It was like many voices all humming at once. After that, there was only static. I tried to radio out, to make phone calls. I could do nothing. The remainder of the night I spent patrolling and keeping a close eye on things. It was around 4 in the morning when the static stopped on the radio, and everything went back to normal in the station. I put my battery on the charge and then decided I'd stay the remainder of the night in the station itself. While patrolling, earlier in the night, I couldn't shake this sound. I guess the best way to describe it would be a low moaning, but I'm not even sure that would do it justice. The final 2 hours of my watch ended and I headed home. As I headed home, I swear for a second I saw a woman in tattered clothing and bleeding, walking along the road. That said, I blinked and she wasn't there anymore. She had short blonde hair and looked to be in her 20s. Maybe, it's hard to say. She stood about 5'2" from the glimpse I got. Figuring I needed a rest, I pulled over, scanned the area for a bit, and once I was sure I was probably seeing things, I continued home. I went to sleep and didn't wake up again until 4 in the evening. I didn't dream, I didn't do anything. I enjoyed the rest of my time off, and my next watch wasn't until the following weekend, as I did my watch on one of my off days. I was approached by another one of our rangers who informed me she had experienced some odd things the night before. She claimed she had been hearing voices and she thought she saw someone on a tree branch leap and hang themselves. She then mentioned that she fell back in shock and then the woman disappeared before her very eyes. She was unnerved by this, but she wanted to know if she had been the only person to notice odd things on watch. We spoke for a brief bit, and after our discussion, she calmed down and, much like myself, chalked it up to sleep deprivation, and probably something like that. The night of my 4th watch was where things got eerie, to say the least. I heard some odd voice constantly speaking in a warped tone while patrolling. My battery died, and yet I could still hear this odd warped tone. It didn't take me long to figure out that it wasn't coming from the radio anymore. I could hear it coming from within the forest itself. I slowly walked toward the sound until I was positive what I was hearing was just beyond the tree I stood at. I slowly turned the corner and saw a young man, who looked to be in his maybe 19 or 20s, bleeding on the forest floor, a knife in his throat. Shocked, I went over to help him. As I reached for the man, my hand went through his arm before he faded and the noise stopped. There was no longer a knife or anything. I heard a scream in the distance that caught my attention, and I quickly shot up, replacing my dead battery with a backup battery for my radio as I did. The crying sparked to life over my radio again. I then thought I heard someone running behind me. I turned around and then heard someone running again, once again behind me. I turned back to where I had previously been, and there was a light giggling. This soon faded, and I headed in the direction of the screaming. I wasn't sure what to think, as I wasn't sure I could explain away the strange happenings as sleep deprivation anymore. I'd become acclimated to my schedule of being up all night once a week. The things I was seeing and hearing were becoming more intense, and there was also the fact that some of the other rangers were also experiencing odd happenings while on watch. I heard another distant scream. It was very distinct. I continued heading in the direction of the sound, and as I did, it got louder. Every time I was sure I'd finally caught up to the sound, it got softer and more distant again. This continued for a while, before I reached a clearing and it stopped. All was silent now, save for the sobs of whoever was coming over the radio. I've never had a more eerie feeling in my life. I felt like I was being watched. The crying over the radio cut out, and I was left with the sound of silence. This didn't last long before I heard a strange chanting, would be the best way I can put it. I'm sorry if the descriptions seem off. It's truly difficult to put into words the things I heard. They were like audible anomalies. Turning the corner, I fell back in shock at the sight of several bodies hanging, motionless in the trees. The odd chanting continued as I stood up and walked through the bodies. When I put my flashlight upon them, they seemed translucent. I heard a loud scream and everything went quiet. The bodies hung as I heard something behind me. I turned only to see the rustling in the bushes and nothing more. I looked back up and the bodies were gone. This didn't make sense at all, and it was only now I had a chance to realize I was shaking and it was quite cold out. I decided to look around, but I found nothing else and there was no one in sight. No odd hallucinations or audible cries. Nothing. I looked at my watch and I realized it was 4 a.m, on the dot. I headed back to the station and was able to reach the station by about 5. I brewed some coffee and waited for the final hour of my watch to end. Once the other rangers began filing in, I left immediately. I would have discussed what I had seen or heard, but I was tired and confused. I didn't take long to go home. I pretty much raced there. There was no one on the road this time. I ate some breakfast and then crashed after getting home. I dreamt of the things I had seen. Most were unexplainable, and I awoke to the sound of a scream that I wasn't sure was real or still part of my dream. If you've ever been dreaming and you are half awake, you'll know what I mean. Sometimes, the last things in a dream will still resonate in the mind, as though they were happening in real life. I got up slowly and looked out my window. I then checked the time and realized it was 6 p.m. The rest of the night was uneventful. Over the course of the next week of work, I talked with others, and they had some experiences similar to mine. They, in turn, shared some of their own stories. The crying was a common part of the equation. The batteries draining, the strange auditory and sometimes visual quote-unquote hallucinations were experienced by all of us. They weren't always the same ones, but they all happened. We weren't sure what to make of it, but after going and getting a few more volunteers on board for the watch, we decided from now on to do watch in pairs of 2. It just felt safer, and we now had the numbers to do so. My 5th watch was with a ranger we'll call Patty. Almost as though, on cue, night fell and the crying started up over the main radio. I told Patty I'd take a radio and several backup batteries and head out to search the area, and if she would be alright with staying on the main radio, alone. I wasn't sure if we'd be able to get through to one another with the odd happenings, but I figured it'd be best for one of us to stay at the station, and we attempted to keep contact in the meantime. I told Patty to lock the door and not to answer it unless I did a specific knock, which we said ahead of time. It was going to be a simple 4-knock system, but the timing and pattern were such that it'd be distinguishable from a normal knock of which we shouldn't have gotten anyway at night. I soon headed out and searched the woods again. As I walked, I felt a chill in the air. It was a deeper chill than the simple fall air. No. It felt like a cold that followed me specifically. I grabbed my radio and asked Patty if she could hear me. She chimed through immediately with a loud and clear. As I was telling her thank you, and I was just testing the radio, I saw a shadow out of the corner of my eye. I turned and looked, but when the shadow was once again in my peripheral view, I scanned the area with my flashlight when I heard the crying again. I tried to radio Patty through it, but I just got more crying. Figures, I thought to myself. I went ahead and continued wandering the forest until it happened upon a woman. She looked almost blue in color. She wore a black hoodie, stood about 5'10", and looked like she was bleeding. She spoke to me, and I tried to record her as she spoke. She just kept repeating, "I'm sorry," over and over again. She seemed to be crying now and reached her hand out. I reached out to touch her, but she vanished. Confused, I checked back on the recording I made on my phone. There was a static where the woman's voice should have been, and no one was even in the footage. I searched the area for any sign of someone, but I found no one. I was about to head back to the station, figuring I'd been out long enough when I heard the woman's voice over the radio. "I'm sorry," she repeated again and again. This continued as I wandered the forest. I tried to radio Patty again, but I got nothing. I was clueless as to what was going on. This didn't seem natural, and I was convinced something strange was definitely happening in the forest. I didn't wait for a second, I didn't believe it was hallucinations at all anymore. I just labeled them as such because I can't explain the things I experienced. I decided to head back to the station after a while to check on Patty. When I got back, I saw a very disheveled and paranoid-looking Patty on the radio. The door to the station was open, and she was crying. She started stammering and speaking faster than I could keep up with. Once I got her to calm down, she explained that someone knocked using the code we agreed upon, but when she opened the door, there was no one there. She then said she felt this extremely sudden and irrational sadness overtake her. She felt like something or someone had taken control of her mind. She was very erratic in responses to me, but from what I could make out, she claimed that she could hear someone whispering to her. In her mind, she couldn't quite hear what was being whispered, but when it would happen, she felt like she wanted to hurt herself. It was then that she showed me her arm. She had cut it. She said she didn't understand how or why, and she didn't remember doing it. I told her I'd spend the rest of the night in the station with her, and we'd dress her wound, and I'd follow her home to make sure she got home safely in the morning. I then gave her the next week off. I checked in with her frequently, and she said that she'll be fine, and she felt fine and things seemed alright again. She claimed she couldn't hear the whispering, and that she'd be back at work on Monday. I told her she didn't need to do watch anymore, and we'd already gotten someone else to volunteer. She seemed relieved at this, and shortly after hanging up, I began my 6th watch. I chose to do this one alone. I didn't want to chance anyone else winding up in a situation like Patty. The 6th watch was something disturbing. I kept to the station for this watch, but that didn't lessen the odd things happening. I listened to the main radio as it switched from static to strange things I couldn't understand. At this point, I had become somewhat used to the odd happenings around the park and station, so unless I felt like my life was threatened, I wasn't easily startled by what I saw or heard. This was until I heard a familiar voice coming over the radio. It was someone apologizing, much like the woman I had heard previously, but then it'd loop and play various versions of what I'd best describe as someone killing themselves. The first time it ended in the sound of a gun going off before it looped again with, "I'm sorry." The second time it was drowning. The third time it was choking, like someone was being hanged. The fourth had the sound of a car wreck. Then it stopped and went back to static. The most disturbing part of these messages is that the voice was Patty's. I called her at that moment, and she picked up groggily, reassuring me she was fine. I talked to her for about an hour, and she assured me she felt fine and was ready to return to work still on Monday. I apologized for calling her so late, and she seemed perfectly fine with it given the nature of the odd happenings around the station. After I hung up, I heard 4 knocks at the door. It was the coded knocks Patty and I agreed on last watch. I knew there was no way Patty was at the door, as I had just gotten off the phone with her, and she was likely going back to sleep. I mustered up all the courage I had and asked who was there in a commanding voice, as that's all I could do. There was no response at first, just silence, then 4 more knocks. "Stop screwing around! Who's there?" I shouted. "I'm sorry." That was the response I got. Once again, it was Patty's voice. I didn't want to bother her again, but I did open the door to check outside. No one was there. Unnerved, the rest of the night went by in silence. The radio didn't seem to give off any odd sounds or anything. There were some strange sounds outside, but nothing I couldn't write off as an animal of some kind. I looked at my watch, and it was 4 in the morning. I made some coffee and waited for my watch to end. At 6, I headed home, and as I drove, I saw something peculiar. It was the blonde woman from a few watches back, wandering the side of the road, bloodied and in tattered clothing. I slowed the vehicle down and watched, but as the sun rose further, she seemed to fade. I shook this off as something just weird and drove over to Patty's. I wanted to check on her one final time to make sure she was okay. She seemed happy to see me and asked me how the watch went. I told her I was just checking in, and we had some coffee before I told her I'd see her Monday, and I went home. I crashed. The next week of work was perfectly normal work-wise. Patty was back and seemed in high spirits again. Those on watch got together and discussed how their watches had gone over lunch. Apparently things had toned down over the course of the watch. Most reported they'd noticed no odd happenings at all. Things seemed to be normal again. We were only going to do the watch, as we dubbed it, for a few weeks till things seemed normal anyway. That weekend, I was going to do the 7th and final watch with all involved together, the exception being Patty for obvious reasons. The 7th watch came and went completely uneventfully. There were no odd happenings over the radio, and nothing was off. Nobody saw anything in the station or in the woods. Everything was actually kind of fun with the whole group being together. On the way home, I saw the blonde woman and stopped my truck and asked if she was okay. She looked at me and waved before disappearing. I wasn't sure what to make of this. The thought occurred to me that maybe she was a ghost. I thought this jokingly, and all seemed well until Sunday morning. A day or so after the final watch that I got a phone call letting me know Patty was found dead in her home of an apparent painkiller overdose. The only thing police found that would give any reason at all as to why she did what she did was a note that read, "I'm sorry." I and our entire community was shaken by Patty's passing. We scrounged together a fund to pay for her funeral so her family wouldn't have to. We also started a community outreach program through our service to help those who are having suicidal thoughts or simply need help. I don't know how to explain the odd happenings on the watch, but it pains me to realize we lost one of our own to something as horrific as a suicide. We still do the watch, but not as often. I have heard strange things since, but nothing to the level of the initial watches. I haven't seen the blonde woman on the road since Patty's passing. I don't know how many of y'all actually believe in demons or the supernatural, but I was a skeptic for most of my life, including my time as a park ranger. That is until the summer of 2013 when I had the oddest experience I have ever had in my lifetime, even until this day. For the purposes of the story, you can call me Hank. I work as a state park ranger in Alabama. I've been doing this job for 14 years now, and I've seen every manner of wildlife you can imagine. The things I'm going to describe are strange, to say the least. I know how crazy they're going to sound, but I assure you, I saw what I saw. Anyway, I started my shift like any other. I did some cleaning, made some repairs, and had a chat with some of the locals. Growing up, I always loved nature, so it was natural that I got a job as a park ranger. If you love nature, it's the greatest job you can get. After lunch, I headed out to the patrol area and watched the wildlife. It was while walking, I heard something behind me. I turned around and I saw a dog. Now, you're probably telling yourself right now, "Aw, that's sweet, a doggy." You are probably mentally petting the dog right now, right? Well, trust me, you wouldn't want to pet this thing. It looked a lot like a Doberman, but its fur was all black. This dog sat on all fours and was my height. Keep in mind, I'm 6'2". I remember being weirded out, but thinking, okay, someone lost their dog. A really big dog. The thing is though, I couldn't see anyone nearby. The vibes this dog gave off were just downright creepy. It wasn't just its unnatural height, but there was an almost dread that hung in the air around it. I slowly approached the dog anyway, in the hopes that I could find its owner or help it out. Despite my off feelings about this dog, it's an animal, and I'm an animal lover at heart. As I approached the dog, it got up and ran off. The dog moved quickly, and I was just unable to keep up with it. I reported seeing this dog to a few other rangers, and they said they'd keep an eye out. The remainder of my shift was pretty relaxed. A few weeks go by, and while I'm on another patrol, I see the dog again. It's a bit off, far away in the distance, and it's just sitting on all fours staring. It wasn't staring at me per se, but more like it was overlooking the park itself. I was curious and radioed out that I'd spotted the dog again. The second I radioed, this dog looked in my direction. I'm not talking it quickly turned its head and looked at me. I'm talking an unusually calm, deliberate, and slow turn of the head. It stared, got up, and ran off again. I told the other rangers where its nearby whereabouts were, but they just couldn't seem to find it. We decided we'd go about our business and keep an eye out once again. The rest of the work week came and went. The next 2 weeks there was no sighting of the dog. Then, on a Tuesday morning in August, something very odd happened. I saw this dog again. It appeared to be in a hurry. I quickly ran in the direction I saw the dog move and radioed to the other rangers that I could see the dog again. It didn't take long for everyone to meet up, and just up the hill the dog sat there, its back to us, looking down at something. We rushed up the hill to look over to see someone laying on their back motionless. We immediately called the paramedics, and I rushed over to start CPR. I tried with all my might to help this person, but I believe they were just too far gone. The paramedics arrived to find a lifeless body and many of us looking sullen and distraught. I remember trying to hold back tears and repeating over and over again, I tried. I'm sure I was in a bit of a fuss, but as I was brought over to be checked out by paramedics as well, I remember someone trying to question me. It was all kind of tuned out in my head though. You know how in movies, during scenes of trauma, how sometimes people will be talking but it's like they're on mute. That's the best way I can describe it. I could see this paramedic's lips moving, but no sound was coming out. I saw something even more shocking. Up the hill, the dog stood there. Next to the dog was a woman in a black dress. My first thought was this dog had an owner after all. That's when I saw something that to this day, I can't even begin to believe happened, despite seeing it with my own eyes. The body we found was a woman currently being taken away to the morgue. It was a jogger who looked like she could be in her 30s, with blonde hair and a ponytail. I'll always remember her blue eyes as they stared at me from the hill. She looked comfortable, relaxed even. I remember staring and pointing at the hill, but no words would come out of my mouth. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't get a word out. The paramedics looked into the distance, but they didn't seem to see anything. I, however, saw the dog, the woman in black, and the jogger. I also watched them turn and walk away until I could no longer see them. I tried running up the hill. I looked high and low until I was eventually rounded up again by the police and paramedics, and I found no sign of anyone. I tried to explain what I saw when I could speak again, and I was promptly told it was likely a side effect of my shock. The thing is though, I don't buy it. It was too real. Also, others had at least seen the dog several times before the woman's passing. I'm quite sure what I saw was real. I'm not sure how to explain it. It was easily the strangest series of events I've ever experienced in my life. I still work with the park rangers and I still love my job, and I haven't seen the dog or woman since. I'm going to call myself DeMarcus as I don't want to use my real name for this story. I was with the park rangers in Minnesota for roughly 25 years. I've seen all manners of things on the job, many odd things and many downright strange things. The story I'm about to share with you happened in 1996. This was roughly 2 years into being a park ranger for me. I'm sharing this because it was the first really odd thing I'd experienced in my career and one of the downright strangest. On a cold day in December, I saw what I can only describe as a UFO. I'm not saying it was a full-on aliens type UFO, but something in the sky I couldn't describe. The thing had 13 lights that shined bright even in the day. They hovered in the distance and flew in unison. Just as quickly as they were there, they were suddenly gone. It was strange, but it got stranger as time went on. A few days later, someone came to our station, asking if we'd seen their son. They said he was supposed to be hiking around the area a few days prior. The day he was hiking was the same day we saw the lights. My first thought was maybe he had just gotten lost or even left and just hadn't contacted his mother. That would have likely continued to be my thought had I not stumbled upon a man matching the guy's description standing naked in the park later that night. I got the man a blanket, and while waiting for the police to arrive, I asked him if he was okay. He seemed in shock and a bit confused, which I initially thought was because he was out in the cold, naked. That said, when paramedics got there and took his temperature, he had a normal temperature. This was strange, but was even stranger was that the man had been out there for at least 4 hours when I found him. He should have been dead or at the very least freezing. During my brief conversation with the man, he kept rambling about the lights being so bright. It's all I could get out of him before the police got there with the paramedics and first responders. After the man was taken away, I never heard what happened to him after that. I looked in the paper to see if there was any mention of this situation on the news, but there was nothing. In fact, no matter how much I asked about it or searched for answers, it was as though it never happened. I talked to some of the crew about everything as well, and they seemed to think the lights were just an optical illusion and that they didn't really seem interested in discussing the matter further, so I dropped it. Near Christmas time, while working a bit past my shift doing some cleanup after clocking out, I saw the lights again. However, they were large, bright, and seemed to fly in unison. I was alone that night, and it gets dark early on the account of winter. I watched the lights for some time until they seemed to blink out of existence. It was almost like a light bulb flicker and then dying. That's what happened just before they vanished altogether. I searched the news the next day and saw nothing about these lights. I asked some coworkers of mine about them, but they didn't seem to notice anything strange the previous night while at home. Nothing happened the remainder of the year, and I eventually dropped the conversation of the lights completely. 3 years later in January, I saw the lights again, and I was positive it was them. Again, they eventually vanished. That was strange, but what was stranger was on my way home when a naked man was wandering the road. I asked him if he was okay and needed help. Strangely, he ignored me. He was muttering about the lights just as the other man had done for years prior. I called 911, and they got him to safety. Once again, once it was all over, I could find nothing about it anywhere. I was weirded out, but there was nothing I could do, so I went on about my life. I was eventually able to stop thinking about it in 2002, during the summer when I was camping. It was about 2 in the morning when I awoke to a bright light outside my tent. I thought it was strange, so I looked out, gun in hand, and realized it was the lights again. They seemed to scan the woods and made a low humming noise. I could visibly see these lights as they were only a few feet above the trees. I was freaking out when I saw them converge around my tent. I tried to go back in, but my tent seemingly vanished. The lights circled me, and it only felt like seconds, but the next thing I remember, I awoke in the woods naked. I remember being disoriented and feeling thrown off. For the next couple of days, every time I dreamed, I'd see the lights. I saw things I don't even know how to put into words. Once I had my wits fully about me again, I went to see a doctor. I was told I was in perfect health and it was likely that I had a panic attack or some sort of anxiety-induced hallucination. I remember being very angry and being so quickly passed off as just stress. I promise you, this wasn't an anxiety-induced hallucination. This was very real. I haven't seen the light since, but every now and again I get nightmares about these things I can't explain in the light themselves. I'm not sure what happened, but I believe I could have been abducted. I know how crazy it sounds, but ever since this incident, I've strongly believed in intelligent life among the stars. I wouldn't call my story scary, and it's rather short. I would call it odder than anything. I've been with the park rangers in New York for about 5 years now. It's a great job and I love it. Every morning, however, shortly after I clock in, I usually see an older woman walking the trails, and she always smiles at me and waves. I usually speak with her while I do my rounds. I'm going to call her Doreen. Doreen is a sweet woman who brightens my day, that of anyone who works here. She's always so talkative and kind. To be honest, the world needs more people in it like Doreen. To give you an idea of how kind of a soul she was, this lady would bake bread and hand it to the homeless people and talk with them. I saw her help a dog out of a hole, and she's just got an all-around bright aura about her. Doreen was probably in her early 90s back during the time that the story takes place. Anyway, every morning like clockwork, we'd talk, and throughout the day, I'd see her as well. Every Friday, just before we clocked out, she would come to us with water and a story of her day. We looked forward to Doreen's stories just before we were out for the weekend, the exception being the weekend crew who would see her then as well. I remember one particular Friday evening when Doreen told us about her day. Shortly after she finished regaling us with the tales of going around town, keeping fit, and helping everyone she could find who needed help, she pulled me aside to talk to me. Normally, on a Friday, though I love my job, I'd be hightailing it to home to enjoy my weekend. That said, Doreen is so sweet. I decided to talk to her a bit, and besides, I had plenty of weekend left and wasn't in a hurry, so I clocked out and talked to her. Doreen seemed different on this day. She didn't quite seem as cheerful and seemed more worried. She told me that I needed to make sure her dog was taken care of after she passed away. She said she wanted to make arrangements for me to take care of her if that was okay. I told her it was fine and I could use a friend for my long nights alone. I also jokingly said I felt that she had plenty of years left in her as she was healthy. Doreen smiled and told me that she felt she'd been hitting the road sooner than later. I asked if something was wrong, and she then proceeded to tell me about a man she sometimes saw around her home and in her dreams at night. She said she'd been seeing the man around for years, and she believed he would be taking her on a road real soon. I made a joke about how at least she would have to make some travel arrangements, at which point she smiled and laughed at the joke before telling me she was going to miss us all. I tried to keep things light and laughed with her, explaining that I had to go, but I'd see her Monday morning. She smiled and said, "I don't believe so. I'm going to be hitting the road Sunday night." I wasn't sure what to say, but since she smiled, I simply smiled and waved at her goodbye. I didn't know it at the time, but as I'm sure you've guessed it by this point, I never saw Doreen again. Late that Sunday night, I got a call that she had passed away peacefully in her sleep. She had left her dog to me in her will, which I gladly accepted, and she also left a fairly ample donation to our park services and several homeless shelters, with what was left of what she had in her bank account. We all miss Doreen greatly, but we feel more blessed that we got to know her in the time she had left on this earth. It also brings about a certain sense of peace to know she had a fair idea she wasn't going to be around, and when she passed, it was peaceful and painlessly. I won't pretend to know how to explain Doreen's visitor, but she passed when she said she would, and now I am the owner of the sweetest Siberian Husky I've ever met. Wherever you are, Doreen, I just wanted to tell you that you had an amazing impact on all of us, and we love and miss you. I won't be giving my real name or any name, and I'm sure you'll understand why shortly. I will say I worked for the park rangers for 10 years before I quit. I quit due to some strange things happening around the park that eventually made their way to my home. I felt and still feel threatened by everything that happened, so I'll only say I live somewhere in the northeastern part of the United States. To jump right into things, it all started around 2014, when doing my morning rounds. I found a deer mutilated in the park. It was a little way into the forest, and not where most of the general public would be wandering, but it was close enough by that it was a bit weird and unnerving. I reported my findings and did all the necessary paperwork associated with it. The next day I found a raccoon spliced open and hanging from the station door. Its innards were left on the doorstep. This was obviously reported as I was the first person in that morning. The fact that I was the first person in that morning was something that also bothered me. I tried to shake it off as a coincidence, but as time went on, it seems less so. 3 nights later, while off shift, I was relaxing in my former home around 10 p.m. when I heard a knock at my door. It was 3 distinct knocks, slow, methodical, and loud. I soon opened the door to see what was up, only to find a bag lying at my doorstep. I freaked out and called the police as I didn't know what was in the bag, and I'm not prone to opening things left on my doorstep. I eventually did find out that in the bag was the chopped up remains of a dog. I felt sick to my stomach, and I remember vomiting soon after. It was the usual questions. Do I have anyone I consider an enemy? Is there a reason someone would leave this at your doorstep? On, and my answer was no. I had no clue why someone would do this. The police said they'd file a report and agreed to watch my place for the next couple of nights. They also gave me the number of the detective who would be working my case in the event something else came up. Something else did come up, but it wasn't at home. It was at work, in my locker. My next shift I found a note. The note had read, "Horned Figure's face," and that was it. I asked around with the other rangers and made a serious point of letting them know if someone thought this was a funny joke, they were dead wrong. That said, no one had seen anyone near my locker or claimed to have any knowledge of this. I could tell they were serious, and while I'm usually good at reading others, they left me no reason to believe they were lying. The police checked things out, and I was given the rest of the week off work. I tried to embrace this and relax. The week was paid time off, so it was basically a vacation. At least, it would have been a vacation if I wasn't so shaken up. I felt at this point, I was being targeted. The only thing that came to mind was the fact that I was the first to respond to the initial deer found. Still, would whoever was doing this know that? The more I thought about it, the more paranoid I got. I started to question my coworkers again in my head. It seemed like whoever was doing it had to have some sort of access to my whereabouts, my workplace, etc. I keep a gun in my home and I'm single, so I don't have to worry about anyone getting a hold of it besides myself. I keep it hidden, but close to me at all times. That night, or morning, depending on how you want to look at it, I woke up at 5 to 3 deliberate knocks at my door. I opened the door and found a postcard with the same symbol from the note in my locker. I called the police, and they filed another report. I was frustrated at this point, and this would only further be the case a week later, when I finally returned to work. Someone was watching me that day. I know this because as I was working, I looked up to see the symbol painted on a tree. I then looked around and saw someone wearing a red hood and a mask that had the same visible features of the symbol on the note and card. I screamed partially out of fear, but mostly out of anger, as I was getting tired of this game that was being played. I was offered more time off, but I figured that'd only give me time to worry or start getting paranoid or even angrier, and as such, I decided to keep working. I figured it was probably some messed up punks lurking around and playing games. A few days go by and I see the figure in the red hood. It's just standing there, motionless, with the same mask. I rush over and try to grab the figure in rage and am shocked to find it's just a robe and a mask hanging from a makeshift pole like a scarecrow. Inside is another note with the symbol on it, but this time my name is written underneath. I called the police and they took a look at everything. The detectives that came out there were unusually quiet about the whole thing and simply took my report and almost seemed like they couldn't be bothered to do much else. It was off-putting, but so anger-inducing. I was over here, potentially being targeted, and they didn't seem like they truly cared. At least, that's the way I look at it. After this happened, I took the rest of the week and weekend off. The next Saturday night, while sleeping, I woke up to a loud, guttural screaming. I freaked out, grabbed my gun and went through my house. door by door making sure no one had gotten in. The entire time I did my search, I could hear 3 loud, deliberate knocks. They would stop, and a minute or two later they'd repeat again. I called the police, and while waiting I kept my gun close. I was furious. I wanted someone to show their face, as I wanted a reason to point and shoot whoever was harassing me and get it over with or die trying. The police took their sweet-ass time coming and eventually showed up at my door. To keep it short, I'll simply say they found a human head outside my door and a card with the name of the victim and a symbol on it. Needless to say, I quit my job the next day and moved out by Monday morning. I don't want people to take me wrong when I mention my anger at the police in the town I used to live in. I realize there are plenty of great and hard-working men and women in law enforcement out there. Sadly, those in the town I lived in weren't that type. I found work elsewhere, in a different profession, and far away from where I used to live. I don't feel completely safe, but I also haven't seen any sign or hint of any sort of weird harassment where I live now. There are a lot of theories that could explain what happened or why I was targeted, but I'm not 100% sure. The best I could think is I was targeted by some kind of weird cult that is likely still out there. Why? I have no clue. I'm just glad I'm no longer living where I was. Thanks for listening to these truly odd and strange park ranger stories. These definitely are going to change your mind about wanting to be a park ranger, if I do say so myself. But maybe not, there are some strong-willed people out there. Once again, as always, thanks for watching this video, it means a ton. If you like these stories, please hit that like button as it really does help the channel reach more people. If you're new, why not subscribe and turn on notifications to never miss a new video, as I upload them almost every single day on all things natural and supernatural. If you have a story you would like to share in a future episode, whether it's a park ranger story or something else, be sure to submit it at swampdweller.net or the email you can find in the description down below. I would love to share your story with everyone here in the swamp. It's stories like yours that keep this channel going. If you guys aren't aware, I have podcasts on iTunes, Spotify, and pretty much every other major podcast platform. So if you want to download Swamp Dweller Scary Stories, hear stories you won't hear on the channel, and just have more Swamp Dweller in your life, definitely go check those out. If you made it to the very end of the video, let's confuse everybody in the comments by saying young cactus. To confuse everybody, why not? I'll see you guys soon with another creepy video.